consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce but it's over. Now you've had your fun but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. You're at my worst and at my best. I'm a mess inside but still well dressed. You sing to me so sweetly. Running on glass, another level past. You're giving me a high but it doesn't last. You sing to me so sweetly. And when you're gone, I'll be standing tall. Pull up a chair, sit and watch you fall. Then I'll sing to you so sweetly. You can see the pain in my eyes and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce but it's over. Now you've had your fun but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours.
Kia, movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन 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 रन। Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो 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 आगे। रन 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 रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ।
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Hello everyone and welcome to the realme BMPS 2025, and you guys are currently watching the English broadcast, and today is going to be a brand new day. It is going to be day number 9. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Super Johnny as we take you through the commentaries for today. Yesterday we saw something very interesting, and that is going to be a little bit of a comeback here between some of the major teams. In this case we saw a little bit of a rising action coming from Do or Die in particular. OG, however, still looking very dominant in the overall leaderboard, and despite playing 9 games, they are looking stronger than ever, and they are ready to potentially blow it all out of the park, maybe lift their first ever trophy. However, it's still too early to be counting them in yet, but they are going to be on hot predictions. But today itself, we have a brand new group where we have both Group E as well as Group F in play. Johnny, what are your expectations for today?
I mean, there are a few names that we have to talk about because, in particular, the start of the journey in round 1 itself hasn't been that great. GenxFM, one of the biggest names from the opening group of day, Group E, in particular, is not having a great time. I mean, they are on that last page of the leaderboard, and it's very critical that today they start the second half of round 1 for themselves. They just have 6 more matches left, so they need at least a chicken dinner today itself to bring them to a safer position. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of trouble waiting for them after the last reshuffle. And along with them, I think from the middle pack, I would say BotArmy Esports. We expect a little bit more from BotArmy Esports. They're struggling in the middle pack, but the one thing they have going for themselves is at least that they are safe.
Well, it is going to be safe for now, but all things considered, for these guys watching at home, guess what? The Realme GT7 is currently out in the market right now. Be sure to purchase it right now on Amazon. Buy now. Search it up, Realme GT7, and you may stand a chance to win up to 2 lakh rupees. And of course, if you haven't gotten one, I'm sorry to say, I would like to apologize to all of you guys at home. I already have one right here. So, why is this such a very, very good phone? You tell me, Johnny. What do you think? Why do you think it's so good?
Hey, man, I mean, the moment I started to play on this device, you could clearly tell like how smooth the gameplay experience is. Plus, I mean, when we were doing like TDMs, it was me joining the boys on the Hindi desk, and apart from that, like that was what, for 30 minutes, it was completely stable. But when you use it for a longer period of time, you will realize that it just keeps on going 120 FPS stable for 6 hours. So if you want to grind, this is the best device. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, considering the realme BMPS is on, you need to grind, go onto that Discovery Island, and it will give you an opportunity to get some exciting skins for yourselves without spending any UC.
Exactly. For these guys watching at home as well, do you want to be a part of BMPS? Do you ever want to dream or potentially sit on the stage? Guess what? You can be a part of it from your home, all by just playing BGMI. Because why? We have a milestone achieved here, which is the more you play, the more you are going to be contributing to the overall prize pool of BMPS itself. So thank you guys for being a part of our esports journey. So be sure to keep playing.
Exactly, and I mean, we are going to see how these teams play today, because it is going to be the last day we see these groups before the final reshuffle happens for round 1 itself. And as we know, the stipulations in round 1 are very intense. You can either make a great start to your journey even better, or this is where it all comes to an end. If you finish in the top 8, you qualify directly for semifinals week 1. If you are between 9 to 16, you move to round 3. If you're in the bottom 16, you go home. Everyone else, round 2.
Exactly. But all things considered here, let's talk about a little bit more of the teams here as well. TWOB, one of the familiar names coming into as a BMPS itself. BGIS wasn't really a great run for them as well. There was a couple of roster shuffles, and we talked about it as well in the past years under the banner TWOB. They have been playing for so many times, but they just do not stand a chance. But this time, seems like same roster, a little bit of a roster shuffles between the subs themselves, but they came in swinging in towards the early 6 games, and previously they were made it all the way towards the top 8, and now it is going to be their chance to fight and try and retain their spots into the top 8.
And again, I think we have had this discussion in Realme BGIS, you and I, as to why the struggle was there. Because coming in from BMPS 2024, the switch happened with the roster of TWOB. The new players came in, and whenever you get put into an organization that already has a lot of recognition based on the history the players have achieved, you, for the first time when you're playing for them, you're going to feel that pressure, right? You have to live up to the legacies. You have certain shoes to fill.
Exactly.
And I think that was the pressure that got to these players the last time. They did okay, to be fair. It wasn't like a complete meltdown like some of the other rosters. But this time, I believe stability has been attained. Players have gotten used to their new environment. And hopefully, I mean, they are riding a very nice momentum right now into round 1 itself. Hopefully, they do not falter and they just continue playing along with the momentum. And we see this team at least move to round 3 directly.
Agreed. But at the same time as well, this is going to be a very interesting one as well for you guys who is just tuning in, who are still wondering what is up as well. Let's talk a little bit more on towards the overall standings on the current market right now. Obviously, OG had a phenomenal run. They are currently the top of the table toppers with 132 points. That is almost a 21-point gap. Well, that's specifically, 19 points gap?
Yeah.
Yeah, 19 points gap between them and Learn From Past, and we've also got 8-Bit crawling in from the middle of the pack, finally taking the number 3 spot with 104 points. So these are the 3 teams. They are on the triple-digit mark right now.
But in terms of being in the top 8, I think Team Aryan has to be a very surprising entry. Hyderabad Hydros as well, having overall recovered and showcasing a new form. If you look at their journey from Realme BGIS to the transition they've made into the Realme BMPS, it has been incredible. There was one name, TWOB, the only team within the top 16 right now that has only played 6 matches. I want to see can TWOB crack that 100-point marker. That would be the goal for them today. We move on to the next. We have Raven Esports, and Raven Esports, I believe, are going to be part of Group F, so we will have to wait for the second half of the day to begin to see them in action. But K9 as well. I mean, that is also another interesting name. Decent start, 64 points. I think if you are in the 50s, 60s, you've had a good start. There is not a lot to worry about.
Well, just off this 7 to 9 matches here, we've seen a lot of big names actually making a big comeback as well. And now the biggest question here is going to be the two teams. Obviously, is going to be coming in from Money Makers as well as Revenant X SPARK, because these are two teams that have defending champions from last year's BMPS. So this is going to be a very, very interesting switch for them, whether or not will they be able to rise up the challenge and then try and actually break past into the top 16 or maybe even the top 8 as well.
I mean, hopefully, Moneymakers, I have a lot of belief in them. Start to the journey was great, but then second set of 3 matches, not so much. But as we move on to the next page, we have a lot of names. We have GSGxArrancar. This is comparatively... this is a team with a comparative less experience as to the teams that we saw before them, teams in the top 48, in fact. But still, this time, keeping a lot of big names in check. They're doing better than BotArmy Esports. They're doing better than the likes of Rivalry, VST. So I'm happy to see Arrancars in action. But another big name that has had a massive roster change. And even though the players that they acquired aren't too bad, yet they have started to struggle. I'm talking about LIKITHA Esports, who acquired the roster of SOA.
Yeah, that's the thing about LIKITHA Esports, right? That they do have a little bit of roster change. But SOA, they are a team that kind of surprised us during the BGIS run as well. Towards the grand finals, they were pretty much in the bottom of the pack. Only on the final day, they made one of the biggest comeback to make it into 6th position themselves. So they are a team that you have to watch out for, but they're super, super low key. And that's something that I think I've realized about SOA is that when it matters the most, they will always play really, really good, and you just don't know when you exactly pop up as well. So that's something that we may look into it a little bit more. But meanwhile, in the bottom half as well, Team Lowe's pretty much played 9 matches here. We did see a little bit of recovery from them, a little bit of small signs of hope whether or not can they qualify towards round 2 itself. But they pretty much played 9 matches, so that's something that they have to be a little bit more worrisome when it comes towards their final 3 matches. Whereas the rest of the world, well, they have not played 9 matches yet, so that's going to be a little bit of a big problem for them.
I mean, still, I mean, it is going to be a big problem. Not for, I mean, for Team LOLs it might be, but they are in the 20-point marker.
Yeah.
I think one big chicken dinner, 120-pointer should get them into a safer position. I was looking at the leaderboard on the dead last position, and we spoke about this before we had a look at the overall rankings. GenXFM. It is surprising. 6 matches, 5 points. And it does not feel like we are living in the right reality at this point when you look at GenXFM sitting dead last in this leaderboard, right? Because you look at the roster, and there are some amazing players that we've seen in the past. In particular, Madrick would be that one man that I think can pull this team out of this danger zone. But let's see how today is going to turn out. First 3 matches, we're going to have our answers. And of course, we start the journey on Erangel, Miramar, Sanok with Group E, and then we will have Group F playing Sanok, Miramar, Erangel.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very important to see this grind itself. Obviously, the map rotations is not going to be out of the way as well. But Group E and F, they pretty much have a benchmark to actually catch up as well. So that's going to be something that they have to watch out for. What points do they want to be in? But as of now, on screen here, we have Group E. Starting things off, we have TWOB, we have Godsgiven, we have REVENANT X SPARK, GLITCHxREBORN, Team Cosmic, ARRANCAR Esports, BotArmy Esports, shadowblitz Esports, Hirdmen, Dragonclaw Esports, WELT Esports, EMZX TCW Officials, Godsgiven Esports, OMEN, Team Z, and also GENxFM Esports. So this is going to be a do-or-die situation for GenXFM Esports. Is now or never for them. However, will any of these teams will be able to stop them, or is it going to be easy?
I mean, as of now, it seems like anyone can stop GenXFM with how bad things have been, and don't really want to say this, but that's the thing. That's the reality, right? And all of the names that you listed out, from Dragonclaw to WELT to EMG to God's Omen, at least we have seen those signs of life from them. GenXFM right now is averaging less than 1 point per game. So that is going to be a big side of concern. But we have our predictions on our screens. And from Group E, Anki going for Cosmic, Sparrow, of course, going for Revenant X SPARK. You have Maisie going for Tribes Hirdmen. You went for TWOB, went for the easy way out, huh, Icy?
No, I just want to see TWOB finally, you know,
OG?
yeah, be at the top alongside with OG, because TWOB is a team that has one of the, well, personally, in my opinion, has one of the nicest macro rotations, but it always comes down towards the micro details that they always lose out. It was the same coming in from Lobster as well, specifically from Autobots. It's like their macro decision has really, really nice. It's just when it matters the most, the small little details is what sets them apart. Like, we've seen multiple instances with Legit and Goblin. We've seen multiple instances with Godlike Esports as well. Even yesterday as well, when Godlike was playing, they had no business surviving in Erangel itself, but because of one small little pixel, like, yes, they were out in the open, they should be dead, but they have one pixel of a cover. It was good enough to last them to top 5.
I mean, and TWB can pull off similar performances. They are doing quite well, as we talked about it. The only team right now from this group that is inside of the top 16. Opportunity there to take the first spot away from OG. Is that going to happen? Ladies and gentlemen, let's kick today off with this game of Erangel, which is going to be the first opening map of our day, and of course, the opening for Group E as well.
Well, this is going to be the game to watch here for Group E as we head off in towards Erangel. And now on screen, we will see the planes on flight, as flight path seems to be coming in from the west side, traversing in the direction heading towards the southeast corner of the map, on the east side or northeast side of Novo. So it is going to be a southern shift here for all the players to actually traverse. So as of yet, I'm curious to see where are we going to see any kind of drop clashes here. But it seems like TWB, one of the teams, going to be heading towards George Poe. This is their home ground, home turf for the longest of time, undisturbed. Maybe, maybe not. We've seen a lot of teams loving to actually traverse into George Poe just because of the fact that there are a lot of alternate options, right? Like, if you get drop spotted or drop clash onto the southwest corner, there's still North George, there's still South George. There's still a lot of varieties to kind of work with. The only downside is that, well, it's going to be a stalemate where you may or may not be picked off. That's the only downside.
Yeah, that is true, but I mean, again, it is going to be, I would love to see someone getting picked off like that, to be honest. I mean, whenever you're moving down south, those opportunities, you will have other teams waiting for you, just keeping you in check. But hey, early fight inside the game, and this time it is going to be BotArmy Esports actually securing the first pick. Drop clash for those vehicle spawns. And these were bound to happen, I mean, but fortunately the circle, or fortunately maybe, the circle is towards the northwestern quadrant, just slightly, ever so slightly. So not a lot lost even for the other side.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, Lion has got to be counting his lucky stars as well, because he almost lost his life. They were able to take a first pick against shadowblitz, so that's going to be a little bit of a brownie points going into its BotArmy Esports, but still too close to be called comfort there in this scenario. Unfortunately for shadowblitz, they will start this journey with only 3 players because of the split. Meanwhile, BotArmy Esports, they're going to be yanking off a couple of loots in Pochinki, securing those vehicles as they go in for a couple of loots. So they are going to be A-okay, home ground, very, very safe for them. Meanwhile, on screen, we do see a little bit of rotations coming from Tribe Hirdmen, going for a wide spread. This is interesting. Why is it inside, well, outskirts of Milta? Okay, no, I think this is them just getting a little bit greedy that nobody's going to be contesting them here. Normally, especially in this kind of groups when you don't know where people are going to be dropped, I wouldn't gamble the risk of just going for a widespread like that, because things like how shadowblitz just happen. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree with that. You go in the middle of nowhere, even if it is for those vehicles, and without your teammates, especially right at the drop time, you don't find a weapon, you could be done for in a blink. But there's another thing that makes me second guess this. Was that a gamble from Tribe Herdsmen to be that out in the open, to be on the eastern periphery of the city? Was that a gamble, or were they actually planning something? Because Cosmic dropped towards Milta Power, they looted up the small compounds and are just now making a rotation north towards Mansion, or maybe they're just moving towards Talbot Hill. But anyways, maybe Tribe Herdsmen wanted to take that early fight against Team Cosmic. Would have been risky, but if you get those points, you know you're going to move up.
Agreed. But speaking of which here, Revenant X SPARK not going to be contested in Yasnaya for Joanna. They are the team that people tentatively dodged when it comes to Yasnaya, but their BGI's run was just a complete chaos. Considering the amount of drop clashes that has happened onto them, it's just insane.
Yeah.
And when they decide to go for a novel shift, it's just super, super uncomfortable for them. So hopefully things are going to be a little bit better for them. But we do see Team Cosmic going to be dodging Yasnaya as they make their point in towards the zone. Zone seems to be shifting out towards north side as well here. Seems to be a trend that is going to be reoccurring like how yesterday is. We saw it kind of shift onto the northwest side of shooting range. We saw it on shooting range a couple of times. I don't think it's going to shift to Georgia Pole. I don't think it's going to shift to Rozhok, but this divide is kind of confusing though. It might shift down though.
It can. I think it won't be clear. Things won't be clear until stage 2, stage 3 transition. If it's still a central shift by the time we hit stage 3, then I think it is just going to be utter chaos for everyone, especially the IGLs are going to be panicking.
Yeah.
But let's see how things turn out. We just saw a glimpse of Team Z on our screens, and I was worried, by the way. I was watching the map and I was a little worried about Team Z because they went for a 2-2 split. They had 2 players in Query and 2 players all the way down to Primos, overlapping WELT for some reason.
Yeah.
They could have lost those 2 men, but luckily they realized threat spotted out, were able to evade and regroup as a 4-man roster.
Yeah, and TWOB right now, they are the closest towards one of the most strategic spots in this zone, which is going to be the river intersections. Down with the tri-bridges before entering to Georgia Bowl, connecting route towards the north, connecting route towards Rozhok as well. But that spot is so difficult to play because of the fact that if the circle shifts north, you will not have an advantage. You will have the advantage of just rotating it safely because you are going to be nearest the zone. But if you want to take a 50-50 coin flip between north and south, that's not going to be the spot to be in. It is a good spot to punish rotations though. However, TWE, they're taking their own sweet time. They're not going to be taking their spots, but we do see teams already hugging for that spot, and that's going to be Dragonclaw Esports, which is not shown on screen, but it is a little bit of information for you guys that Dragonclaw Esports may be the ones that is going to be punishing a lot of these rotations.
I mean, they will have an opportunity to do so, but I want to talk about God's Rain, man. We saw them on our screens a few moments ago, and again, this is going to be one of those teams that went through a roster change. And not a small one as well, a change that kind of we are seeing in the impact of everywhere basically. Ninja moving out, you had Neo stepping in, and of course a lot of pressure on God's Rain this time considering they failed to qualify for that last official final. So there are a lot of fans that are hoping and praying that maybe Destro can make it work with this team, but ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be interesting to see how things work out for them in the very end.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very possible. But for those guys watching at home here, the Realme GT7 is currently out in market. Be sure to check it out on Amazon and buy right now. And of course, it does have the iSense graphene rear cover to curb overheating issues that most mobile devices actually face. It gives you that stable 120 FPS BGMI gaming for up to 6 hours. Tested by Realme as well as the crafting guys, give you the most ultimate gaming experience in BGMI.
Again, I mean, talk about ultimate things, I guess we are going to have an ultimate fight. Arrancar GSG going up against the players of God's Omen. And this is definitely going to be a very important compound to fight for. It's towards the east of shooting range. You have the control of the top of the hill with concrete cover as well, which is a very rare case in a majority of the terrain design in this game. The only problem is the circle moves down south, then you have to climb down an open space. But God's Omen, they do not want to force this, I guess.
Yeah, they don't really have to as well. Utilities is pretty decent. They do not have the cover as well. Going for the risk section, run to his compound is great and all, but in terms of timings, this is the best time to do so, just because people are still deciding whether or not they want this space or not. But for God's Omen, they have two options. Rush now before somebody goes for a third party, or rotate away and just let this compound away and go. So it is going to be a 50-50 gamble, where, number one, do you need this spot for the circle, or do you not need to put this spot? So that's going to be a decision that a lot of teams do really lack in terms of decision making. But I really like what REVENANT X SPARK has decided as well, because they have opted that this circle is going to shift out north, and this compound is one of the safest spots to be in, and it's one of the most difficult to push, just because it is going to be open areas after open areas. You're not going to be able to pick a lot of people, but if the circle shifts down here, everybody is forced to come to you.
Exactly. I think again, it's a gamble of sorts, but oh no.
Oh, wow.
And it failed, man. They've lost to the house itself. The circle moves up north, shooting range, smack center. You see all of those teams coming in and pouring in to the circle from the southern edge itself. And I think out of nowhere, I see GenXFM, they might just have a good game. All they have to do is move to Severny and take control of the shoreline.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be reaching that first as well, because that's at least a kilometer away. While REVENANT X SPARK immediately makes a mad dash towards the north side as well. We've got Team Cosmic making a mad dash for it as well. This is going to be the exact same circle from what yesterday happened here in the final match of day number 8 itself. So this is going to be very, very tricky here. Teams in the north do have a little bit of advantage towards the shoreline. It's a temporary safety net. But if circle shifts outside of the city itself, or in this case the ocean itself, it is going to be very, very awkward. Shelter is going to be super, super contested towards the shooting range. And TWOB now, from their perspective here, they are rotating in. They're still deciding if they want to play the shorelines, but it seems like they are going to play the western shelter caves here. A little bit outskirts from the shooting range, but super, super risky here. But they are not going to be playing inside, so they are going to be taking advantage of that small little hump of the entrance.
I mean, but we had the map on our screens a few moments ago. Did you see where God's Reign was? They're still on that military island, just having crossed the bridge right now. I don't know how or what this timing is going to be like, but by the time they reach the zone, it's already going to be stage 3, and if they get gate kept, then breaking into the circle is going to be a big challenge.
This is one of the tricky zones where you don't really have a lot of cover to work with. Dogfighting becomes one of the crucial elements in surviving here. So securing those 4-man vehicles and kiting and baiting people is very, very important as well. But gunshots on play. We do see TCW starting to take a couple of jabs from afar to try and punish people, but unfortunately no connection so far. They themselves also get a couple of love taps. Unfortunately, they are going to be forced to rotate away, knowing that they are not in a great position. And that's going to be very, very concerning as well, as a lot of teams doesn't know specifically where's the good spot, because look at this, everybody's just looking for a great spot to hold.
Talking about great spots, seems like WELT might just be able to find themselves one. You see them towards the western edge of the zone. Will be able to take easy control of the shoreline, and at this point, if you're playing that northern edge of the map, you know your back is not going to be compromised. You can only focus fire up front, just to keep all your attention in one direction. But shadowblitz, I mean, that one player loss in the early stage, I think has just completely thrashed their momentum. They're stuck there in Gatka for some reason.
I really like what TWOB is doing as well. They've sent Kanha all the way to this north side of the compound as well, just because of the fact that if they want to hold the shelter vicinity on the south side, they need somebody to check this place, because this is the only weak spot that can completely obliterate their formation here. So it's very, very crucial that Kanha doesn't get knocked from TWOB, because if that does so, he's going to get completely shut down. But guess what? It doesn't matter anymore, because the circle is going to shift away from them. So all those control for absolutely no value. TWOB, they need to get out and push in towards the east side, because REVENANT X SPARK smack middle of it all.
In a position like this, in a zone like this, you definitely do not want to be in the center. Well, shots fired on the players of TWOB. That awkward shift of the zone has forced them to abandon the compound, but well, since their position is compromised, they realize that now moving forward in a straight line is not going to be an option. They're going to walk into a trap, and TWOB might just wipe the floor with them. Still though, risking it and taking a head-on approach to try and enter the zone itself. Quite commendable from WELT OMG, but you better be willing to fight TWOB.
Yeah, they have to as well. TWOB forced to go towards the edge lines, knowing that they are late to zone. Meanwhile, on screen, shadowblitz still outside the zone. This is a very, very interesting run coming from them, considering that they've lost one player. But if they can actually outlast the zone a little bit longer, which I don't think they will, stage 4 is going to be a little bit too tough for them. But
yeah,
if they somehow manage to come in on stage 4 and third party somebody from behind, despite the cluster, it might be the perfect opportunity. But again, very, very tricky to do so. Meanwhile, REVENANT X SPARK, they are going to be playing on their shelters. To a shooting range, Godsgiven pretty much inside the zone, but Spray is all by himself. Oh boy.
He has to be extremely cautious, even if he pulls the pin of the nade and anyone hears it. Oh no, I think GenXFM might have just spotted him out, but I'm going to assume there's a whole team there alongside with him. And in fact, Shadow is there on the other side of the ridge. GenXFM still on the run, shots fired by Spray. A few shots do find contact, and one of the players from the side of GenXFM dropped to half his HP. Still looking for a knock, still looking for an opening. REVENANT X SPARK.
Yeah, they have to actually go for those connections as well. I like the dogfighting coming from Shadow as well. Spray is just suppressing his way through, but those vehicles are doing a lot of work. But as soon as we say this, Spray forced to disengage because Godsgiven from inside the shooting range is starting to lob a couple of nades to try and pressure him, so he's forced to back off. Meanwhile, Genesis, or in this case GenXFM, finds a little bit small ditch, and TCW is going to be going to try and pick them up. They are pretty much stuck in a small ditch, no way out. The pressure continues. Ace is going to try and flush them out. GenXFM, they're losing bodies, and that's going to be Blaster that opens things up for them.
Yeah, again, another unfortunate start for the players of GenXFM. As you said, losing bodies, and after losing bodies, they're going to lose hope surviving in this tournament and making it into round 2. Look at that. Last player also biting the dust, and again, GenXFM, they become the first team to be eliminated in a game.
Oh no, GenXFM, not the way we expected them to go out, but this is not looking good. Meanwhile, the circle shifts way into a shooting range. Everybody is trying to find some sort of space. Oh my goodness, scrambling to find some sort of dogfighting as well. Even Godsgiven, they're seeing so many smokes around them, but they just can't seem to find a stop to actually shoot anyone just because they themselves don't have cover.
And it's in the middle of nowhere as well. Godsgiven towards the southwestern edge of the circle. Dragonclaw quite close, but along with them the problem can also brew up from the eastern side relative to them. But towards the north, WELT and TWOB still going at it. Not a single finish to either side, but as we spoke about it a few moments ago, these two teams, since they know where each other are and both of them were following each other very closely since the stage 3 transition, they will be forced to fight against each other to try and find a safe haven in the zone. But a third party, I believe, from Tribe Herdsmen.
Yeah, TWOB, they were trying to inch into the next phase of the zone. Unfortunately, doesn't really work out as well. But Tribe Hirdmen, they themselves get third party by REVENANT X SPARK, so that's going to be a little bit of an awkward fight as they play from the edge. WELT OMG, in this case, WELT Esports, they finally have no choice but to back out, knowing that TWOB has got them completely locked down on the edge. So the timing is going to be very, very impeccable for them as they try to edge their way in. Tribe Hirdmen continues on with the pressure as TWOB is pretty much stuck on the sides. No way in, no way out. And they are very, very spread out as well.
Yeah, but this spread is the only thing that's protecting them so far. But Sarang from REVENANT X SPARK, you see him on the radar. That is a lot of overcommitment coming in. He's going to be forced to fall back or maybe just to find a stronghold for the rest of his team to rotate to. TWOB in the meantime using the distraction to actually fall back, regroup, reassemble in a different position. They need to get themselves inside the edge of the zone, and they've finally succeeded, but that puts them into the line of fire of Team Cosmic. Shots fired, one man was extremely low, and Bash does manage to secure the knock on Anonymous to kick things off.
Oh no, unfortunate for Anonymous here. Can they go in for the save? Kanha, he's going to try and make an attempt as well. The pickup doesn't connect, and Anonymous still pretty much stranded all of himself. And Kanha is going to lose a huge chunk of his HP on that vehicle. As TWOB forced to regroup, saying, goodbye Anonymous, there's nothing much we can do for you. As TWOB forced to settle down in the small shacks on the outskirts themselves. Meanwhile, REVENANT X SPARK, this widespread, somehow just completely dogfighting everybody from the east side. High ground advantage, Sarang with the sprays.
It's going to be interesting to see how REVENANT X SPARK make it out of here. Because again, they've kicked things off in a brilliant manner, but this third party, this was something they did not expect. God's Rain, one man down. Shadow is looking for the finishes as well. In fact, there's one more team moving in on the same hill. It is going to be GLITCHREBORN from the backlines, the complete roster. Erangcar's looking and in fact desperate for these points, because these are the points that will help them survive, and they need to close in. Finally moving in, they get the finish conversion onto Destro. Justin and Delta still there, still alive, but hiding inside of the smokes. And Phoenix, he just pushes forward. One-man army gets the knock onto Justin. He gets traded out. Delta does manage to secure the frag, but God's Rain, man, this is a nightmare. 1 point on the board, and it seems like that might be the only point they get for this match.
This three-way showdown is just so disgusting, and REVENANT X SPARK, they're just pressuring them in the mental game, but God's great Delta, he finds the pick, but he eventually gets flushed out by GLITCHxREBORN, and Shadow, the entire duration of this fight, he's just circling around this mountain, just pressuring them that, hey guys, there's going to be a third party, hey guys, there's going to be a third party, and the instill of fear from him was good enough to start a fight between these three teams, and they're just panicking all the way through.
I think now maybe REVENANT X SPARK themselves start to panic because they lost a man for absolutely nothing in that conflict, but Erangel, it seems like on fire today. Getting the finishes from the side of GLITCHREBORN as well, and eliminating another team from this game, but now the next enemy is going to be the side of REVENANT X SPARK. A brilliant knock onto Shadow, but instant trade comes through. Timing from Ninja, just perfect. And absolutely critical over there. Otherwise, REVENANT X SPARK would have lost their IGL.
This is such a disgusting call coming from Shadow, right? Like, he was just pressuring his way through. The moment they were so weak, aiming for the pick, just clean enough. So brilliant. But at the same time, Godsgiven, from inside shooting range, they do find last player from side of TZ. They will clean them up. So that's going to be a small little victory coming from them. Meanwhile, the rest of the world slowly finds their way inside the zone. Even for BotArmy Esports, they're pretty much stuck out in the open from the east side. Godsgiven having a phenomenal run this game as they push out of shooting range, and they are practicing their shots right now.
And I have a feeling that right off the bat, maybe Anki Bot might just get his prediction right, because Team Cosmic, oh man, brilliant start to this match, especially with how they were able to keep the players of TWOB at bay, plus moving in from that northern side. They will have a lot of free space to take these fights. TCW, yeah, it seems like they're in the center of the circle, but the pressure at the top of the hill is just about to grow, because all the teams that you see on the edge, every single one of them is going to want to take that position away from them.
You know, it's interesting to see how TCW is at the exact same spot Honeybee was yesterday.
Yeah.
And REVENANT X SPARK is at the exact same spot where Hero Extreme Godlike is. But on screen, Godsgiven. Wow, what a spray from Archit. BotArmy Esports gets completely shut down in a spray down as Archit gets 3 finishes in the bag. Godsgiven Esports making a little bit of a bounce back here with 5 finishes themselves, but sharing the spot here side by side from the north. We have REVENANT X SPARK as well. They will be forced to collide, while TCW is going to completely use them as a stalking horse. However, the difference between REVENANT X SPARK and Godlike from yesterday is that REVENANT X SPARK has those vehicles, and they are still circling around.
But you know what I see? I hate shooting range. I feel it's like the biggest bait spot inside of the game itself. And as you also spoke about it, you need a lot of investment. You need to keep those vehicles safe if you want to have those escape options available. And right now, REVENANT X SPARK is the only team to do so. The problem is that Godsgiven is right behind them, and TWOB and Tribe Hirdmen have solo survivors that are right up front. So while escaping as well, they can be caught in a very unpredictable fight. But TCW, they're trying to play this King of the Hill situation to perfection. They have gotten 7 eliminations for themselves. But what has just happened might have been a mistake, allowing Team Cosmic to close in.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very difficult here. But again, Team Cosmic, they only have 1 shot, and that is going to be finding an opening and go for a 3-man push. But the question here is, as much as they're focusing on TCW, from the backs as well, we've got Tribe Hirdmen, we've got TWOB, we've got REVENANT X SPARK. They may use them as a stalking horse, but Team Like Spray, he tried to make the opening here, but unfortunately gets scouted out by Blaster as he blasts him out to the lobby. As REVENANT X SPARK now down to his last 2 players. Not much options to work with. Even Godsgiven Esports, they're forced to go in for the push as well. Ninja gets clipped up with the nades. Now Shadow goes in for the rush. He's going for the pump, he misses the shot. And Ninja will go down and arch it. Another 2-man takedown. Godsgiven Esports on fire this game.
Yeah, incredible start to their day, and especially when they needed one as well. 7 eliminations as they break into the top 7. But TWOB, we had so much hope from them, but it seems like their journey in this game of Erangel will come to an end as Rapido falls to Godsgiven. And even TCW doing so well for themselves, as we spoke about it. The Kings of the Hill right now are owning this moment, owning this monument. 9 finishes on the board, and Blaster, man, he is just blasting anyone he sees.
I know, right? A big game here for EMZ TCW officials, and now Archit. A little bit of a clutch moment coming from him now, forced to actually push up the mountain, as Team Cosmic also waiting the opportunity to strike. They know for the fact that TCW is going to be strong, but the problem is nobody's looking to third party him. But look at this, Johnny WELT having one of the most awkward start and engagement with TWOB, somehow manages to crawl their way through from the southwest corner with a 2-man army, making it the top 6. WELT not even having a backpack as well, just because of the fact that he needed to snake his way in. Fortunately for him, it is going to be top 6. But unfortunately to say, there's too many people in front of him.
Hey man, I mean, the main rivals for WELT in this game was TWOB, and as long as you outlast your rivals, it's all good, right? But as you mentioned, I think the timing of what happens next needs to be perfect. Otherwise, you will have God's Omen just getting these 2 eliminations very easily without even breaking a sweat.
Yeah, based on the circle as well, God's Omen, they are still waiting for the zone. They don't see anyone, and that's going to be a downside. Meanwhile, well, they make shots happen as well. They do find the members coming from Godsgiven. They trade 1 for 1, but, well, they're not exactly doing too well. And the aim god pretty much goes down as well. WELT, pretty much last man standing, despite having a little bit of small victories. EMZ still holding down the ground here, making sure the teams in the south don't survive this. But Team Cosmic, what? Filter, he somehow survives. Not a single connection, but the zone is about to tick him out as TCW goes in for the show. But he finds another knock. But can he survive though? He actually makes it inside the zone. The nade comes through. Ace, does it connect? Barely on the edge. Filter backs against the wall. He's going to be fine, but the timing from Godsgiven Esports to third party this. TCW, they're losing their lives and only Tiger remain.
Yeah, Filter just filtering the competition, and he might have just ruined the day for TCW, giving the chicken dinner opportunity to Godsgiven. But incredibly done, man. This one last survivor from the side of Team Cosmic making a big play. I think he got like 2 finishes off of that. But I think that also pretty much brings us to who actually will take the win. Godsgiven, or will it be God's Omen? Because God's Omen has the numbers advantage to work with. That's the only team that has all 4 players alive, by the way.
Godsgiven starting to feel like themselves here, because this is a great game for them in terms of timing to third party this. As TCW, in this case, Tiger, last man standing, no choice but to just hunker down.
Also shadowblitz, a huge shout out to them. This was the team that dropped the first player. They were the first ones to lose a player as soon as the game began, if you remember the drop clash. But still making it into the top 5, and of course have 4 eliminations as well. So shadowblitz, I mean, an amazing recovery in this game of Erangel.
Agreed, they've got themselves 4 finishes. And of course, they do know there is a player inside the shack. Unfortunately, say the nade actually accidentally lobbed out towards the mountains here. As Tiger finds the last player of Filter, he gets his revenge. 10 finishes in the bag for the entire team. A lot of points coming through, but for him to clutch things out seems to be very, very difficult now. Dropping weaponry here, knowing he's got no ammunition. Godsgiven, they want to clean house. And the nade comes through. Door closes. Doesn't matter. It does connect him. And that's going to be Archit finding another one. 6 finishes for him. 11 in total for Godsgiven Esports. What a dominating performance coming from Godsgiven.
Yeah, I mean, this was something that I definitely did not expect, was how today was going to start. Godsgiven just dominating this first game of the day, the map of Erangel. And of course, all of these comebacks, man, all of these teams were in a dire situation. I see you talk about Godsgiven. They were struggling, I think, on the second last page of the leaderboard, just barely outside of the danger zone. Same goes for God's Omen as well. TCW, middle pack start to the day as well. But I think this match of Erangel helps all of these teams just have like a decent recovery in the overall leaderboard. Shadowblitz, they were doing okay. I think that clash against BotArmy Esports at the start of the day, Shadowblitz is going to make BotArmy Esports pay on the overall leaderboard. They're going to surpass them after this game.
It might be as well. They're all fighting for survival here. 3 of this team, they need points. And as of yet, Shadowblitz, 2 players alive. Godsgiven having 3. Actually, all 3. It's going to be a 4 versus 3 versus 3 situation.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit awkward here. But God's Omen, definitely going to be waiting for the right moment to strike. But Adonis with this ghillie suit might be able to get a little bit of element of surprise here. He sees the members coming in from God's Omen, but he's just waiting for one gunshot. And while that gunshot happens, he is going to try and pick them apart. So that's going to be a little bit of distraction here. But it is going to be a game of prones. No nade so far for him. Not going to be lobbing it. Archid also hearing all these rotations. They know exactly what to do. And Godsgiven, they've got them completely locked down on the sides as well.
And they're going to try and clean up along the northern edges. And Archid being sent down towards the southern edge as you see him on the map. It's just there to create pressure and off angle, and there he goes, kicking things off. Goku drop extreme low now. Blazy and Reflex will be the cleanup crew on the side, but shadowblitz, their opportunity to secure these finishes before they get taken out. Adonis, he kicks things off. Phoenix falls. Adonis and Liger still left in the fight. Blazy spotted out. He knows where Reflex is as well. Liger sees the 1v2. In front of him, he knows he takes down one. The other man is going to find the trade, so he's waiting for the perfect timing. Now both the players lined up, but he does not have a single nade. One nade, and he would have got both these two finishes. Finally goes for the spray, gets the opening knock, but Blazy still present. Liger, where are you looking?
What?
And he still gets it. What a flick! I thought they messed it up. I thought shadowblitz absolutely threw the game, but no. That flick in the end was just mad insane.
Insane reactions coming from shadowblitz here. What a comeback. They were the first to lose a player with 3 men surviving till the end, taking the chicken dinner with 8 finishes in the bag. One of the most difficult circle in this game. Group E, shadowblitz makes a recovery of a lifetime.
I mean, what a match, man. I mean, towards the end, between the top 3, I think that final fight, I don't even know where did Godsgiven go?
As the saying goes as well, who will be the last one standing? In this case, they were the first to get taken down, but now, who's laughing now? Shadowblitz taking the chicken dinner. Who would have thought that was possible?
I definitely did not. I thought they were done for as soon as that first fight began, just south of Pachinki. But kudos to shadowblitz, man. Now, that is what you call a performance, but that player that got taken out first, Luffy, he feels bad right now. I can see it.
I agree. But at the same time, so Archid, he was a very, very, very disgusting mastermind. I'm not going to lie as well, because he was the one that started the entire fiasco. He took the first shot, and as soon as the first shot landed, that is where shadowblitz says, you know what, we're going to take our shots as well. And that's where the surprise element on jumping onto God's Woman was just a complete chaotic fight for them.
And it was so much chaos because Phoenix from shadowblitz was the first man to fall. And there was a different team between Godsgiven and the side of shadowblitz. I think both of them just collapsed on them. And then Liger, holding that off angle, just waited and waited and waited and waited. And his teammate is still knocked out, by the way. There's just 2 of them. It's just Adonis and him against 3 players of Godsgiven. I think as soon as they got the knock on Archit, Liger took his shots. And then they were like, all right, we have a man advantage. He was trying to regroup. But Blazy could have at any given time, if that first shot headshot connection was found, just made it into a 1v1, and then it was a 50-50 between him and Adonis.
I would say it was a very, very difficult game here between all these 3 teams, because for them to actually survive to this is just very, very impressive. Kudos to shadowblitz as well, because that was not an easy thing to do, because 3-man army, and on top of it all, remember on how the rotation is. Number 1, they were one of the last to survive.
Exactly.
Number 2, they were the last to actually arrive to the zone because of how congested the zone is. And I told you as well, when Circle 3 happened, if they are able to somewhat tank outside the zone a little bit more, where people start thinning the herd, when they make an entry point, that is going to be the perfect timing as well. So I don't know if it's luck or not, but based on topography and also the terrain itself, if you understand that this is how the terrain works, and if there's a lot of people alive, sometimes taking a risk outside the zone will give you that advantage, but the timing needs to be impeccable.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of luck involved in this as well, because that shift of the zone down south after it just moved away from shooting range and moved away from Severny was what got lucky for them. Because as you said, I mean, we see stage 3 and we see shadowblitz in the blue. I had completely given up because it is so difficult to try and breach the edge of the zone after that. But again, another starting off with a dagger finish, and I can't tell you how much I love those.
Agreed. But at the same time as well, this was only possible because it's this specific circle. Because again, there's not a lot of space. Everybody was scrambling for dogfights as well. We see TWOB scrambling with scrapping with WELT. We see them scrapping with REVENANT X SPARK. We see them scrapping with Hirdmen as well. It was just utter chaos as well. And this fight, major fight on the east side, was all kudos thanks to a Shadow as well. They put 3 teams on the edge, and he just kept on driving and driving and driving. Obviously, people would think like, hey, why aren't you joining the fight? But because of him making that unnecessary noise, it kind of distracted some of the players to feel like, do I focus on him or do we focus on the team in front of him? And because of this small little confusion, you will make people panic. And making people panic will make people make mistakes.
Exactly. It's all about making the least amount of mistakes. But, you know, that's such an evil thing to do, man. It's so annoying because even if you're holding the lead, you just go, maybe now, oh, not, oh, maybe now, second time, but yeah, that is just REVENANT X SPARK and Shadow, and this was one of the final moments. Filter from Team Cosmic, we forgot about him, had a big moment for himself, ruined the day for TCW.
And at the same time as well, Archid was just popping off from the east side as well. I think this is very, very nice of them. I think one of the biggest masterminds here was TCW. They held the ground the best as possible. They made life miserable for everybody. But the only reason why they kind of made a little mistake was because Archid was the one that actually opened things up for them. And the moment that happened, everything just completely flopped for them and just gave the necessary space for anyone from the sides to actually push for the zone. So I would say this is a very, very nice recovery coming from shadowblitz. But I don't know, man. There's a lot of mind games coming in.
Man, Godsgiven goes back, watches their ward. They're going to feel much worse. Adonis was like at a pixel of HP. And that last 1v1 is where it came down to. But shadowblitz, I mean, impressive performance. This is what it's all about. Extreme try hard to win the chicken dinner and take the win away from someone else. They have a decent number of eliminations as well. 8 eliminations, we spoke about it. 18 points in total. But then again, I think it would have been better if they had all 4 players, because that finish counter would have been a little bit higher. We would have seen like 20-25 points on shadowblitz, because by the time it came down to them being in a position to secure the win, the only reason they held back was because they did not have the numbers to work with. It was just 3 players.
For all things considered as well, Luffy, you know, if you guys have watched One Piece as well, you know what? If I've got friends who can got my back here, I don't need to play the game. This game, 3-man army getting chicken dinner here, and so far, the only other team that has actually done it so far here at BMPS is actually in the same lobby, known as REVENANT X SPARK. So very, very impressive. Very, very nice recovery coming from shadowblitz.
Yeah, so, I mean, if we go chronologically, REVENANT X SPARK, if they're there in the lobby, someone will get a 3-man chicken, huh?
Maybe, just maybe. But all things considered here, as I really like the mentality of never give up, never back down mentality here. Shadowblitz, technically, a lot of people would have given up, but the way they played it safe, you know, understood that we had no choice but to play out the zone as well. I don't know if it was intended, but it really paid off really, really well because of the topography.
That is true, but we'll have to see, can they be consistent in the upcoming 2 matches, because that is what is going to be important. This game, safety has been obtained. Now I think if they get like 4 or 5 points in the remaining matches, at max as well, like if that's the best they do in the upcoming matches, they should be good to go for at least round 2. But with this chicken dinner, one thing has happened. All of a sudden, shadowblitz will find themselves where they're going to be thinking, what if we actually play like this, break into the top 8 or the top 16, and we qualify for round 3 and skip round 2 entirely, because now they are in a position to do so.
Well, shadowblitz is having one of the major comebacks here for today. I'm curious to see how much points from this itself they are going to be bouncing in towards the overall standings.
I would say the major comeback has to be Godsgiven and God's Omen.
Yep.
Because both these teams were like way far off. Shadowblitz was still in like the middle pack.
Okay.
Yeah, Godsgiven, God's Omen were in a position where they start losing matches and all of a sudden we might just say bye-bye to them. A performance like this, because both of them got decent number of eliminations and both of them were in the top 3 of this match, actually I think might have just gotten them into a safer position. Now, if they can secure 1 chicken dinner at least, that is just round 2 already.
Even for TCW as well, it's going to be
important
a little bit of a recovery as well, considering that they have a very, very big game. But the MVP for this match is going to be none other than Archid himself, a 3-man single shutdown by himself, and also a 2-man shutdown from him onto his REVENANT X SPARK, which is phenomenal. phenomenal of a performance coming from Archit, because this was something that no one expected them here as well.
Yeah, and it wasn't just the firepower, it was the positioning as well, as we spoke about it towards the end, where Godsgiven was trying to just sandwich the teams that were trying to get into the circle. They wanted them to get into the circle, and they were like, all right, it's an open field, it's an open hill slope, so we're going to shoot at you from both different direction and try and confuse you as much as possible. And Archit, as you mentioned, the mastermind of it all. But let's have a look at the top 5 players of this particular match as well and see how many of Archit's teammates are going to be joining the list.
Yep, this is going to be very interesting as well here. These are going to be the top 5 players. We, of course, have to mention about Blaster as well from TCW. He was one of the main instigators and downfall for all the teams coming in from the east side of the zone itself. Of course, Reflex is going to be joining them, Adonis from shadowblitz, and also Rapido from TWOB. Last man, the last survivor coming from TWOB in the Northern engagement.
Yeah. And again, I mean, Reflex, Adonis, as you mentioned, Rapido from TWOB. TWOB could have done so much better. I think it was just the fact that as Shadow was messing with the heads of God's Reign, GLITCHREBORN, Arrancar on that hill fight, TWOB, they got messed by Sarang. For no reason at all, TWOB was having their own little thing with Welt, and Sarang, for absolutely no reason, showed up to the northern edge, took a few shots, just drew their attention away, and just went back.
I think now that you mention it as well, based on the map rotation coming from REVENANT X SPARK, they were one of the persons that tried to just mess everybody's game. They was just like, you know, take a couple shots all by himself. Interesting enough that 4 of the players from REVENANT X SPARK, they go in for a widespread, started shooting at people randomly, forcing people to kind of panic and take pit stops. And because of that, there was just a huge cluster outside. And because of that, it slowly kind of formed a wave of domino effect. And it's kind of like the cause of effect kind of theory, right? Where because of all these small little things, just resulted in everybody just colliding on the outskirts and then allowing TCW to say like, everybody's stuck outside. You know what? Let's pick this one, pick this one, pick this one, pick this one. Just because they're all getting distracted.
I mean, they're just being annoying to everyone. That's the thing. They're just being a menace to everyone else inside of the lobby. But, I mean, do we enjoy it? Yes. Is this going to get you a chicken dinner? Maybe not.
Very, very difficult, unfortunately, to say here. But well done towards shadowblitz as well, because how did they got the chicken dinner? When did they got the chicken dinner? Just now. I would say it was nearly impossible to actually get as well here, because that was very, very impressive here. Was it luck? Was it skill? Only time will tell. But as of yet, they are in the running to actually make a bounce back. And that's going to be a recovery that I think we have to talk about today, because today it all comes down to a day of comebacks.
I mean, see, we are all talking about all of the good stuff, right? And we are almost done talking about the good stuff. Let's talk about the bad stuff, man. What is going on with GenXFM? Again, the first team, the first quad wipe of the game was GenXFM. What is going on? I mean, even in that fight, it started off on a decent note, but then it just felt like there is absolutely zero communication between the players.
Yeah, it's just very, very awkward as well, considering that GenXFM, mathematically, they can still qualify to the next round, but they need big games. They really, really need big games.
But they have few more matches left. Hopefully they can convert one of the 2 games left, but all that is going to happen after this break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है तू। रोंडो? रन। Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो?
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है?
क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीसर बना दे रहे हो. अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ. भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस.
अबे छोड़ो.
Hello everyone and welcome to the realme BMPS 2025 and my name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Necro as we take you through the English commentary and as Scout say as well. Do you want watermelon juice?
Not really. I'm fine.
If you know, you know. Anyways, welcome back to the stream as well here. This is going to be Group E itself, day number 9. And of course, it is going to be interesting as well because shadowblitz making a little bit of bounce back here. Clutching one of the most impossible chicken dinners as the game itself. But consistency is going to be the key here because this next upcoming map is going to be in the map of Miramar. So, Necro, oh boy, Miramar, what is this going to be happening here for today?
Generally speaking now, maybe Godsgiven can do much better compared to what they did in the previous map because for Godsgiven, getting taken out with just 2 points, it's honestly speaking unacceptable, and since they're not doing too hot either in the overall standings, for a team like Godsgiven, you expect them to be at least in the top 16, right? And currently they're outside of it. First game done, they've only got 2 points out of it. Now this game has to be a massive one. But something that's incredibly massive is also the Realme GT7 itself, already launched on Amazon, so move on towards the Amazon and search for the Realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win the prize up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, this device is already out, as I mentioned, so move on and check it out and buy it as well.
Exactly. Buy it now. Search it up on Amazon. Because why? It will give you one of the best gaming experience in BGMI, and that is 120 FPS of stable FPS in BGMI for up to 6 hours. So why not get one right now? Let me tell you, now. Just do it.
Yeah, not just that, tested by the Realme and the crafting guys themselves. So what do you want, man? It's definitely trusted, and generally speaking, even I've got my hands on this device, and I'm loving my experience on BGMI so far. As you mentioned, stable 120 FPS. Stop showing it. Stop flexing it because I don't have it with me right now. But you know what? You guys should definitely get your hands onto it. But back towards the main conversation, though, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the serious business now. Team Z, at this point in time, sitting currently inside of the bottom 16, and generally speaking, if they keep on playing the same way, they will be eliminated.
Well, this is going to be... Okay, again, you know, mathematically, they're not all out yet, right? So, again, based on their average performance base, if they do get, like, this amount of points every single game, they are going to be eliminated here. So, I would say one amazing game, 1.5 amazing games will pretty much... puts you in an okay spot to qualify towards round 2. So I think that is going to be something that they are going to be looking forward to as well. So again, only time will tell. And right now, we're going to be jumping straight into the game of Miramar to actually see how things go out because this is going to be very, very important here, especially for the teams at the bottom. As the teams on the top, TWOB, well, can they actually make a pounce in towards the top 8? Only time will tell because as we get, we're going to be jumping in towards the map of Miramar, and the flight has shown himself, the plane on departure, as we are going to be starting things off from the west side of El Pozo.
And ending all the way towards El Azhar. So once again, the plane flight path tilted a little bit to the northern side. If the teams want to move in towards La Cabrera, Torre Muda, Campo Militar, it's not going to be a tough stretch. But if you want to move down south, though, towards Los Leones, Puerto Paraiso, even Impala, now that might just be a bit of a tough stretch. Few teams dropping around that El Pozo city. We've also got DC moving there. Even GenXFM actually moving down south. And yeah, speaking of GenXFM, another interesting prospect, which is currently sitting all the way at the bottom in the overall standings.
Hey, man, all things considered, if GenXFM doesn't do something anytime soon, they are going to be out of BMPS. That it means it's going to be 3 to 4 months out of the circuit.
Yeah, I mean, they've only got 5 more games to prove themselves. And if they don't prove themselves in the upcoming 5 games, they're done for.
Yeah, agreed. But at the same time here, are we going to be seeing a little bit of drop clash on towards REVENANT X SPARK? Obviously, it's going to be something that a lot of people are going to be checking out as well. San Martin, a very, very hot spot for them. We haven't seen them shift for quite some time here, especially here in BMPS. I know BGIS, they were just hot dropped after hot dropped, non-stop here by Team Phoenix specifically.
I mean, at this point in time for any sort of hot drops to happen, teams will generally just need to be just blindfolded. Everyone just seems so calculated. But speaking about calculated, GODSGiven against the players of shadowblitz. In a bit of a scuffle off the rip. GODSGiven trapped in the upper floor as the players of shadowblitz. They've got the man advantage in this current scenario. So, of course, if they want, they can straight up just barrel stuff the opponents down. Barrel in the hands of GoGyro. I'm not exactly sure how things are going to be dealt by the players of GODSGiven, but at this point in time, something desperately needs to be done. Spawning out the man in the front, shadowblitz. Not looking too good. The man's just got his hands on the pan, by the way. So he cannot even try and go for a proper battle.
Hey, man, just one good pan in the head is all he needs. But Stone going for the nades here. But seems like GODSGiven themselves, they don't have guns themselves. Whoa, it is going to be a mixture of guns and melee. Guns and fists, to be honest.
Yeah.
But all things considered, GyroGod still looking for this opener. And of course, shadowblitz still waiting for them to peek out as well because they don't have a lot of weaponry as well. The shotties is going to be a huge factor. But seems like we do see a little bit of saving grace here as Luffy tries to save things with the vehicle, but he's rid himself. He's going to be bringing in some weapons as well.
Oh, here we go.
Can be saved for Godsgiven.
Yeah, exactly. GODSGiven back there with the cavalry. Remaining two players, even they started chiming inside of the action. Gyro gets taken down real low. Instantly backs away towards safety, but shadowblitz, they've already pushed up way too deep. But eventually, the man is able to find the first knock. The remaining players as well, they are inside of the vicinity. GODSGiven, they might just have the major advantage inside of the fight now. It's a 3v3 at the end of the day, and still anything cannot be said. Situation's not too stable. Luffy making a major mistake, but the nade does a lot of damage and also finds a confirmed knock. So Luffy, the man's done his job, and now slowly and steadily, the players of shadowblitz, they move up and eliminate the players of GODSGiven.
What did I just watch? Luffy's mad dash of a gamble of a nade, knocking two players, running all the way up, somehow survives, and then allowing Phoenix to push through and then take out the last player. I don't know if it's luck, I don't know if it's skill, but shadowblitz taking a 4-piece, a rematch from the previous round inside in the final zone, but for them to come up on top with 3 players again in this zone.
So here's the thing, it's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of luck and a little bit of skill as well. And speaking of skill, it's GODSGiven. The players had a little bit of a skill issue because that's why they got instantly eliminated in that instance, because the man had Uzi in his hands. He went for the shots, but he pretty much whiffed the majority of them, and that's why the man was barely surviving on a sliver of HP.
Oh, so unfortunate as well. Oh my goodness, you hate to see moments like this, but great win here coming from shadowblitz. But GODSGiven, they will have to take a seat out here for the next game. Meanwhile, Godsgiven Esports, well, they were one of the contenders for the top 3 in the previous round.
Yeah.
I don't think they realized that this exactly happened. They're just chilling a little bit here. But that was a completely unexpected fight. That, truthfully, I thought GODSGiven might have won that just because they had a little bit of drop shot. They took out one of the players. And then it was just a complete flip of a switch.
Yeah.
And then, for some reason, shadowblitz Luffy's nades was able to find 2 guys. That was just insane.
Yeah, that was definitely quite clutch.
That feels like a mad dash of a kamikaze strat. Blindly throws a random leg, somehow connects on 2 guys. That was just, wow.
I mean, look, it was one of the most unorganized fights, unorthodox as well, but it still somehow worked out in the favor of shadowblitz because GODSGiven choked. Straight up. Luffy should never have been allowed to actually move down the stairs and toss that nade in the first place.
He was shot at the back while holding the nade animation.
That's what I'm saying. It was skill issue from GODSGiven because they whiffed too many shots when the man was making it down from the staircase.
Hey man, have you ever shot somebody holding a grenade walking down before?
Yes.
The animation is difficult. It looks
different.
I
understand it's extremely scary, right? What if it blows up on your face?
We're so used to seeing people running downstairs, juking left and right, strafing just one direction or kiting the way through. Who would have thought just some guy holding a nade walking down straight line and not going for strafing?
I see. It feels like you've got a lot of experience with that.
Yeah.
Seems like you whiffed a lot of shots. People holding nades.
See, I'm so used to people, juking left and right. Sometimes they go for a jiggle peek here and there. And then when they stop doing stuff like that, I will just miss my crosshair because I'm expecting them to jiggle peek. So maybe that's one of the reasons.
Yeah, sometimes even the easiest shots are quite the hardest, huh?
Well, yeah. Truth be told, sometimes we just overthink our thought process. But never mind. Moving on to the conversation here, BotArmy Esports also looking for a little bit of recovery here. We know for a fact that they have been struggling a little bit. And even previous game as well, they were the ones that actually got shut down by Godsgiven Esports specifically. Archit just completely taking them all out. And that was not a great start for Erangel for them.
Yeah, of course. I mean, BotArmy Esports, at the end of the day, it's quite a solid team. And generally speaking, for BotArmy Esports, they should be dominating this lobby. But since it's quite the newer players on the block, makes a lot of sense as well. It's still that team synergy is sort of missing. Well, to the front, players making that cross. TC spotting him out, but no shots connected. In the end, there was a bit of that dink on the skull, but that's it. And Team Z losing on the opportunity of actually getting a free knock right there.
Yeah, Johnny almost getting taken out as well from inside of WELT. That's a little bit of unfortunate news for them, but they will be able to safely make it inside the zone. Unfortunately, it's going to be taking a little bit of a long detour just because of the fact that they have to dodge their way through. On screen, we do see REVENANT X SPARK be making their mark in here, as they will be clashing against TWOB. Seems to be a little bit of a revenge here, or not really a revenge, a little bit of small remembrance from Erangel. Shots been made, TWOB gonna back off and respect this. REVENANT X SPARK gonna be looking to try and take mid control.
Yeah, they have to respect it at the end of the day. He's Sarang. And now it's REVENANT X SPARK. They found themselves in the smack center too. I'm pretty sure they would not want to give this position away. And speaking of giving position away, TWB actually moves back, which is interesting. As you mentioned, respecting the players, falling back instantly, reuniting with each other.
Yeah, of course, you know, this is a very, very interesting one here, considering the fact that TWB is nowhere to be found. REVENANT X SPARK is just taking a little bit of chill pill. But speaking of long durations gaming, guess what? Realme GT7 is currently out in the market now. You can buy it now on Amazon. Just search it up. Realme GT7 currently out of market. Gives you the most stable 120 FPS, first of its industry, for up to 6 hours of non-stop BGMI action.
The circle moving up north. shadowblitz finding themselves in the best possible spot. The curveball actually working pretty well. But there is REVENANT X SPARK. So you need to respect them no matter what, because they're, of course, going to be controlling their territory. So breaching inside of that is going to be extremely tough.
Yeah, and right now they're center and control as well. So this is going to be them, you know, trying to make a little bit of bounce back here. Can they actually push into the top 16? They did pretty okay in the previous run here. Not exactly the greatest in terms of points compared to Godsgiven or what, but considering how difficult the circle was, it is something that they did really, really well. However, now, this time, having center control on towards the outskirts of Graveyard, this is going to be a very, very interesting circle, because there are a lot of places that are very strategic when certain zones come to be true. So, on the northwest side, we have Team Cosmic and the circle shifts off knob. They have one of the most strategic spots to be in, but if it goes towards Graveyard, REVENANT X SPARK will have a fantastic time just punishing people who tries to rotate around them. So, all they need to do is just be an anchor.
Hirdmen actually taking a rotation away from EMZ TCW. EMZ TCW doing pretty good as well inside of the circle in the off-centric spot, but it's fine. Since it's just the stage 2, anything is tough to be dictated. So EMZ TCW is looking pretty good and dandy, at least at this moment.
Well, EMC, they definitely did their homework from yesterday as well, because Honeybee took that spot. It was one of the greatest spots to actually just shut down everyone as well. So I think that's something that I think they've done a little bit of homework, which is really, really good.
And hey, something that's extremely good is also going to be this Neo Kia Saros. I recommend you guys to move on and check it out as well, because that bold and modern design is something that attracts all the eyes upon itself. And of course, the streamlined door handles too, Kia signature digital tiger face, star map LED DRL, star map LED tail lamps. What else do you want? It looks like an absolute beast.
Well, speaking of beasts here, Empire. Now, could be taking a little bit of a sidestep here from La Umbrella. We have a Blaster, one of the stars coming in from the previous game as well. One of the top fraggers for the team. They were able to get themselves like 11 points in the bag. In this case, 11 finish points in total, with a decent amount of placement points, at least into the top 4. So it gives them a lot of points into his next fight. But the biggest question here is going to be GenXFM Esports. Will they be able to make the pounds back? They are in the bottom, off the bottom.
Look at REVENANT X SPARK eyeing them out in the opposite side. GenXFM might just end up making a lot of mistakes. Spray got from the front, constantly taking those shots as well. GenXFM does not exactly know what's going on around them, at least 4 now. There's a team in the back, there's a team in the front too. REVENANT X SPARK controlling the majority of that terrain. Sarang as well split out from the team a bit more, including Spray God. And then you've got Ninja and Shadow playing in tandem. So for REVENANT X SPARK, one thing is for sure, they've got a solid stance. And they just want to back up with that.
Yeah, that spread there just gives them so much map control. But the problem here is it's great for poking them and pushing them to the edge. And that play, look at this, forced a lot of teams to actually hesitate themselves. Even for GenXFM, they're just hesitant to actually push through. And because of this, there is going to be a huge cluster forming towards the southwest corner. But Johnny, UMP, long-range sprays, he doesn't have ammunition. His helmet's pretty much damaged as well. And Godsrain going to be stuck in a very, very awkward position. But it looks like they are going to try and make a push for this here for WELT OMG.
And luckily enough for Godsrain, the fallen man's back up on his feet. So it's definitely going to go for that patch-up. Justin looking okay for now. Until stops in the front, but that's not going to find the exact factor they were looking for. And Godsrain once again starting to hammer down the players of WELT. As one man gets knocked out instantly. WELT slowly and steadily losing the grip inside of the fight as well. Do they really want to back away? Or just commit to this? In my opinion, just back away from this fight and play the rest of the game as safe as possible. And that's what they're exactly going to do.
Yeah, nothing much they can do about it as well. Considering that ammunition was an all-time low for WELT, and they took almost forever to enter the zone, especially coming from Campo Militar. But on screen, we do see Team Cosmic. They are going to be blasted as well. Oh no, what a way to go down as well. The sticky bomb will be the final nail to the coffin for Filter. Dragon Claw Esports gets that easy takedown.
Love to see it. Even Dragon Claw now rising up to the occasion. 3 elimination points converted so far. Unfortunately, Tapcot's not in the game anymore. But it's fine. Still a 3-man squad can at least aim for a chicken dinner. And Dragon Claw, they've also got a decent bit of stance to play with. And luckily enough, if the zone does shift towards Spiccato, then Dragon Claw, for them, it will be Gold Mine Unleashed.
Well, speaking of Gold Mine here, SKOP, in this case Scope, going to be stalking onto TWOB from the horizon. Don't think they are going to be seeing them. That they did hear movements and gunshots from that direction. So that's going to be something that they have to worry about here. But in case you missed out on action here, let's take a little bit of replay of what happened as well. Team Cosmic immediately tries to go in for the rush with Dragon Claw. Goes in for it. Oh, wow.
God.
What the heck did I just watch? That was a complete shutdown by Dragon Claw.
And it was quite impressive as well from Tapcot, right? Being able to deal with 3 players of Team Cosmic like that. Impressive stuff. It's quite unfortunate that the man was not able to survive since the entire team just collapsed onto him. But as we look at what's going on the screen, Dragon Claw making a few rookie mistakes. The man getting caught out in the open. TWOB constantly punishing the players too. Khalid, those shots really making him rain. Since there is a smoke in the front, it's really tough to spot anyone. But as I mentioned, if the zone does shift towards Picado, then Dragon Claw can actually have a great spot. And that's what exactly happens. But once again, in the center is REVENANT X SPARK.
Yeah, they've got a lot of strong control here on top of the mountain terrain. Not exactly the greatest for holding the teams on the southeast corner, but it's great for holding for teams in the southwest and the north direction as well. So REVENANT X SPARK, they've got a very nice widespread with Ninja on the north, Spray on the left, and Sarang on the left as well. Only downside is, if anyone gets taken out, it's going to be very, very difficult to save them as well. Says Spray, going to be regrouping with the rest of members to try and control north control, leaving Sarang behind hell, or in this case, cause delays for the teams on the southwest corner.
Speak of the delay, even Arcanite going for that late game rotation. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to be panning out all the way on the southern side. Looking to rotate a bit late. The same thing can be said even for the players of Godsrain too. And for Godsrain, it's been their main problem that they always like to play from the edges, and because of that, they have been getting countered. But recently, we have seen a bit up from the side of Godsrain when it comes to the aggression. But now, what is going to be the game plan? How can Godsrain breach inside of the circle in a better spot? I'm pretty sure that's what Destro is wondering.
Yeah, that is going to be something that they have to do it as well. Godsrain, this is a roster that we know that has the experience, has the firepower, and the aggression to take fights. But it seems like their performance from BGIS, ever since they could not qualify their way through, hasn't been aggressive yet. So that's going to be a little bit of a concern issue. But all things considered in screen, WELT, they are going to be stranded out in the open. Pretty much no way in as well. They've tried their best, But coming in from Campo Militar is going to be very, very far off. And now Revenant X SPARK will be the ones trying to take a couple jabs in. Ninja, level 3 helmet, shrugs off the bullets as if it was nothing.
Yeah, but now it's tapping away. Does know there's a man behind that bridge. Does not want to let him go as well off his sights. That's why he's constantly taking those pot shots. It's not doing anything yet, though. Nothing critical happening inside of the game in general. Quite a slow and progressive game so far. As usual, that's how Miramar works.
Can't really blame them as well, because Revenant X SPARK is just dictating the fight from this mountain terrain. They are playing on the edges as well. Southeast corner doesn't give them control for Revenant X SPARK, but it does give opening for people to rotate in.
Oh my god. Oh, the man was out in the open. I'm not exactly sure why the shots were not taken. Maybe just it. He was just waiting for a better opportunity. But while waiting for a better one, he just lost the one that was right in front of him. And now is also looking to find a few more, but even that's getting extremely tough. Spots out the man, the shot to the skull, and that will get the knock. Kudalis knocked out for now. Godsgiven as well, even they want to push up on the charge, even punish the players of Tribe Hirdmen. But even Godsreen is now starting to close on up a bit more. So Godsgiven, Tribe Hirdmen in a big world of trouble.
It is indeed a lot of trouble for them. Godsreen gets the opening, finds a little bit of a window to actually push through as well. Delta looking to edge inside the zone. Tribe Hirdmen pretty much delayed here as Godsgiven Esports going to continue with their stalemate with Tribe Hirdmen, allowing an opportunity for Godsreen to actually rotate past them, so they will be the ones that get trapped as well as the zone actually shifts in towards their vicinity. Godsgiven Esports, they've got a prime position from this direction, and Godsrain still waiting for them to make a little bit of hiccup here as well. But here comes the buggy, comes through, and here comes the spray, but he runs over them one as well. It's all up to one player, Neo. He also gets scouted out, and Godsgiven cleans out 2 players just like that.
What's happening with Godsrain, and why is there such a massive disconnect between the players? 2 players all the way inside of the circle, while the 2 all the way in the back. Outside in the blue. I'm not even sure what the game plan is for the players of Godsreen, but it's clearly not working out. First game down the drain. The second one as well, pretty much on the same tracks. And Tribe Hirdmen somehow getting that proper reset. So even they're going to be back inside of the game. All the 4 players standing on their feet. Tribe Hirdmen, once they were looking so bad, but now look at them. They look pretty strong. So Tribe Hirdmen as well, they can easily convert a fight against the players of Godsgiven Esports because they've got the man advantage. And Godsgiven too, at this point in time, we're trying to re-rotate and try and reposition themselves, but Godsreen, what was this pounce from the man? Straight up pushing up, finding those 2 crucial knockouts, Godsreen. But even they've got only 2 players standing. They should not mess with the players of Tribe Hirdmen, but Tribe Hirdmen, 2 well-placed nades can eliminate the entirety of Godsreen.
That is insane timings coming from Tribe Hirdmen. Godsreen, they thought they were able to get a little bit of a revenge story. They ticked them down, but it was Tribe Hirdmen, the ones that were on the backs against the wall, finds the opportunity to strike back. And they come on top, and now EMZ TCW in an engagement with GLITCHxREBORN. As they go in for the collide as well, Tiger finds Avi, finds Skip, Empire, they go in for the fight, and now the flush comes through. Absolute pandemonium inside this house.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
EMZ, TCW, still somehow embracing themselves, still somehow doing a lot of damage to the foes, at least for now! And that last connection as well comes through Ace as he puts that nail in the coffin. GLITCHxREBORN gets sent back to the lobby.
Great defense coming from EMZ x TCW officials. They started with 4, now they have to continue with 2. 12 teams left alive, 35 remain, but TCW, consistency is key. And guess what? It is the only compound inside this zone. Unfortunately to say, it does not have high ground advantage though.
Yeah, not yet. But still, at least TCW, they've got a decent spot to play with. Now they just need to cross their fingers and hope that the circle's going to be shifting right on top of them. Slowly and steadily. shadowblitz opening the fray up against the players of REVENANT X SPARK as Spray got pushed up a little bit too deep. And now even Tribe Hirdmen is in a big world of trouble. Even they're catching a few shots upon themselves, and those stray shots might hurt. REVENANT X SPARK, they've got so much on their plate. They can see so many teams on the radar. And who do they really want to prioritize? That's the main question. Shadow spotting out a man in the open. But no, he was a little too close to that ridge.
Indeed, REVENANT X SPARK now forced to hold down the fort. Ammunition is an all-time low for Shadow. Ninja still has a lot, but they do have at least 3 to 4 teams pretty much on the edge in their vicinity. So it all comes down to who makes the first big mistake. But as the zone comes through, all these teams on the northeast side and the north, they have to push through Revenant X SPARK. This northern ridge is all on the card, locked down by Revenant X SPARK. What a way, what a game.
Yeah, all of that is fine, but now GenXFM, a few problems brewing up for themselves. It's Arrancar Esports making that bounce. The prowl from Arrancar Esports wasn't strong enough, so they instantly back away after tossing a few nades. So GenXFM will be alive. They should be able to get the reset on the fallen man, get the man back up on his feet, and then GenXFM can try and prioritize a better stance inside of the circle. It is a miracle to spot GenXFM still in this game this late.
Well, all things considered, they do need one big game to stand a chance to maybe, just maybe, risk not being eliminated.
Oh no. It's not looking good. Dragonclaw starting to make waves against the players of GenXFM, but instead it's GenXFM who do find the first opener. Dragonclaw still two players in the front line, and GenXFM is now on the prowl. They're not going to let them go just like that. This hunt from GenXFM, it needs to find the maximum value. 100 FM, hearing all the commotion, all the footsteps in front. Does he really want to press upon the charge, though? That's my question. The man in the front has patched himself up, so once again, he's back up to full HP, but he also gets spotted by 100 FM. Now pulls out the M416 because he wants to go for a precise spray, and the man in the front is just running out in the open. What does 100 FM doing? Finally capitalizes onto him, gets the elimination point as well, but the remaining player of Dragonclaw, they've just ran away.
Yep. Swap the scope for a better sight here. Was able to get a little bit confirmation, but Dragonclaw, they're getting picked apart. But while this is actually happening as well, Dragonclaw completely abandoned ship to rotate inside of a hiding spot while TWOB is going to be creeping up. Here he comes. They do scout him out as well. GenXFM has to hold the ground zone still somewhat in favor of TWOB. Very, very slow zone here, but 9 teams remain in this circle. And Revenant X SPARK and TWOB Hirdmen looking very, very strong on the northeast side, but this southwest corner, there's no reason for TWOB to fight right now.
TWOB has a really strong spot. And look at GenXFM Magnus. This is the moment you've been waiting for. Step out and strike. You could have actually found a knock right there. Magnus waited for too long. The opponents were just unaware of the fact that Magnus was right there in the front. GenXFM things could have been played so better, but Magnus ended up just showcasing too much of that trigger discipline. And now for GenXFM, TWOB is going to be making their life miserable. And since TWOB is looking much better, they're also getting shotted from the back though, so it's another factor that might just stack with the players of GenXFM.
Nades come through from Caddy OG, waiting for the right moment. Unfortunately, doesn't find any kind of connection here. Meanwhile, another fight happens as well. Revenant X SPARK, they actually lose Sarang, so there is going to be 3 players left. But shots being shot from afar. TZ looking to take and pincer Revenant X SPARK. Ninja goes down. TWOB as well as TWOB Hirdmen looking to try and third party this. And now only Spray remains. They've lost Shadow as well. TWOB Hirdmen in the world of domination as they try to push through. Revenant X SPARK forced to play on defense as TZ circling around like vultures, waiting for the right opportunity to third party this stalemate. Revenant X SPARK, they had so much control, but eventually people have snuck up to them, and now they're caught in the crosshairs of everyone.
They indeed are. TWOB Hirdmen, after tossing out a big barrage of utilities, now they're going to start a move. Created a bit of that smoke pathway for themselves. So many teams stacked up around them, and TWOB Hirdmen does not exactly know who to target. GenXFM as well starting to get picked off. As I mentioned, that man should have taken the opportunity when it was presented, but Revenant X SPARK still fight back as much as they can. Spray God getting one of the wipe, but that's all he got. Just one elimination point before the entirety of Revenant X SPARK got taken down. In my opinion, this was Revenant X SPARK's game, but they lost a crucial fight.
Yeah, they tried their best macro league here, but TWOB Hirdmen just played it so patient as well, waited for somebody to help him. And guess what? TZ was the one that actually helped them as well, allowed them the space. And this time, they are going to try and collide onto this as well. They have the high ground advantage, but it's not exactly inside zone. So TWOB Hirdmen, they don't really want to push into zone yet, knowing that they are going to lose control to the teams on the west side. In this case, TWOB and also TZ has a lot of good cover to work with. So it is going to be an edge-to-edge fight. Rapido spots out one.
TZ. All the 4 players standing, 2 in the back, 2 in the front in that dip. Another team gets eliminated from this game. They managed to acquire 6 finishes and 2 placement points. Not that bad of an outing. Before TWOB, now TZ's going to start to make that bounce. Rapido tosses out that nade. It's going to find a confirmed knock as well. Kailu knocked out. Man's out of commission instantly for TZ. Now down to a 3-man squad. They can also get the revival on the fallen player as well. A Molotov to back that nade up. Wants to squeeze in the confirmation as well, but it's going to be extremely tough. DZ starting to crack under that pressure. Even the players in the back line, there's so much pressure applied on them. It's extremely tough to survive at this point. And look at Hirdmen too. Unfortunately for them, even they're getting picked off slowly and steadily. Even the play zone's going to find a few knocks against the players of TZ, and now they've been successfully dismantled. Kylo is knocked. There's just one man standing in the front. He can't do anything, and within a blink of an eye, the entirety of TZ, they crumble.
Yes, indeed they do, and Park even goes down as well. But guess what? We have a random solo warrior here, and that's going to be Godsgiven. Not Godsgiven here. He's actually Dragon Claw to somehow survive this. But Godsgiven, 2 back-to-back games. Archit pretty much surviving it all. We've got 2 solo warriors at TWOB looking to clutch the chicken dinner with 9 finishes in the bag. Archit once again. What is going on? This man making a miraculous comeback. He was the MVP for the previous round and now making the top 3 as a solo warrior.
Impressive stuff indeed. Dragonclaw Esports as well, still having that one man standing, which is Hirshu. And I'm pretty sure he just wants to squeeze himself in the top 2. That's it. Just get those 6 placement points. That's just going to be the added bonus the man's searching for. And luckily enough, both of their position is not noticed yet by TWOB. But at the end of the day, I highly doubt they're going to be able to do any sort of significant damage to the players at TWOB in the end. TWOB just has too many players on the port. Archit's position is now confirmed. They know exactly where the solo man survives. GG patching themselves up. Archit now looking healthy. Got a bit of that cover behind the tree. Just trying to avoid the inevitable for as long as possible. That's it. And let's not forget, Godsgiven, they also need to move inside of the circle soon. So TWOB does have the upper edge.
A game of hide and seek between these 2 players. The minds coming from Archit and Harsh is only one thing. Make sure the other eye goes out first. And looks like Archit may be the one to fall first. And yes, he will go down. Harshit will be the victors of the solo warrior. 1 versus 4. And Harsh takes high ground. He is going to go for a hoorah attempt and try and take a point off GLITCHREBORN. As he goes in for the rush, he saw 3 people pushing down, but the rest of them are going to be trying to provide the cover. Now the spray comes through. He gets spotted out, but the zone is going to force him out of cover as well. He gets spotted out, and he will go down. And that will be it. TWOB takes the chicken dinner.
Solid stuff from TWOB. And after this game, we all know TWOB is also going to be in the top 5, or probably in the top 3 as well. And of course, they deserve to be there in the top 3 because TWOB for them, this BMPS has been incredible. It's been an absolute blast, and once again proven why they deserve to be in the top 3 without any trouble. Solid game from TWOB, nothing taken away from that, but REVENANT X SPARK choking this up massively. That was unexpected.
That was indeed unexpected here, but a great game coming in from TWOB. They may have struggled in the first game, but they definitely made a bounce back to get the chicken dinner. But of course, commendable mention here coming from Godsgiven here. 2 back-to-backs, making it the top 3. I think this is a very good day here for Godsgiven Esports.
Yeah, of course. First game as well, Godsgiven had a lot of points to back themselves up. Now, this game as well, they have the placement points and a few elimination points to add it up. So for Godsgiven, of course, solid stuff. And yeah, speaking of Godsreen now, the other gods, yeah, I don't exactly know what's going on with them, I see, because they're struggling too much in the firefights. There's a clear disconnect between the communication, and somehow they need to figure it out as soon as possible.
Well, in this case, what is something that will always go up but never comes down?
Your lives?
Yeah, you're right. Actually, you're actually right. Yeah, age is something that will come in play as time goes on. The time keeps going up and on and on. Will they be able to make a bounce back? And only time will tell, because as of now, the struggle is real. But of course, it's not over yet. They're not going to be eliminated. This is a team that they will be able to improve themselves and fix things as well. shadowblitz making the recovery. back-to-back actions coming into this game as well. They were able to get the chicken in the first game. Game 2, they were able to get a couple finish points, but not exactly sure where they were in the final 8.
Yeah, and later on, even we did see GLITCHxREBORN trying their best to get something done, but then later on, this man, Ace, came through, eliminating the final 2 players of GLITCHxREBORN, and easily claiming those elimination points as well for his team. For EMZ, TCW, they're not doing too hot in the overall standings as well. Just try and keep yourself outside of the bottom 16. That's going to be the main goal.
Yeah, REVENANT X SPARK, they had this widespread for the longest of time. They had the right idea. It's just that they could not actually finish up a fight just because every single time a fight happens, they're individually getting picked off as well. Even here, Ninja and Spray, they were trying to hold on the sides, but they just could not look for the same targets at all. They were just looking at 2 different targets, and they tried to make it individual plays, and then just got picked off by those isolated fights.
Exactly. The target prioritization from the side of REVENANT X SPARK was extremely bad. I understand there were a lot of targets since they had the high ground as well to play with, but they just choked up. They did not know which fight to prioritize, which fight not to prioritize, and because of that, they ended up just taking too many fights at the same time. And then we did see them slowly and steadily just crumble in the end. There was also another team right next to them that eliminated them. So, of course, for REVENANT X SPARK, things looking extremely dicey. The same thing can be said for Godsgiven as well. But Godsgiven doing really good. That's a good thing. Before BotArmy Esports, another known banner inside of this lobby is not doing good.
Yeah, it is going to be a struggle as well here. But, of course, if you guys want to support the game as well, be sure to keep playing the game as well, because Discovery Island is in play. The more you play, the more you guys will be part of the BMPS journey, as the contributions from your game time will be added into the overall prize pool for all the players here in BMPS.
Exactly. You will earn exploration points the more you keep on playing the classic mode, and of course you can also use those points to convert for in-game rewards. That's the best possible thing. And yes, another best thing is that you do not need to spend a single penny for this. All you need to do is just keep on grinding the game, keep on playing the classic mode, and you will be unlocking those exploration points. And also with that, you will be unlocking a lot of in-game cosmetics. And not just that, you are also going to be contributing to this realme BMPS 2025.
Exactly. Be sure. You want to be a part of the BGMI community? Keep playing. Be a part of us. You'll be helping us. You'll be helping the players. You'll be supporting the players. You'll be a part of the esports ecosystem of BMPS. So be sure to keep playing on Discovery Island. Meanwhile, of course, when we talk about the game itself, I think the biggest major factor is that a lot of these teams do not realize that there are a lot of problems within their composition, their comms, and everything. And fortunately for them, a lot of these teams are given an opportunity to fix this over time. So only 16 teams out of 90 over teams are going to be eliminated by the end of round number 1. So even for REVENANT X SPARK, there are a little bit of issues. Obviously, it's very, very apparent. But it's fine because, again, it is a new roster. It takes time for people to adapt, for people to fix things.
So in my opinion, this is my way of thinking, right? It's a new roster, understandable, but you've still got veterans in your roster. It's not like you guys have never played before in your past. Of course, you guys have played. You guys have been there inside of the T1 circuit for the longest. So it should not take too much of a long time for a T1 team to adapt. Because, of course, they've got the experience of playing inside of the tournaments. And, of course, the players that they're playing with have been a part of the community as well for the longest. So, in my opinion, for a T1 team like that, it should not take too long.
That's the thing about skill, right? Like, if 4 individually skilled players are playing in the same lobby, but if all 4 of them have different play styles and do not work as a team, that is not going to work out. So I would say it's not about the mechanical skills. It's more like it looks like they have a difference of opinion. It's more like they need to come towards a decision where, hey, all 4 players needs to come to terms. This is how we should be playing, and then go through from there.
And that's why there's an IGO, right?
Yeah.
Because that guy's the one to make a proper decision and make the proper calls as well. So one thing is clear, even the IGLs of both the teams, it is clear that they're struggling to make those proper calls. They're not able to make those decisions, right? I mean, especially for Godsgiven. You saw that separation between the fights, too.
For Godsgiven, I agree. Yeah. But REVENANT X SPARK, I think in these 2 games, their call has always been trying to take advantage of macro rotations and using those positions to try and force people into this game. Because 2 games back-to-back, I think REVENANT X SPARK has hit a little bit of objectives, right? You have to set realistic goals towards the end game. And their objectives for how they want to approach this game was to, you know what, we want to play this position and force people on the edges. 2 back-to-back games, REVENANT X SPARK has successfully done that for multiple teams. Yes, they weren't the ones that actually came to chicken dinner, but the objective of being impactful in the game was very, very apparent because every single team was just stuck on the edges.
Now, look, there's two ways to look at it, right? Because in my opinion, the target prioritization wasn't that good from the side of REVENANT X SPARK. And in my opinion, it's also the IGL's job to tell the team what exactly they want to do as well. We'll continue the conversation, though, but after this short break.
Kia. Movement that inspires. Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. And Johnny, after that previous game of slow and steady Miramar, I've got a lot of questions in my mind. REVENANT X SPARK is struggling to convert the games. Godsgiven as well. A clear stop between the communication. It's not looking too fluid. Something needs to be patched up right here, right now.
And I could not agree more with what you said. I mean, it is on point. REVENANT X SPARK and Godsgiven, both of them making a few critical errors, as we saw inside of the game as well. REVENANT X SPARK was in a position where they could have done so much more, just based on the positional advantage, but could not succeed. Godsgiven, I don't know what is going on, because even that game of Erangel, where we expected them to do decent, they just made a mad dash into the zone and got finished off.
That's what exactly happened. The remaining two players were all the way in the back, but the first two players moved in, took a fight, got eliminated instantly. So I don't understand why is that disconnect between the two players, and because of that, Godsgiven's not able to convert a proper 4v4. In my opinion, whatever they want to do, just do it as a pack and just try and support each other. But something that's going to support you and your gameplay is also going to be the realme GT7. Since the device is already out on 27th, I would recommend you guys to move on towards Amazon, search for the realme GT7. You might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs, and not just that, try and get your hands onto it, because trust me when I say this, that stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours is really powering my game well.
Exactly. I mean, it helps you out when you don't have to worry about lag or anything, and you don't even feel a single jitter while you are playing the game. So, and you can go on for hours because of the battery as well. 7000 mAh with a 120 watt charger, right? As soon as you run out of juice, just plug it in. 15 minutes, back to 50%, back gaming.
I know, right? 30 minutes, the full device is charged 200%, so that's the best possible thing you're looking for. And something, whoa, and who was the best in that previous game is also going to be the MVP of that previous match. It's going to be Panther from the side of Tribe Hirdmen with 5 finishes and 4 knockouts. Damage dealt is going to be 591, so at least this man is not a thief.
Yeah, brilliant conversion. Tribe Herdsman as well. This was a team that was doing quite decent for themselves in the middle pack. And I think they have maintained consistency in their journey so far. Although the top 16 still looks a little bit far away, the one thing is for sure that Tribe Herdsman will be part of round 2.
Hey, we've got the top 5 players as well popping up on the screen. TWOB, 5 finishes racked up of that game, getting 2 knockouts for themselves. You've also got Luffy right there from the side of shadowblitz. And of course, for shadowblitz off the rip, they fought against the players of Godsgiven, and that fight was converted successfully, but they lost out on a man, and that was one of the main reasons why shadowblitz was not able to get a consistent or a decent game in their hands. But still, those 4 elimination points that they claimed, it's something, right?
It is something, especially considering they had 18 points from Erangel, and again, this game getting those eliminations in, I think they are maintaining a decent average. So shadowblitz, 22 points, and they were already in the middle pack at the start of the day as well. So they're moving at a very steady pace.
Oh, no, they got 6, actually.
All
so
right, even better. Yeah, even better for them. So, again, I think moving at a very steady pace, nothing to worry about. The thing is that there's one team that we might not have talked about that much, but today I think this is going to be the best comeback possible. Godsgiven, man.
Yeah,
9 points from this game. They got the top 2 in the previous match as well.
Yeah, not just that. Even Tribe Hirdmen is doing pretty good for themselves, right? Getting 13 points off that game. Even DragonClaw Esports is right there with 10 points. Godsgiven, as you mentioned, consistency maintained by the boys. Even EMZ is right there with 8 points. Shadowblitz getting themselves 6 points. So even they have been keeping themselves consistent. And we're also seeing a bit of that uprise in the performance of TZ, and this is the exact TZ we all were expecting to see as well. We did see TZ in the final few moments alive as well. It's understandable that TZ was not able to convert the fight because they had 2 different legs in the 2 different fights, and that's why they pretty much got picked off.
But here's the problem, right, that they might have woken up a little too late because after they play the next game, there's just going to be 3 matches left, 4 matches left as of now. So TZ, if they secure a win in Sanok, that might just save them. If they don't, then the last 3 games, I don't know what they will be able to pull off.
Look, at this point in time, all we need to do is just hop inside of the game and figure out what's going to be the course of action and how's the overall standings going to look like. We've also got the call from the producer that the game's already primed and ready. So let's move on towards the rainforest of Sanok as the plane's going to take off once again. And we've also got the plane flat path actually on the map feed itself, as the plane flat path's going to be starting from Hathin towards the southern side, which is going to be Bantai. Johnny, this plane flat path extremely tilted towards the left side of the map. I'm not even sure how the teams can make it towards Camp Bravo. If we are going to see a few clashes, I would love to see them.
I mean, hey, that's lucky for us, right? Because there are 2 options. Either you land towards the roadway north of Paradise Resort, or you're going to drop towards Quarry, west of Quarry, towards that cluster that you see towards the 3 roads intersecting. There are vehicle spawns there, so you can pick up the vehicle and then rotate towards the eastern side of the map. 2 options for those teams. Is that going to happen? That might result in an early fight, so you have to be a little bit cautious as well. But I think caution is for a toss, or actually gone for a toss from the perspective of Tribe Herdsmen. They take that Camp Alpha Temple Hill drop, and TWOB right next to them. But hey, on the eastern shoreline, western shoreline of the main island, we have DragonClaw going up against WELT. And DragonClaw, they've lost 2 players, WELT having the upper hand. DragonClaw still looking for the trade, but I don't think they have the angles. WELT, they've gotten 3 players. The last man, isolated Pro, I don't think he survives this fight, Necro.
It's quite a scrappy and an awkward fight at the end of the day. DragonClaw Esports, they don't really have proper man number to try and defend themselves. And in the end, it will be WELT to eliminate them outside of the game as well. Now, let me tell you, the zone also is going to pop up on the top left island because Soul is not playing.
Yeah, I mean, that is guaranteed now. If Soul is not there in the game, we're going to have a circle towards the northwest.
Yeah, and I actually predicted it before 5 seconds, too. So, yeah, I'm kind of proud of myself.
Oh, man. I mean, that's just, it's again, always the conversation on Sanok, right? But what can we do about it? At least Tribe Herdsmen and TWOB are happy with the circle.
But jokes apart, though, in BGS 2025, we clearly remember Tribe Hirdmen and Blitzpew on this circle were absolutely dominating.
Oh, yeah.
Blitzpew had the big vision from the top. He had the bird's eye view, and the man was just mowing down anyone that he saw in the open fields. And because of that, Tribe Hirdmen was able to secure a nuclear performance in their hands.
That is true. Top of the hill, taking advantage of the height, and we always talk about this. When you're at the top of that temple hill, you have an opportunity to gatekeep the teams that are even looking to cross if you have the scope and if you have the ammunition to back it up. But so far, I mean, today has been the day for Shadow Blitz, man, as we spoke about it when we had a look at the overall rankings as well. They are being consistent, but right now they are moving in towards Pash, and with how they have positioned themselves, I don't think they're aware of these two individuals from the side of Team Cosmic waiting for them.
For Team Cosmic, the game 1 was great, but game 2, nowhere to be seen. And now for Team Cosmic, once again, game 3 has to be the redemption arc. It's on and off every single time for this team, and Pash is all by himself. I'm not even sure what the man can do to try and protect himself at this point, but how are the opponents not aware? They are slowly and steadily clearing out every single compound, moving in tandem as well, so Shadow Blitz. They are going to be running into Pash soon, but Filter needs to strike right now. This is going to be the only opportunity Filter gets. Does deal a lot of damage, but that's not going to be enough to get any sort of knockouts. And Shadow Blitz, they get a second chance to life, and they will not miss it.
It is going to be interesting to see, can they actually put more pressure on the players of Team Cosmic, because now Cosmic wants to get away. But the problem is that they've waited here long enough to allow the players of Tribe Herdsmen to compromise their backlines. Malik, he's lost a lot of HP. Panther from the top actually secures the knock, and just 2 men left from the side of Team Cosmic. Shadow Blitz actually steal that point as well.
And this is what happens when Tribe Hirdmen actually get the circle in their court. They're just going to be camping the hilltop, constantly mowing down the lawns in the front, and even Kudalis is actually going to take that fight against the players of TWOB. Does find the advantage too. TWOB on the verge of being struck down completely, but Kudalis as well. The man gets traded off instantly. TWOB, few players scratched up quite low. And that's where Panther wants to go for the advantage as well. The UMP-45 starting to click pretty well. And the man in the front's constantly missing those TBS shots too. Panther, the man needs some backup. He needs to pull off some weird shenanigans to try and keep himself inside of the game. And his team as well. Panther's taken too many shots, but he looked away at the wrong time. And that's why TWOB now has the advantage and the upper edge in the fight. Such a massive blunder from Tribe Hirdmen. And now it's down to just Anonymous. I'm not even sure what they can do at this point.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Because again, they had the upper hand, got the opening knock as well, but TWOB, brilliant recovery. Kudalis, we see him knocked out. And I don't think there's going to be recovery because Blitzpew is a little far away from his teammate.
Yeah, he should not go for this revival.
Yeah,
in my opinion, if
not.
he wants to at least squeeze in the bare minimum points out of this game, going for the revival is going to be impossible. So you just back away, play for safety. You've also got the circle popping on you, so you are going to be surviving for a decent bit of time.
And he has the control of the same hill that you were talking about, the iconic game from realme BGIS 25.
Yeah.
Top of the hill, still in the same position, Blitzpew. So you know for a fact that in a position like this, later on in the match, you will be able to rack up a few extra eliminations, maybe 2 or 3.
Yeah, pretty much. You should be able to do so. And at least try and squeeze in a few placement points as well, since you've also got the circle, right?
Yeah.
But if a team like EMZ is around you, then maybe that just gets even tougher. But it's not going to be tougher if you get your hands on the Realme GT7. It's going to be helping out so much in your gameplay with that stable 120 FPS. So move on towards Amazon and check it out right now. But I'm pretty sure even the opponents at this moment, even they want to check out what's going on inside of this compound. They unbox Blitzpew.
Oh man, late reaction, delayed reaction. He could have gotten the knock on Tiger, but I think even he himself was surprised. But well, a fight against GenXFM, and 2 knocks are going to be secured by AimGod. He has lost a lot of HP, needs to back up, needs to heal up, but GenXFM, they're left bleeding Necro as the third party comes through. They're down to their last man. And Storm, I think, no matter how much the Storm brews up, it is going to collapse. AimGod goes for a peek, whiffs a shot, but still the duel in his favor, and he gets it! 3 players from the side of GSGxFM wiped out by a single man. But now Revenant X SPARK, they've shown up to capitalize on a bleeding Welt.
Yeah, Welt has been playing tower defense from the start up till now. They're constantly getting bombarded by these squads. The Sparrow stuffing them down. Justy's going to be the only man standing 06. And yeah, I'm not even sure what he's supposed to do in this stance. I mean, he's up against the entirety of Revenant X SPARK, and it's not the best possible stance. You would want to be it too. Justy's able to find the first knock. Almost gets the second one as well. Hold on, he can still turn the tides. Justy pushes up, connects that headshot as well. This one man can actually do a lot of damage to the players of REVENANT X SPARK. REVENANT X SPARK at this moment starting to sweat. They don't exactly know what they're supposed to do. They're almost on the verge of being 1v4'd as well. The man makes the pounds. Justy takes down the third player too. What am I watching, WELT? This has got to be a joke. REVENANT X SPARK just down to one last man surviving, and that too in the name of Sarang. There's also a third party by the players of TZ. What is going on as Justy eliminates the entirety of REVENANT X SPARK? A massive blunder by REVENANT X SPARK this time around.
What just happened, man? And out of it all, Team Z, they walk away with one elimination. So Justy did find contact on Sarang, but that last shot connection was from Fanta, so they get the point. But this is not something you would expect. And finally, he bows down. Justy, he has been put to rest as the third party comes through. It is Destro finding an off angle and shooting him in the back. But man, what a moment. WELT is going to be celebrating right now. 9 points from this game, man, for all 4 finishes.
Exactly, and 0 placement points, and that too off the rip, by the way. The stage 2 has just commenced, and WELT already has 9 points. Yes, they have been eliminated, but still, in my opinion, that right there was a showstopper.
Yeah, that's a clip it and chip it moment, man.
Yeah,
you got to put it
up
on your social out there.
I mean, you've pretty much taken down the former champions off the BMPS. So,
exactly.
And that too all by yourself, so I'm pretty sure I want to see your clip right there.
But also, as you mentioned, stage 2, we have lost 5 teams, Necro.
Yeah. That's why we love Sanok, right?
Yep. But let's see. I mean, God's Reign, now I'm a little bit concerned about them. Because they're stuck on that eastern island. If they try to cross the bridge, then I think shadowblitz might just cause a lot of problems for them. But if you want your movements to have no problems, check out the Kia Ceros, ladies and gentlemen. Comes with a lot of features, 5-star BNCAM rating, smart cruise control with stop and go, front collision warning with avoidance assist, lane keep assist, and a blind view monitor cluster as well.
And not just that, also comes in with comfortable and luxurious interior as well. Second row seat recline and slide with seat ventilation cushion, and also easy ingress and egress. Hirdmen Carton premium 8-speaker sound system, Johnny. We have been talking about having a party in this car.
Yep.
I just hope we get to see it in the land.
Oh, I mean, then we are definitely having a party at LAN in the Kia Ceros.
Of course.
But right now it turns out EMG, they are having their own party and it involves them and the players of Team Z.
At this point in time for TZ, they're just trapped. Oh, he's trying to shoot that little pixel. Spots out the backpack.
Break his ankles.
I mean, he's shooting the gun. Finally, a few shots were connected, but Empire knows if he tries to do anything too much or overcommit, he can be knocked out in an instant. And I don't understand what the game plan was for that, man. He just moved out in the open like that, accepting his fate.
Yeah, a little bit of a blunder coming in from Team Z. I think they are trying to make this move away from the line of fire little by little, because first they were stuck in the foothills of the cliff. Now they at least have a rock to fall back with. But they still need to be careful. There's going to be teams moving in from the other side into this valley as well. In particular, I'm afraid of shadowblitz. The moment they move in, Team Z, they're going to be in so much trouble.
Team Z, once again, Kailu spotted out in the open. Shots are taken against the man. I'm not exactly sure what Team Z wants to pull off. But they should understand this. From this compound, there's a line of sight. You're not supposed to expose yourself to this line of sight. Simple. But Team Z's constantly just exposing themselves over and over again. The next zone shift is going to be extremely important. And shifts on right on top of the Pleasant Team Cosmic and even ARC. So they've found themselves in a decent bit of a spot. Even GLITCHxREBORN can do really good and squeeze out a lot of points.
Well, let's see how things turn out, though. God's Reign, they have somehow managed to cross over. Now they are on Camp Alpha Island as well. Look at the position of Arrancar's, Necro. Now, that is interesting. They've sent 2 players cross river, 2 players staying behind. And in a situation like this, your plan is to just start racking up finishes as quickly as possible, because you can't be sure that you will be surviving to the end game, and plus the players on the other side will be able to cross over. But hey, we have God's Omen. In fact, they are crossing over into the compounds of TCW, and they are going to pay a very heavy toll for. There's 2 players out. I believe that's the last man. Yes, it was. Easy eliminations. That's an Amazon delivery.
Yeah, I mean, even GLITCHxREBORN got a few for themselves off that push. So yeah, it's quite interesting. I guess everyone's happy at this point. God's Omen is always someone that just ends up delivering the points. I don't understand what they're trying to do. In the previous game, they went for a drop clutch against the players. So shadowblitz got eliminated right there too, ended up giving those points away. And now as well, just making a mad dash towards the compound where you know there's a team pin. And once again, just giving all those points away to the players of EMZ.
Quite unfortunate, but yeah, they're also not having a good day, just like GenXFM. But let's see. I mean,
don't get me wrong. GenXFM's doing worse.
GenXFM is doing a lot worse.
Yeah.
3 games, all of them getting absolutely nothing. But one team that I want to see in this particular match is Godsgiven, because 2 matches back-to-back, they've been very consistent. Can they make it 3 in a row?
Good question. I mean, at this point in time for shadowblitz, they know there is someone in that dip. And Adonis knows as well, the moment he steps outside of the car, he will be blasted by bullets. So he does not want to do it just yet. There's a bit of that itch on the back of his hand. He really does want to go for that peak as well. But he knows it comes with a lot of risk. And that's why Adonis does not want to take that risk just yet. Shadowblitz, they found a solid piece of cover to play. They've also found a nice hilltop that they want to play around with. But if the zone does move away from Shadowblitz, then I'm not sure how the game plan's going to work.
It's going to be so awkward, man, if the circle moves away. Because coming down from this hill, it's going to be an absolute nightmare. But here's the replay of WELT. Their 2 fights, first against GSGxFM and then the players of REVENANT X SPARK moving in. And WELT did a brilliant job just dealing with everyone that came their way. Aim got first, was very impressive, and then Justy took over and dismantled the players, or in fact, the entirety of REVENANT X SPARK.
Justy just proven that AKM is still inside of the circuit. It's still in the meta, and you guys should go for it. That too against the shotguns, he was able to stand a chance. I mean, it's a whole other story that REVENANT X SPARK missed every single opportunity they had, but still, with an AKM, the man was just dismantling them like they did not mean anything. And it did not stop there. He also got 1 knock against the players of TZ, but in the end got shot by the players of Godsgiven from the back, which is quite unfortunate, but still, he did put on a hell of a show.
Man, I mean, I would have loved to see how far Justy could have taken it.
Me
so
too.
I'm kind of upset with Godsgiven getting involved into that one.
Even I was disappointed the moment I found out he just got backstabbed. But you know what? For Godsgiven as well, it's desperate times, desperate measures.
True, very true. They haven't really done too well in the last few matches.
Yeah, in the last 2 matches, they have just gotten, what, like around 3 points? Which is not good at all for Godsgiven. It's terrible.
Actually, we hold them to a higher standard.
Of course.
And they themselves hold themselves to the high standard as well.
I'm pretty sure these guys, they're one of the most experienced teams inside of this entire lobby. So they are, of course, supposed to perform. They're supposed to dominate this lobby as well. But speak of dominating, Godsgiven this time around, they're getting dismantled themselves. Vico gets blown to smithereen, and with that, the entirety of Godsgiven as well just gets eliminated. And at this point, it feels like TCW EMZ are just getting 3 points.
Yeah, everyone's just pushing towards them. Next in line, it's going to be Team Cosmic. And it's not even the entirety of Team Cosmic, it's just 2 players. But get backstabbed by the players of Team Z. Lasso, instant knock, and finished. 1 last player left. It is going to be Filter from the side of Team Cosmic, who's just forced to hide in a corner.
Yeah. And he's actually still alive as well in that piece of corner. And I'm pretty sure TCW knows as well. There is someone in that house. And that's why TCW isn't really overstepping the boundaries. Speak of overstepping the boundaries, though. GLITCHxREBORN. They are being stepped on by the players of ARC in the front. Constantly moving on, not stopping at all. It's like a wave of storm that's moving against the players of GLITCHxREBORN. And GLITCHxREBORN, they won't be able to respawn back inside of the game after such a massive setback as they have been eliminated from this game.
Oh man, I mean, that is just unfortunate. Even GLITCHREBORN not doing too well in this entire tournament so far. The struggles still seem to continue, but Arrancar, I think they're going to be happy with those 3 points they've gotten for themselves. They were in the middle pack at the start of the day. The first 2 matches, a little bit of a slowdown, but now I believe they feel like they can make that bounce back.
Arrancar Esports, looking at their journey today, it's not been too bad. Since it's one of those banners that is quite the newer ones as well, they're at least keeping themselves outside of the harm's way.
That is true.
At least moving on towards the round 2 confidently, which is a good thing. Arrancar Esports, players out in the open, AD job spotted! Oh, those shots could have been deadly, extremely deadly. Instantly steps back in the cover as well. Luckily enough, just 1 tire of that US is taken out of commission. That means the US is still functioning. and should be good enough to be used as well. John backs away with that US. Now going to try to back away towards his teammate as well, but those fadeaway shots really starting to hurt.
Oh man, and
he gets knocked by the play zone.
Play zone, yeah. Dropped to a pixel of HP, and in trying to fall back, he stepped into the blue, or drove into the blue, in fact, and got knocked out. But the only thing I think upsetting about this entire thing to TWOB is, why did you not get knocked out by me? We could have gotten that point.
But hey, the man's back up on his feet, so there's no point.
Oh, he's just dropping first aids, huh?
Yeah, his teammate's there to help him.
Oh, I don't think this revive is gonna.
Oh, he will be. He will be fine.
Oh,
he will be fine. The zone's moving really slow around that edge, so he's completely fine. shadowblitz, though, they make a straight pounce against the players of TZ. Yes, it's looking a little bit tough to convert, but still for TZ, they're looking even worse than shadowblitz. They've already found a major advantage inside of the fight itself, eliminating the players of TZ just like that, without even breaking a single sweat.
Yeah. What was that, man? What was that push? They just drove in and got all 4 of them in, what, like 6 seconds?
Yeah, that was one of the quickest squad wipes we've seen so far. It's
that
like
impressive.
TZ did not even know what just hit them, but something hit them like a truck. That's all they know. shadowblitz, they do hear a lot of commotion still going on around the playing field. Godsgiven is well able to cross on forward towards the safety lines, which is quite massive.
Let's see, we have a lot of bodies in the way between Godsgiven and the Chicken Dinner still left. They've only gotten 2 finishes so far in this game, although they have broken into the top 7. Unless Godsgiven gets a Chicken Dinner today, is going to be considered a horrible day, a nightmare for them.
Yeah, but not on this map. The circle always is going to be the main dictator. And since the circle is centering on up around the players of TWOB and also TCW EMZ,
yeah,
one of them has to be the one to win this game. Simple. And yes, it's going to favor the players of TWOB, so it's going to be them.
I have a feeling towards the end it might just be on the cliff side, and TCW, they got to keep their heads down because TWOB is going to dominate the hilltop.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, TWOB just has too much intel at this point. The only way TWOB can actually make it underneath the hilltop, if the circle does take the curveball shift, is if they have a vehicle. And it really comes down to that big of a hell dive that they will take. But hold on to that thought. shadowblitz, they've got a decent bit of position themselves. Taking a lot of shots against the players of Godsgiven. As Godsgiven try to move out in the open, they do not have any sort of vehicles to back themselves up. So that's why they're utilizing every single piece of utility they've got at this point. Those smokes, of course, providing the cover. But is it really going to be enough from this third-person view that this man has? From the top, he's got a bird's-eye view. Pretty much just mowing down the lawns. Godsgiven now taking too much damage upon themselves. It's next to impossible to survive that many amount of bullets upon you.
Yeah, and Godsgiven again. Another awkward position to be in. Losing bodies down to their last man, and Destro is stuck in the blue. What a nightmare for this team as they get eliminated. Not a lot of points as well. Just 2 finishes secured and a single placement point to work with. This is going to be the biggest drop we have seen from a former champion team.
Yeah, I mean, Godsgiven, something bad going on. And they just need to fix it. Simple. They just need to find a way to cure that problem. These 3 games were not even counted pretty much because the amount of points they've got, it's not even going to make a dent in the overall standings. EMZ TCW, since they've managed to acquire 8 finishes so far, but still scared to actually push up towards the compound in the front. In my opinion, they should clear it right now because right now is the time. The moment it's too late, the man's going to bite him in the back. That's definitely going to happen. And that's why you can see the players as well moving in tandem. Slowly and steadily, nade being cooked as well, tossed in this corner. Filter takes a lot of damage from that nade. Pulls out the first nade, wants to patch himself up. Another nade in that same corner should seal the deal. And EMZ eliminating that man in the corner as well. Now they've managed to acquire 9 finishes, but the zone moves away from them right on top of the players at TWOB. And we already know who's going to be the one to get the chicken now.
At this point, I mean, fighting TWOB, it's just going to be too much. The only thing TCW can do from here on out is just clean house. Clean the finishes on the outer line, on the cliff side, and just be happy with the top 2 finish. Unless TWOB make a mistake and they just lose their footing, fall, a player gets knocked out for no reason. But it seems like they're going after Roger from BotArmy Esports, who has managed to sneak his way in the top 4. Anonymous, he needs to be careful. Shotgun at this range can be deadly, but he does not care. The jump shot comes through, finds contact on the other side. TCW taking a fight against Shadow Blitz, who are pinned down in the corner.
Okay.
Impressive jump shot from Empire to kickstart the fight. Now the players of Shadow Blitz are going to be stuck in the blue, but the finishers come through. And
Solid.
TCW, an incredible game of Sanok by them. 11 finishes on the board, but yeah, that's it. Top 2 finish, that's all you're going to do. TWOB, this is their win. You have to give it to them.
Exactly. The zone moving away. TWOB having the circle right on top of them as well. And in the end, as I mentioned, Sanok is the dictator. The circle in Sanok is always the dictator of who's going to be the one to snatch away the game and be the one to come through victorious. As TWOB, they get a chicken dinner in the last game itself. Back-to-back games, Johnny, from TWOB. You love to see it.
Yeah, that is what we love to see. And this team is just turning things in an incredible manner. TWOB, as we spoke about it at the start of the journey of the realme BMPS 2025, they had big shoes to fill. Yeah. Last year might not have been the greatest, but this year, these lads, they have that fire in their eyes, and they are doing quite well for themselves.
Yeah, and it's a complete new roster as well, right? Watching Kanha, watching Kaliug as well inside of the playing field. I do understand these players individually. I remember seeing these players
All
even
of
in
them,
2024 and in 2023 as well by a completely different team. But back then, their form wasn't this good. But now it feels like they're just back with vengeance in their mind, fire in their eyes, and here to conquer the field, and they're doing a perfect job.
Yeah, again, I mean, TWOB, we've always spoken about this. It's one of those teams that always has like a way to figure out which roster to build and how to get the teams to perform. So good for them. But we can't always talk about the happy moments, right? We got to talk about the upsets as well. God's Reign. What is going on with them and REVENANT X SPARK?
That's what I was about to say as well. You talk about God's Reign, what's going on with REVENANT X SPARK. Getting 1v4'd like that is not something you expect from a former champion.
Yeah.
And that's what exactly happened to them. And that as well, the man did not even have the shotgun to back him up. He had AKM, a gun that's not currently in meta or not being used that much, and he still 1v4'd them. Single-handedly manhandles the entire roster like they did not even mean anything. Honestly, props to Justy and the way he played that 1v4 was extremely calm, cool, collected.
Man did not even have ammunition left in the AKM by the end of things. Look at that. For the AK, he was down to just 13 rounds.
Yeah, and then that's why he pulled out the M4, almost got one of the knock against the players of TZ as well. And yeah, let's talk about TZ too. The way they got pushed on, instantly eliminated from the game by the players of Shadow Blitz. And yeah, speaking of Shadow Blitz, incredible stuff from them as well. We have seen such a massive improvement in their gameplay, their team play, everything. Even the synergy has been on point from Shadow Blitz. In this realme BMPS, we've seen that curve rise up.
Yeah, today they have been absolutely incredible. Starting off with the chicken dinner on the map of Erangel, and in this game racking up a good number of eliminations. And talking about eliminations, TCW, this was a phenomenal game, man. They got 11 finishes in this match, finished top 2, so that is what, 17 points from this game. And today is all about comebacks, Necro, because look at which teams have done well in the last 3 matches, right? TWOB, yeah, exceptional performance, but they're the best performing team from this group. Other than that, 2 games in a row, Godsgiven was very consistent. 2 games in a row, Shadow Blitz did very well for themselves. TCW also did well for themselves in 2 games. And these are the teams that were playing from the last 2 pages of the leaderboard. The only names that kind of tried to make a comeback and struggled were God's OMEN, Team Z. Team Z got a few eliminations, but I don't think that's going to amount to a lot. And yeah, GenxFM, I have no idea what's wrong with GenxFM. I have no explanation for why they're dropping the ball this much.
Yeah, they're just getting 0 points out of these games, and generally speaking, knowing this banner as well, it's honestly tough to accept what's going on with this team. But it feels like, I do understand it's a completely new roster. They have gotten a lot of rookies on the board, but that's why this team is also struggling. And in my opinion, the rookies just feel like they're at the wrong place at the wrong time.
I mean, we can't call them rookies, right? Because you talk about the roster, as you said, Madrek, Storm, we have seen them in the past in officials as well, and it wasn't like they were playing bad. Individually, they were quite skilled as well. But again, with this time around, I think they have just completely lost their touch.
It's really tough to even say that they've lost their touch, right? Even if a team that is not practicing too much will not stay all the way at the bottom, because the amount of experience, as you mentioned, these 2 players have. I think so. It really comes down to those remaining 2 players as well, and not being able to play well, also having problems with communication, the IGL as well, not able to make proper rotations inside of the game, not being able to make a proper decision, which sort of fight they want to take, which are the good fights, the bad fights. At GenxFM, even the firepower is just lacking, and that's why I'm saying it just feels like they're at the wrong place at the wrong time.
I mean, but they got to try to figure something out, man. Only 3 more matches left. And out of those 3 games, they need at least 2 chicken dinners to survive in this Realme BMPS 2025. If they mess up a
Yeah.
single match in the last 3 games that they have left in round 1, I think GenXFM might just be the first team that we can comfortably say about, like, all right, this team is for sure out of the tournament now.
I mean, at this point, we can comfortably say right now as well that this team is out of the tournament because looking at their position, they're all the way at the bottom, Johnny.
Yeah.
And honestly, yeah, 3 games to go. As you mentioned, they need 2 chicken dinners to bring themselves outside of that dirt. But looking at the performance so far, do you really expect they can pull off 2 chicken dinners?
I mean, it's going to be tough, but yeah, miracles do happen. That's all I'm going to say. They are banking on a miracle. But hey, we do have the stats of that previous game on our screens. And of course, the stats of the team that got the winner chicken dinner, TWOB. This team just has been incredible today. Anonymous gets 5 eliminations. Rapido with 2. You have Kalyug with 3. And Kana with 1 elimination. So they were also able to get those 11 finishes, double digits, 21 points for TWOB.
Solid stats from TWOB, something you expect from a banner like that, and once again proven why they deserve to be on the first spot in the overall standings. And speaking of the first spot, have they actually crossed OG? There's a massive chance they might have just taken away that spot from OG. There's a big chance.
21 from this game. How many finishes did they have in the previous match?
I forgot. I don't exactly know how many points they had, but they had a chicken dinner. That's all I know. So one thing is for sure, even the previous game was quite massive for TWOB. So 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. TWOB should be in a really good spot.
I think in the top 3 for sure.
Yeah, in the top 2 actually. Should be there.
Yeah, pretty much. But let's see. I mean, we are going to have to wait for the overall ranking because maths is very bad for the both of us and memory as well.
Yeah, we're not too good when it comes to maths and especially calculating numbers. But I can calculate 2 plus 2.
What's that?
22. But you know what? Jokes apart, back towards the serious stuff. Another team that was not able to play too well was also BotArmy Esports, Johnny. And for BotArmy Esports, yeah, they're currently sitting in that mid-pack as well. They do have a solid lineup, stacked lineup, honestly, but still not been able to perform the way we expect them to. I understand there's a lot of questions in my mind, your mind as well, and probably even the viewers are thinking, what's going on with this roster? I
mean, BotArmy Esports, it seems like they're quite adamant about running into fights for no reason at all. I mean, that is what I noticed in the first few games and even in this one as well. They're struggling to get those finish conversions all the way through. But let's see. Hopefully, there's still more matches. Maybe we are going to see them turn things around. But top 5 players from the previous game on our screens. Justy, an incredible performance today from WELT. Gets to be there on the first spot with 6 finishes and 7 knockouts. Then we have Blaster from TCW. This player has been extremely consistent today. Gets 7 eliminations for his team from this game. Anonymous is there with 5. Kalyug is there with 3. And Rapido is there with 2. TWOB, they had 3 performing players. Incredible stuff.
Almost the entire squad just there in the top 5 players. But Justy, you can never overshadow a clutch like that. And of course, the man deserves to be the MVP as well, just because of that one solid moment. And once again, previously we know what happened in BGIS to the players of REVENANT X SPARK. It was that clutch from Admino that pretty much just took down their mentality and broke them internally. And now this clutch from Justy. I hope it's not going to be the same path replicating.
Yeah, I mean, luckily they have done enough in this round already to actually survive round 1. But if what you're saying is true, if their mentality is shattered before they get to round 2, and yes, I did say round 2 because with how they played today, I don't think round 3 or semifinals is going to be an option.
Yeah, including Godsgiven. You got to add them up the tally as well. The way they were playing, the way we saw so many questionable decisions being made by the players. And I still don't understand, why are you pushing up against a full-blown team with just 2 players when you've got all the 4 players standing? That should have been a full-blown push.
Hey, they did that in the previous 2 games as well, on Erangel as well. It was the same thing. Sending isolated players for no reason. REVENANT X SPARK is doing the same thing. This time they made an all-out push. And yeah, that was an incredible moment for Justy. But at least for REVENANT X SPARK, their strategy was on point. All 4 of them went in together.
Speaking of REVENANT X SPARK, for them it's a completely different story, right? It feels like they've at least got good rotations. They know exactly how to rotate inside of the circle. But when it comes to target priority, that's where they mess up big time. Now, especially looking at the game of Miramar as well, they had the smack center. They had a great split going on. They knew exactly what sort of stance needed to be played. They had intel as well. But they ended up taking too many fights at the same time, and that's why they got taken down. And that's one of the main reasons why REVENANT X SPARK is not able to find that success.
I mean, could we just say they are being unlucky?
No, not unlucky. In my opinion, the IGL should make proper calls. She should be more precise on exactly which team he wants to stop and on exactly what sort of fight he wants his teammates to commit.
I mean, at that point, then it becomes a big challenge for Shadow because what you're asking for is basically just micromanage every single move your teammates make.
Hey, I mean, at this point in time, clearly it feels like for some reason the
Something has
synergy's
to
off.
be done, yeah.
The synergy's off, that's what it feels like. I do understand the core is still retained in this roster,
True.
but even though the core's retained, for some reason it feels like there's a clear gap between the synergy.
And the addition of Neo actually, when it happened on paper, it felt like it would just make things a little bit easier for REVENANT X SPARK.
Yeah.
Neo brings with him a little bit more firepower. So Sarang, Spray God, and Neo put together was just going to turn this team into a monster to deal with. But it seems like it's all gone down the hill.
Yeah, at this point, it's not even about firepower. It's about that decision-making, right?
Tacticality, yeah.
Yeah, and if you're just not able to prioritize good fights and prioritizing bad fights at the same time as well, then that's what's going to happen. You are going to be targeted by so many teams at the same time, and that's what happened on the map of Miramar as well. Just try and prioritize a good fight. Just know what exactly you want to do inside of the game. Have a clear picture and know which team is your proper enemy and which team you want to stop from breaching in.
But you know what? There's one team that I want to talk about, and we have completely forgotten about them. It's GLITCHREBORN. Who is their enemy?
Yeah, I mean, for GLITCHxREBORN, at this point, it feels like as a team, they're just not able to do that great. We did see some signs of life in that one game, but later on, GLITCHxREBORN just once again fizzling out. And these teams, at the end of the day, are sitting comfortably in the mid-pack. So we cannot even say that they're going to be in the bottom pack being eliminated. So GLITCHxREBORN, they themselves know they will comfortably move on to round 2. It's not even a question. We've got the match rankings on the screen. TWOB with 21 points, EMZ getting 17 points, shadowblitz as well getting 14. You've also got WELT right there with 9 points. So the top 4 pretty much getting consistent point flow.
Yeah, and it is, as we move down the leaderboard, we see BotArmy Esports with 5. There's REVENANT X SPARK with 5 points. So, all right, just based off of the finishes, they do manage to at least recover or salvage something from this particular game. God's Reign, which is 3 points on the board. Team Z is there with 3. GLITCHREBORN, we were just talking about them, 1 point. And GenXFM, we saw them again with just 0 points on the board. It seems like that has just become the new trend for GenXFM.
True that. For GenXFM, we had a conversation about this as well. At this point, this banner, I don't know what to say, what's going on wrong. Even if the players were out of practice, they still wouldn't have done this bad.
Exactly.
So I don't know what's going on with GenXFM. For some reason, it feels like they're just not in the mood to play.
Man, I just hope they're okay after this, because as you mentioned, individually, if you look at the players, they're talented enough. I think all of them are capable of getting like 1 finish every game.
Yeah, but still those 2 new additions, I feel like they're having a lot of problems to adjust to Maverick and the boy. So I don't exactly know what's going to be helping them in the remaining 3 games. I just hope, just try and go out with a bang symbol. Just do something that will make us remember you.
Exactly. Last 3 matches left.
Yeah.
And if they actually go big in those matches, they can save themselves from an early elimination as well, because that last page of the leaderboard is highly unstable. All you have to do, again, is avoid being in the bottom 16. That's it.
Think about it, Johnny. Maybe this was all planned, giving us all a heart attack, making us think that they will be eliminated, and then in the final 3 games.
Get the hype for the fans, huh?
Yeah, just pop back up, get yourself around the top 16, just be there in a comfortable spot in just 3 games.
Hey, if that's the plan, then you got to go all the way and win the trophy. That's going to be the most epic storyline ever.
I know, right? A team that was struggling in the round 1, we all thought will be eliminated, then ends up being the champion. Ooh. I feel like we're dreaming too much at this point.
But hey, we like to dream, right? I mean, we are always hoping for the best for these teams.
Hey,
but not everyone can win.
Look, as commentators, we're pretty good at theory crafting, right? So that's one of the skills we've got as well. We're pretty big dreamers. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. Do not dream, because we will be right back after this short break.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है. Wow.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025. This is Super Johnny, joined by Icy Baby alongside with me. And of course, with that game of Sanok, the journey of Group E does come to an end for the day. Next time we see Group E, it's going to be different teams inside of that group. But now we move forward, Icy, with Group F. Do you think, looking at the names, this is going to be as unpredictable as Group E itself? Which, I mean, is because we had a lot of comebacks over there.
To be honest, I think Group E, I kind of expected TWOB to do really well, and I'm very glad they are. But that means that they are going to be jumping in towards the top 8 as of now.
Yeah.
So maintaining that is going to be great. They will skip directly into the semifinals, which is good and all. But I feel like some of these teams, they definitely need practice. So I feel like REVENANT X SPARK has been trying out a lot of things. And getting 1 versus 3 by WELT, that was very, very awkward.
It was awkward indeed. But as you said, a lot of these teams need a lot of practice. And if you want your practice to never stop, ladies and gentlemen, check out the Realme GT7. Why? Because it has a 7,000 mAh battery and a 120-watt charger. You can be up to 50% in just 15 minutes. And of course, when we talk about practicing, you would want your FPS inside of the games in your practice to be the best. 120 FPS stable for 6 hours, which has been co-tested by Realme and Crafton. And it is available on Amazon. So go on to Amazon.in, search for the Realme GT7, and grab one for yourself.
Yes, and of course, all things considered here, we've had a little bit of a glimpse here on how Group E has performed in here. Coming into Group F as well, we have another defending champion of last year's BMPS title itself here. Moneymakers in the picture with Joker playing in play as well, because when Joker was playing with REVENANT X SPARK in the last season of BGIS, they could not qualify for a LAN, which resulted in a split now.
You know what, since you keep bringing up trophy and teams holding trophy, lifting players, here's the fun fact, right? This group, Moneymakers, they have just Joker, right, from that team that lifted the trophy. Previous Group E had 2 teams that lifted 2 different trophies, like 3 trophies between 2 teams. REVENANT X SPARK, who lifted BGIS and BMPS last year, and then there was God's Reign that ended up lifting the trophy in Mumbai in 2023. Both of them got thrashed by everyone in their lobby, man. That was difficult to watch.
Well, unfortunately to say, you know, there is that. Well, you know what? I want to talk about the esports players' lifespan, but you know what? Time is not of the essence of now. But because we are going to be jumping straight into game here to kick things off with the action for Group F right now, we're going to be jumping on screen, and it is going to be Sanok on screen for you guys as we are going to be jumping into the foresty plains of Sanok.
Yeah, the tropical islands are going to be on our screens, and it is going to be interesting to see, can the teams with the lineups that have the potential to lift the trophy survive the assault that will be dropped on their heads by everyone else. I mean, from this particular group, I think we have a lot of expectations from Moneymakers. Raven Esports are doing quite well, but it has to be K9 that I see, personally for me, was a little bit of letdown, because I expect this team to just go on a domination spree. I don't expect them to do well in one game. I expect them to get like 10 to 11 points all 3 matches.
I think specifically I want to talk about K9 is that when you watch K9 Esports, this is a team that has one of the most unexpected performances in the most unexpected times, right? Think about it. K9 Esports is the only team in history, especially with 2025, that has pulled off a 2-man chicken dinner right from the get-go, which was done by both Bees and Slug. And it wasn't a 2-man chicken dinner where it was like very easy or just last minute survive to the final zone and everything. It was just 2 guys just absolutely dumpstering everyone in the lobby with high finish volumes and then a big chicken dinner.
Yeah. And it was very impressive as well, but let's see how this game is going to turn out. So far, I mean, there might be a big clash happening in boot camp. Man, look at that. 3 teams towards boot camp, and we have a Southern Circle as well. So it seems like K9, just like Soul, are going to be unlucky on Sanok.
Well, UC, one of the teams that are in the bottom 16 here, looking to try and make a little bit of a comeback. But unfortunately to say, they are going to be expecting a little bit of company here. This is going to be Surge X AIB Esports on screen, looking to try and terrorize them from the main island, or in this case, the outskirts. They pretty much surrounded everyone from the side of UC. As they try to make a little bit of bounce back here, UC Gaming pretty much has to play on the main island here. They've got a decent amount of weaponry to work with. But the question here is, will AIB actually let them off the hook? Surge Esports pretty much going to be on a 2-2 split. Nothing super crazy yet, but it's all about a game of patience here. But through the horizon here, Johnny, we do have VST surrounding bootcamp themselves. a very, very awkward one, I would say, considering that there's not a lot of loots around bootcamp. So I would say this is a three-way showdown in bootcamp, considering that VST dominated the warehouses. We have UC in the main buildings, and we have, of course, AIB on the sides.
Yeah, but in a situation like this where you are having that bootcamp conflict, I would say VST has the prime spot, because at least from the warehouses, all you got to do is just sweep in and clean up whoever's left. Just let the other two teams fight it out. On the other side, REVENANT Esports all the way towards Camp Charlie. They are playing from that southern edge of this map. And REVENANT Esports, again, ladies and gentlemen, a reminder, is the best performing team in this group. This team was still in the top 16 at the start of the day. So they have an opportunity to make that climb all the way inside the top 5.
Yep, and of course, when it comes to REVENANT Esports, well, we have to talk about Lens. This is the guy that was up in contention, you know, to be on par as the scary Jot during BGIS on the earlier few months ago. So this, unfortunately, say REVENANT Esports, they could not make it to the LAN, but this was a team that we also predicted that had a very, very good potential to make a bounce back. So now, back in BMPS, they've shown us why they deserve a second shot, and hopefully they are going to be able to secure themselves in towards the LAN finals when it actually happens. But all things considered here as well, I'm curious to see how the three teams in bootcamp is going to survive, because think about it as well. I agree with you on the point about VST being able to easily clean out bootcamp, but because of how the circle shifts, they need to push down south, so they don't really have a lot of options to actually rotate in, especially if they don't have vehicles as well to try and get center control. But on screen, we do see have 4TR official. That's going to be a little bit of an interesting one, considering that 4TR is also the team that has been struggling to make a little bit of mark inside inside this overall leaderboard themselves. So that's going to be something that maybe they are going to be able to find a couple of picks here. But you see playing this very, very safe here to a point that they're forced to prone out everywhere to try and re-rotate their position. It seems like UC Gaming, they just want to back out from the main island, go in for the wraparound, and then take space to rotate out potentially.
Man, oh man, this is going to be such a tough spot to be in for both these two teams. I don't think with how they're positioned, I don't think either of them expects VST to be there, because UC is completely focused in on the players of Surge. And they're not even checking their backlines, not even checking for any sort of movement towards the triple warehouses. But luckily for them, there's a distraction brewing up for VST as well, as Team Tamilas are going to try to close in. But we move towards the cave area where we have Moneymakers taking early control of the hill. REVENANT Esports want to move in from Camp Charlie, but have been shooed away back to their old spot.
Yeah, this is smart of Raven as well as Moneymakers as well. They realized that this cave is really, really good in the early phase, just because of the fact that in the early phase, the topography and design of this layout gives them a little bit of cover for if any kind of teams try to push in from the north side. Yes, southwest and southeast is going to be a little bit of a leeway, but because of how docks is kind of out of the way, the tendency of a team actually coming in from docks is very, very unlikely, and a team that comes in from Bantai is more likely, but again, doesn't have a lot of vision controls because of how the compounds of Charlie is designed to. It's not designed in a way that gives you vision towards cave, because there is a lot of trees in between.
Yeah, it's more leaning towards taking control of Painan and playing from the western side of the map. And the only team that will give you trouble if there's a southern circle on Sanok and they are going to be in docks is going to be the side of 8-bit, because Somraj actually dominates that southeastern quadrant. But you see that cluster build up already towards cave. Artificial is going to be there. Myth has moved in. You have the players of SLE also finding themselves a little bit of a safe haven, but hey, fight breaks out. And this time it's going to be 4TR. They are getting pushed up by XOTIC signature, and well, it's the first frag found by XOTIC, but they've lost one. The trade comes through for 4TR.
Yep. XOTIC signature pretty much backs against the wall. They have to play inside. They are setting up a couple of preemptive nades, but no direct push yet. But eventually, after Nades has pretty much ducked out as well, 4TR official gets a little bit of control. Aim got stuck inside. He's got a shot. He finds the first now, looking for the confirmation. But a pixel shot coming in from Pain is like, we'll take him out. And that's going to be the confirmation here. But 4TR official, they need to go in for the resets here, because here comes the cavalry, as they're not too happy. But they've lost a couple players here. Signal going to be playing from afar. He's pretty much tagged low, providing support fire action with the nade. No connection. And as you get the pixel perfect pre-fire comes through action. Ooh, not getting clipped. Very, very lucky there. Very close call. That is stalemate now, Johnny.
Oh, I mean, and the stalemate gets broken. A mistake being made by XOTIC signature. as they try to push in. I believe we're down to 2v2, but Nexus needs to be careful. No utility. So gets forced into going for those jump shots through the window right in his face. Both of them dished out the equal amount of damage, but neither of them got knocked out. How does that happen? Especially with the DBS. But he still finds the knock, and the spray finds a little bit of contact onto that last man as well. Nexus needs to put on the first aid as quickly as possible. His teammate in the backline is going to heal up and also will look to join the fight. But they're putting pressure onto 4TR, and so much so that 4TR just crumble under it. Lost one player, but still get those 4 points. XOTIC signature, that is a brilliant execution.
What a clutch coming from both Nexus and Signal with that pincer attack as well. XOTIC signature, they may have lost aim guard, but the damage has been done. They got the confirmation if they've got themselves a decent amount of points. However, when we talk about the circle as well, they are in a pretty good squad, considering that they are very close towards the northeast quadrant of that circle. So rotating and waiting for circle from rotations is going to be pretty okay, but meanwhile the circle shifts here. It seems like it's not going to be heading down towards the cave here, so it might be a quarry circle, or might be where Painan is as well. So it is going to be a 50-50 between Painan and quarry. I don't think it's going to shift south. North still a very possibility here, a very unlikely, but Team Tamilas in the triple crossroads on towards the north side has a pretty decent cover as well if the circle shifts there. But again, coming out from there, not exactly great.
Yeah, and I mean, if you talk about coming out of positions and that not turning out too well, I think that's the reason that we still saw Surge and UC still stuck in their standoff in boot camp. Neither one of them wants to move out or is not allowed to move out. But in the meanwhile, money makers definitely making a lot of money, especially if they are able to connect those nades consistently. They've managed to secure 2 knocks. Here comes the third, all based off of the utility they were able to throw at the players of ARC.
What a rush coming in from Moneymakers as well. 3 very clinical takedowns here. Just like that, ARC9 has to continue a journey with 1 player, and that's going to be Dox. Pretty much the last player standing, the solo warrior. And that's going to be a lot of utilities on towards Moneymakers here, as they try to actually make a little bit of bounce back. Unfortunately, will Moneymakers be able to continue? Is going to be the question here. Fortunately for them, they do get out from cave. So very good sign. Immediately rotates past them. And then now they're just picking people apart. And interesting enough, they've left ClutchGod all by himself to kind of keep tabs in case if anybody tried to rotate behind him, his teammates. So that's a very interesting approach, but it's kind of working out though.
I mean, it's kind of working out, and that requires a lot of faith in your teammates, man, to be honest. Because the 3 players that pushed in are trusting that ClutchGod will be able to get them the early information in case someone tries to move in towards them from Camp Charlie. Namely, I mean, they're still eyeing out for Raven Esports. And ClutchGod has to trust his 3 teammates that all 3 of them will be able to move into those 3v4s and will be able to survive and get those points. Yeah, there has absolutely nothing between these teams that has happened. UC still there with 4 players not willing to move out of the center building, and Surge having them surrounded, not willing to move out of boot camp in general.
Yeah, this is very difficult. Because of these 2 stalemates, a lot of the teams inside the zone has so much more space now.
Yeah.
So technically, yes, there's 15 teams in this game, but inside the zone feels like it's 13 teams.
And also, like, VXT is the smartest of the teams that were there. But if you guys want to play like an amazing chicken dinner champion level team, ladies and gentlemen, check out the realme GT7. It's going to get you a lot of practice. You are going to be able to break out of these standstills if you know how to practice and how to build up those strategies. 120 FPS stable for 6 hours, but well, it seems like SLE, they're going to have to get their hands on the GT7 as well, because they get pushed on by Myth. And the opener is there as Clutcher just finds a contact barely at the edge of the building and gets the opening knock.
Yeah, this is going to be very important as well here. Formerly known as Sorry
second.
Esports. The nade comes through, a big nade from Clutcher. That's going to be 3 down just like that. Or in this case, 2 down for now. There's going to be 2 confirmations in the back as Myth Official continues with the push. SenseBoy pretty much on the run. The rest of the pack completely abandoned Painan as the circle actually shifts to Painan.
You called it, buddy, and I really wanted to say, like, if we want an entertaining game of Sanok, it has to go to Painan. And, well, we are going to have an entertaining game of Sanok for sure. But SLE, I think they're just going to be upset that they were holding on to Painan for a long time. Now it's not going to be there as Myth Official has completely taken over. And also fight breaking out between UC and Surge finally as both the teams get pressured by the blue. But as I was talking about it earlier, VST, who have taken control of the southern hills of Bootcamp, will be able to clean up no matter who survives that bootcamp conflict.
Exactly, but at the same time, VST, like you said, they're still waiting on bootcamp people, which is great and all. They are going to be able to come from the north side. But the question for Painan is that teams on the west side, they are going to be relatively safe because they will have angles on towards Painan and also people rotating from the north side, specifically going to be in VST. But on Screen Myth, they found themselves a new neighbor, and that's going to be 3 teams inside Painan now. The only quadrant left unoccupied here is going to be the northwest side, which again, K9 Esports may look to consider coming in as well. So this might be the divide of 4 quadrants inside Painan for this neighboring fight itself. Smith got a very, very good widespread. Their focus here is not going to be the neighbors. They are going to try and help zone out the people outside and get themselves a couple of finishes.
Oh man, this is going to be intense from the perspective of Raven Esports as well. Somehow managing to get themselves decent cover, but escaping. In fact, nitpicking your fight is going to be having escape options, and nitpicking your fights is going to be very important. But you see, oh no, now surviving that dip is going to be close to impossible. We see the nade already in the hands of Demon, and it should not be a difficult angle for him to find contact from. There it goes, just a chip onto Yash. The players of UC Gaming have been dropped extremely low.
Yeah, they're trying to get out as well. UC Gaming finally down towards the last meds, and Demon actually bleeds out to zone. And just like that, Search and AIB pretty much gonna be taken out by the zone as VST takes a couple shots in, gets the confirmation on Demon, and UC pushes up eventually, but they're just all gonna get taken out on Bootcamp. They took too long, and now with the zone pressure coming through, Spider-Boy gonna be at a last-ditch effort to try and get some finish points on their board as much as he can. And even next will bleed out his zone. This is a complete disaster for both of these teams in Bootcamp.
It is, and it was always going to be that way since the circle moved away and Surge down to the last man. UC and Surge just end up taking each other out. At that point, it was just about denying points to the other side. And VST, who wasted so much time waiting on the hill slope, man, I feel bad for them because they get absolutely nothing. But Joker, that spray was incredible. Finds the opening against the players of ASSAM Tigers.
Wow, what a shot coming from Joker. Seems like still got it, but Clutch got pretty much knocked as of yet. They are going to try and pick him up here. He is inside his zone, so the rest of the team will follow, trying to provide a little bit of assistance here. ASSAM Tigers, not too happy that they themselves got knocked, so it is going to be a small reset coming from both these teams. Meanwhile, Moneymakers, look at this. Joker, he's a little bit afraid that there may be teams across that may have angles on him.
Team Ace, they have to clear the front lines if they want to survive in this game. And Hunter actually kicks things off in a brilliant manner. They are taking fights on 2 flanks. Team Tamilas up front, and then towards the south there is XOTIC Signature, but TWOB official. 2 players left, and they're getting pushed in the Painan compound.
Oh no, Spiritless Esports, they're pretty much stuck. 2 guys handling the wall, 2 OP officials getting up so close. Shot comes through, Pagalu was able to get a little bit of a chip damage off his shoulder. Pro in a wall of pain here. Fake Pro forced to go in for the resets, but again, neighbors are coming in. Painan circle, everyone is coming in. And 2 OP official, they need to push through, knowing that the backs, they have VST tailing behind them. It is going to be a 2 versus 2, but it seems like it's okay to be rooftop and ground floor neighbors for now. As the circle slowly closes in, everybody is going to be focusing on Painan. There's just too many teams in Painan right now.
Yeah, too many bodies. And especially VST also moving, and that's just going to increase the population of this town. But next zone closing in, just about 6 seconds left. 2 OP official, I think they're going to be happy just staying in a stalemate in that 2v2, but Shoot Paglu is moving towards the shoreline, which can be risky. On the other side of things, though, Ace actually finding the opening against the players of Team Tamilas as 2 players get knocked out. The other 2 players kind of in a safer position away from the blue, but Ace, they have to be careful. Even their numbers are dwindling down.
Ooh, okay, Team Ace, they actually scouted a member from there, and nope, actually gets scouted by Moneymaker. So Joker actually takes down Nexus. So a little bit of saving grace here coming from teammates. They were a little bit paranoid, and it's right to be as well, considering that they did hear gunshots. But the biggest obstacle is they have to push towards moneymakers. And right now, as soon as they go in for the collide, teams across is going to take a jab at them. And maybe even Team Tamilas may look to third party this.
They can. But moneymakers, I believe that is a very make it or break it spot to be in. Either they're going to walk away with a lot of eliminations from this match, or they are just going to get taken out, making a play for the city of Painan. They already have 6-7 eliminations on the board, so they're doing quite well for themselves. But K9 Esports, they're trying to make that bounce for the southern compounds of Painan. Omega actually does it in style, just drives in reverse the whole time. He wanted to avoid getting shot at from the other side of the river, but K9 Esports somehow managed to sneak all 4 of their players into a safer position into Painan City.
This is going to be very, very awkward here, but K9 Esports, they finally strike. And it's going to be going head-to-head to his VST, but little did they know there is too many people as well. Raven Esports looking to try and make a jump as well, but Moneymakers, very, very happy. They will have no much competition on the east side. The only one closest to them is going to be Ernie from the northeast side, but the circle is going to be pushing towards Painan. Ernie, last man standing for Team Ace, does have 5 finishes in the bag. All he needs to do is just survive, and Moneymakers will take a little bit chill pill because there's no reason for them to push out yet. But seeing how Pucar is angsty look for information, he is going to try to go for the push. Seems like he is going to be calling in the backup as well in case he gets knocked. As he tries to set up, circle closes in. Ernie making absolutely no step. A little bit of a bait nade's coming through to try and bait some sort of reaction, clearing those corners. Nade does clip him by a bit, but no confirmation yet. Vehicles comes through, finally makes a step. Pucar sees him, and here he comes. The pump comes through, and Ernie takes down Pucar. Mistakes were made, and Moneymakers backed off a little bit too early.
As I said earlier, only 2 options in their front. Either clean up all of the teams outside of the zone or just get taken out while making the play for the city. And Moneymakers, I think now it is going to be extremely difficult for them to even make that cross-river play down to 2 players. Ernie is still actually looking to clean house with the players of Moneymaker. Joker spotted out. Ooh. Shots fired. Contact found as well. Joker is extremely low. Clutch God moves in to try and save his teammate. But the piece of Util is going to force the players to separate. Clutch God, he has a nade. And it should not be too difficult to find contact. It's right. It's very close. Ernie is still there with 50 HP, but the blue zone is going to force him back on his feet.
Yup, he's going to bleed out as well. Finally runs out and gets taken out. That's going to be Clutch God and takes him out. But Moneymakers circle backs against the wall. They have to run in. And inside Painan, look at this. Everyone is at a stalemate. Everybody's going to be pushing down south. And Raven Esports is going to be the furthest, or in this case, the gatekeepers for teams in the Painan itself here. Myth having a little bit of run in, but Raven going head-to-head with K9 now. Omega finds an angle. B's pretty much knocked out, and they're so afraid to push in just because they know there's someone on top of the hills.
Yeah, and Raven Esports, I think this has to be another big chicken dinner for Raven. They moved in from Camp Charlie, and now having this house at the edge of the city of Painan. If they clean up, if they win this fight against K9, they can win the chicken dinner. And again, you have to check your backs. Anyone from the side of Raven could be there. Slug also getting knocked out. Mistakes being made by the players of K9 Esports. And Raven, they want to make sure that they finish off K9 before their teammate gets finished off or confirmed. But K9, they're back to 3 players. And Maxioso is just trying to be the distraction, trying to see if he can find those knocks, or maybe he's just get the finish conversion as well. But again, we're back to a 4v3, I believe.
Agreed, Maxioso, fantastic defense, and they edge it bit by bit, but the nade coming from Lance will get the knock on Ninja Boy, and here comes the rush. Beast was able to defend. He could not save the day. He will lose his life. It's up to Omega. The spray comes through, gets a knock. Now, can he get the confirmation? No, he's out of bullets. He's reloading. He's stuck in the corner. He got completely blocked by Raven, and now Maxioso, the Clutchmeister for Raven Esports, has to make a run for it. And throughout the entire commotion, LIKITHA Esports was just sitting outside watching and looking in. And guess what? Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for contributing to the cause of my points.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, they get a few extra finishes for themselves. But man, oh man, Raven versus K9. That has to be the best 4v4 of today. That was an absolute cinema, man. I could not stop myself from clapping at the end of it all. And kudos to Raven Esports for winning it. But LIKITHA Esports now, this is an awkward position for them to be in. Because all of a sudden, because they got distracted by Raven and the side of K9 Esports, Myth has taken control of the shoreline. And I think Myth, if they find the contact with their gunshots, they should be able to walk away with the chicken dinner. But who am I to ask them to do things? They just mess it up, and LIKITHA Esports get 2 more finishes for themselves.
Oh my goodness. Final 2 versus 2. LIKITHA Esports, they're holding on. Magic and Smoker. We've seen this before.
Yeah.
We've seen this in the past. Smoker. This guy is a maestro himself, but with the zone edging in, Clutcher has to force out the zone. Magic also pushing from the edge. Smoker, no more meds. He's only got bandages. Utilities pressure comes through. KSR sees all this rotation, but he's waiting for that small little bean. Smoker is inching away. Back, pretty much exposed, but no, the push through from KSR finds him. As Smoker goes down, it's only Magic that remains.
And again, in a 1v2 as well, Clutcher, he does not have a lot of HP to work with, but Magic, he's going to need that one magical nade connection. He's stuck in the blue. Almost gets taken out with the first aid, kicks in at the right nick of time, but he gets spotted out and gets finished off. So Myth eventually end up securing what was supposed to be theirs to begin with in the final few moments. That chicken dinner goes their way, and LIKITHA Esports, I think they're going to be happy with the top 2 finish. They get, what, like 5-6 eliminations on the board. But, man oh man, Raven versus K9, that was the best fight I've ever seen.
I know, right? It was so intense as well. Every single detail was taken on account as well. Maxioso, definitely one of the clutch meisters for the game. But congratulations for Myth Official, their first winner chicken dinner and 10 finishes here. Because this was a team that was struggling in the mid-bottoms here of the pack. But with this winner chicken dinner, it does give them a shot to push into maybe the top 16. It's a little bit far-fetched, but it is the beginning of a start.
It could be the beginning of it all. It could be the beginning of Myth breaking into the top 16. I agree with you on that, because as you mentioned, this chicken dinner actually pushes them and gives them a big leap on the leaderboard. Plus, 2 more matches left, man. If they are consistent enough on Miramar and on Erangel, who knows? By the end of the day, we're going to see them in the top 16 itself. By the end of today. And then they will have 3 matches to hold on to that spot.
Exactly. It is going to be a very, very good comeback here coming from Myth Official, because their decision to actually push through to a spine on the east side was great and all, but it was still very, very difficult hold. So I would say the successful hold of Painan, even though from our perspective, Raven should have won that. Yeah. But Myth was the eventual winners because they cleaned out every single fight from their vicinity very, very cleanly.
Yeah, it was very impressive. But again, I mean, this was a very chaotic game overall, because this is how we started with 4TR against XOTIC. And XOTIC did quite well for themselves in this early conflict. But then again, I mean, they did not have enough time to go for a reset. Myth, I mean, impressive hold. Impressive entry, I have to say, into the city of Painan, because initially it was a different team. I think it was SLE who was holding on to the city, and SLE had been there for the longest time, and then Myth breached in from that southern side, and SLE could do absolutely nothing about it.
Exactly. Even K9 as well, the moment he saw VST out of position, he went in for the push and completely shut them out. So nicely done coming from K9 Esports, but Team Tamilas, it was just very, very unfortunate for Monty. Oh my goodness, he actually got naded off. That's so unlucky. He was right at the safety net as well. Timing is just very, very unfortunate for him.
Yeah.
But of course, this fight here, this Maxioso clutch was just phenomenal. Like, the moment he got the knock in for his teammate, he was able to held on, destroy everyone from side K9 Esports, forced them to back off inch by inch, and then eventually came down to the last moment where Beast was able to get a little bit of recovery. But this small little play, which was insane, was that Omega and also the rest of Raven Esports, what they did was they instantly crawled up and locked him down in the corner to limit his movement, to line it up for his teammate. Yep. They know for a fact that he does not have ammunition. And that was a very, very small little detail that actually allowed him to win that fight.
Exactly, and that was the most impressive thing about that fight, that it wasn't just one team pressuring one. It was so much counter pressure, so much back and forth, and small little details making the difference from the first knock till the last confirmation that came in. But we do have the stats for the team that won the chicken dinner on our screens. Myth, and again, impressive performance. The team played to perfection. But again, it all started from that entry into the city of Painan, and Clutcher was the man who made it all happen.
Agreed. But nicely done coming in from Myth, because this is them making a little bit of bounce back here. And of course, like you say, Clutcher was the ones that opened things up as well, considering that their segment of Painan, there were just teams on the north side, but they were all two players on the side as well. Even Team Tamilas, which normally should have been able to push through and dominate them, but they actually got lost 2 players because of Ace Official. So everyone from the north side of the segment, everybody has drawn blood except for Myth Official.
But you know, while we talk about all of the exciting moments of this game, we also have to talk about what happened in boot camp at least once. That was the longest standstill I've ever seen.
Well, I think we've seen this between Revenant X SPARK before, and also somebody else in Yasnaya.
Yeah, but at least they make an attempt to fight, right? Oh, Phoenix, are you talking about the old Phoenix? Phoenix is not going to hold on, man. They just go at Revenant X SPARK.
But all things considered here, the MVP of the match here is going to be Maxioso coming from Raven Esports here with 3 finishes in the back, 4 knocks, and also 822 damage to seal the deal and get themselves at least in towards a top 4 position. So I would say this is a great run here coming from Raven Esports, and like you said, they are the highest performing team in this group.
Yeah, I mean, I expected... So I was hoping for Raven Esports to win because a couple of reasons. First of all, impressive players. They've been they've been playing very well this entire tournament. And of course, it's going to be a new name that would dominate the circuit or the leaderboard as of now. But we do have the top 5 players from that previous match. Maxioso, of course, the MVP of the game. Then we have Beast, who got 4 finishes, but the damage numbers are lacking. Hunter's going to be there with 3 finishes, KSR with 4, and then Smoker is going to be there with 3 eliminations as well. Both the players who got 4 finishes do not even have 400 damage, man.
Well, I would say they are thieves in the night, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean...
Daylight robbery. Why did you steal my finish from my teammates? But all things considered, it is a team game. It doesn't matter who does the job the most. What matters is we get the point, That's it.
True. I mean, points are all that matter. And they were able to get few critical points for their teams. That is going to be visible on the match rankings. Because here we are, 20 points for Myth. LIKITHA Esports, 11 points. I think this has to be one of the greatest starts to the day for LIKITHA Esports in this realme BMPS so far. We have Moneymakers also doing quite well for themselves, 9 points. And they were very aggressive in the early game stages, because of which they fell apart when it came time to transition into the late game. But K9 as well with 9, Raven with 9, Ace Official 6, that's a decent performance. ASSAM Tigers with 6, and XOTIC Signature with 5 points.
Yeah, XOTIC Signature had a little bit of an early awkward fight here, but they still got themselves 5 finishes. So I'd say that still a win is a win. But the top teams, especially in this game itself, they were really, really doing their best as they can as well. Moneymakers, it's unfortunate they just made one small, tiny little mistake, which resulted in them getting picked apart. But again, based on their conditions from those combos, pushing to Spainan, not exactly easy thing to do.
And I have a feeling, looking at that leaderboard, that this lobby is going to get extremely sweaty in the next 2 matches, because I think it's so... Looking at the point structure, the point system, you would assume like, all right, 1 point per finish, everyone should be able to get at least 1 point. But very rarely it happens that the entire lobby has like something to show for the previous game. Mostly the teams that get taken out very early just go completely with absolutely nothing, right? 0 points on the board. This game, everyone got at least 1 point.
Yeah, it was just an absolute pandemonium, right? It's just trades after trades after trades. So I would say this lobby is definitely based on mechanical skills. It's very, very high.
Yeah.
But you have to also take into consideration that this lobby ended with only 14 teams. So why I say 14 teams? Because 2 teams were completely shut down in bootcamp and could not join the fight. So technically that zone has too much space.
I would say, let's just say 13 teams, because VST also got involved in Triple Warehouse, and then they moved down south, moved to the hill, and then just stay there, because VST was also hoping that, all right, these 2 guys would fight it out, and then we will third party get those finishes. But then VST ended up staying there the entire time. By the time they realized, oh, we got to get to Painan, the city is getting taken over, it was a little too late.
No, fair enough. But VST still had a little bit in back as well, because they had also the run-in with K9 Esports here, which gave them a little bit of points here and there. So I wouldn't say they're completely out of equation. They were still part of the inside
At least
circle.
got involved.
Yeah, they were somewhat involved. So I would say there's a little bit of a small win for them. But with that being said here, after seeing that game, guess what? We have the official overall standings as of now for the first time on screen. Apologies for that. if you guys have watched the previous 3 games, guess what? TWOB is the team with the most amount of winner chicken dinners by getting 2 chicken dinners today, totaling up to 4 out of 9 matches, and are currently top 2 in the overall standings.
Man, that is very impressive. 4 chicken dinners in 9 games. Now I want to see how far can TWOB make it into this tournament, and of course, are they going to be able to lift the trophy? But as we move forward, shadowblitz as well, one more team that has done quite well for themselves, but there is no name in this list that has just played 7 matches. 7th match happening for Group F right now. As we move forward to the next page, again, I think it is K9 Esports. We see them on the 26th position. There's going to be Raven Esports there with the 65 points on the 22nd position. I was expecting Raven, I think, with this match, they are going to take that leap into the top 16, because this is just with them having 6 matches played, right?
Yeah, this is pretty much them 6 matches, right? So this match hasn't been calculated into his overall standings here. So I would say for those of you guys who haven't seen this match here, this is the overall standings as of yet from before this match actually begun. So this is something that I think for them to actually give chase for Raven Esports after that performance is not that hard. Into the 16, not that hard. Top 8, a little bit difficult here because Seoul is pretty much on the borderline as well, and it's still at least a 20-30 point leap. So again, yes, it's hard. It's not that far. But for Raven Esports, they still have 2 more games to go. So if they try to replicate what TWOB did and have 2 back-to-back chicken dinners in this next upcoming game, I would say it's a big win for them.
It is definitely going to be a big win. But let's see how things are going to turn out. I mean, 2 more matches left, man. Opportunity is there to make a statement, break into the top 8. Because apart from the top 5, everyone else is just dealing with a lot of instability in the overall leaderboard. Miramar and Erangel, 2 important maps for all of these 16 teams. What is going to happen? Only time will tell. For now, we're going to take a very short break. Stay tuned. Keep watching. We'll be back after this.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BMPS 2025. You guys are currently watching day number 9 and of course Group F on its screen as well here. My name is ICBaby12 at your service. Joining me is going to be Necro as we take you through the English commentary. And of course, you guys are not watching the Hindi language broadcast. You guys are watching the English commentary. So keep chats as clean as possible.
Of course. I don't exactly know why you took those shots, but fine. You know what? I enjoy that. But now, speaking of this group itself, I'm really loving how things have started off, right? Raven Esports getting that consistency point of view. Even K9 Esports getting 9 points for themselves. Moneymakers as well, a bit of that bounce back once again, because we clearly remember Moneymakers, when they played their first 3 games, they were exceptionally well. But then those latter 6 games that they played, Moneymakers choked up hard. But now, once again, they're off to a decent start. I just want to see how they're going to be playing the upcoming 2 games as well.
Yeah, I think this lobby is very, very sweaty. So as Jeremy did mention as well, this game, we do have a lot of mechanically skilled players as well. I think there was the big major fight between Raven Esports as well as K9 Esports, which came down towards the last wire. Every single micro detail was taken into account towards Raven Esports. Like 3 of the knock players was forced to actually push into limit Omega's position to allow Mafioso to actually clutch out the finish. So that was a very, very sick moment coming from Raven Esports. But eventually, aside from those 2 teams, we also, like we said, Moneymakers, also a team that actually really, really did well in terms of the finish board. They were the top finished leaderboard in that lobby before the chicken dinner. So I would say every single team is playing at the best level. We saw a lot of major fights, and I want to see how in the map of Miramar, how is it going to be when things get a little bit tactical?
Exactly. But hey, something that's going to help you guys out with your gameplay is also going to be the Realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And let's not forget, the device is already out, so I'd recommend you guys to move on towards Amazon. Check it out as well. It's got stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours, tested by the Realme and the crafting guys themselves. And also the 7,000 mAh battery comes in with 120 watts fast charger. So what else do you want? So move on towards Amazon and check out this device. And if you love it, just buy it. It's already available.
Exactly. Buy now. Check in on Amazon. Do it. Because why? You want to be a pro? You need at least 6 hours of 120 FPS uninterrupted. That's it. Get it. Realme GT7. But all things considered, coming back towards the conversation here, I think a little bit of a bounce back needs to be done here, coming from 2OP official. Needs to be done coming from Senseless as well, Sour, previously from Sour Esports. But without further ado, we're going to be jumping straight into the game here. Guess what? Surprise, surprise. We're going to be jumping into the map of Miramar for Group F. As a circle, in this case, the flight is going to be coming in from Campo Militar and then ending towards the outskirts of Pertona. So back to this point here, I think the biggest comeback, especially from the lower half here, is got to be Myth official, because that chicken dinner gave them a fighting chance.
Yeah, I mean, Myth getting 20 points out of that game was definitely quite surprising, and even Raven Esports should be a major threat for the teams currently sitting inside of the top 8. Looking at Raven Esports' standing, they're actually doing pretty good for themselves, and Raven Esports can easily crack inside of the top 8 as well in the remaining 2 games they've got. They just need to maintain the similar consistency they have been maintaining so far. Team Tamilas, so far, I'm not exactly sure what to expect from them. They're outside of the top 16. They need to try and buckle up as well, and at least make it inside of the top 16 and give the fans a bit of that sigh of relief.
Well, speaking of sigh of relief here, because right now on screen we do see Surge going up against 2OP official. Surge, 2 back-to-back actions, but they have had drop clashes. Previous map was it was with Boot Camp, and also I believe. Ooh, hold that thought for now. Wait a minute, Surge. They're going to be playing on the outskirts as well. 2OP official Shady from on top. He's going to try and go in for the flank, but he's getting shot up from afar. Shady. Very, very awkward start for them.
Yeah, it's quite a shady spot Shady's in. So he definitely needs to fall back towards a bit of that safety and at least play things a little bit more cautiously. Shady gets spotted, but what was that from Surge? Demon making a major mistake, vaulting in front of the opponent, and of course Shady will strike him down as well. I'm not even sure what Demon was thinking in that instance. A rookie mistake for sure. And now Surge once again losing out another man, constantly getting taken down to a 3-man squad. 2OP officials having the man advantage as well in their hands, but still playing a little bit laid back and pushed back. If 2OP wants, they can definitely push up a bit more, punish the opponents, and just try and press on the charge. Rub some salt on top of the wounds.
Yeah. But at the same time, is going to be a little bit of stalemate once more as well. We saw how Surge was at a stalemate between them and UC in bootcamp. But this time, the spread comes through. Spiderboard needs to make a little bit of recovery here. He's going for an off-angle flank. But guess what? Liability is having the same exact situation, but the difference is he's got the VSS and Spider-Boy's got the UMP, but he's looking in the wrong direction. Spider-Boy, he's gonna get completely shut down with the tunnel vision. Liability finds a pick, and just like that, they've lost the upper hand from the side of Surge, and now 2OP official has prime control of what's happening inside this fight, and now they do find another pick, and that's gonna be Liability that takes on next.
Quite unfortunate, actually. 2OP just blown up the man as well in the front as Max gets confirmed. And now for 2OP officials, what can they do? What's the game plan going to be? That's my question. 2OP official looking to reposition themselves, and now you can see the man as well just trying to cross on towards the opposite side. Surge, they're already man down. Actually, 2 players down. So for Surge, with the remaining 2 players to get this clutch done, sounds a little bit too tough and also a daunting task. But what a shot that was. A pixel was more than enough to find that shutdown. But still for Surge, the doorways are open. And if they want, they can reposition once again. They're doing a decent bit of damage against the players of 2OP official. Another knock handed out. 2OP now starting to crack into that pressure. It's taken down to a 2v2 in the end, and Surge can still face the bright as another man falls apart. Tommy gun in the hand of Shoot Poglu, and he's constantly doing that damage as Liability from the outskirts will seal the deal as he eliminates the last man standing from Surge.
What a clutch coming from Liability. The last tick of bullets from the VSS goes in for the flick, knows his low, gets the job done. 3 very, very crucial confirmations coming from Liability to win the fight, and that is going to be a clean takedown for 2OP official. Nevertheless here, the drop clash not in favor of AIB. Once more, 2 back-to-back fallouts coming in from Senseless.
Yeah.
From Surge.
For 2OP officials, it was quite an interesting fight as well. In my opinion, they should not have choked that in the end. Those 2 players get knocked out. Definitely for a moment we thought that there's a big chance they can end up losing the fight. But luckily enough, that crucial knock which was found by the Tommy gun, and then later on Liability closing on up and getting that last man down as well, was crucially needed.
So very, very unfortunate in this situation. And 2OP official, they wrapped it up quick. They are going to be A-okay, but in this zone itself, 5 minutes has passed. Usually 5 minutes is really, really early for most games. But, really, really late for most maps. But in Miramar, it's still rather early. So for 2OP official to actually rotate in is not that bad. So I think it's okay for them. But on screen, I want to see how LIKITHA Esports actually makes a rotation in as well, because they are one of the furthest away from the zone. So considering that this is early for them, making a little bit early rotations doesn't mean they have enough loot. So Starboy not exactly having first aid kits for themselves.
I want to let you guys know something really important, and that is about the Realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win up to 2 lakhs. So what are you waiting for? Do it right now. The device is already launched on the 27th. It's available on Amazon, and if you love the device, in my opinion, buy it. That's stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours, tested by the Realme and the crafting guys themselves, and even tested by me, actually, and I personally love it. Smooth, buttery experience inside the game.
Hey, man, how will you know to love something if you've never tried it? Why not just buy it right now?
Just looks.
Just like Necro. The reason why he says he loves this phone is because he's tried it out.
Yeah, of course. I've tried it out. And honestly, even the device looks pretty attractive. Like, slick design. Even the back panel, the iSense graphene rear cover comes in a picture. Keeping your device 6 degrees cooler. What else do you want? No overheating issues right there.
You know what I want?
What?
One device for free for me right now on my hands. Well, I bought it, so I want a free one, extra one. One to play the first 6 hours.
I think you should talk to the bosses about this in the after meeting.
And then 6 hours at night.
Yeah.
120 FPS.
I mean, it's got a fast charger as well, right? So it's going to charge up pretty quick.
Fair enough. But all things considered here, K9 Esports making a little bit of a slow rotation. They are still stocking up until loot so far. They are playing center control. Meanwhile, UC finally gets to play the game, considering that they were stuck in bootcamp the entirety of the time and then eventually bled out to zone. So this is going to be a little bit of a recovery coming from UC. Well, in this case, they get to at least have a proper fight, I guess.
Yeah. Raven Esports in one extremity towards Los Leones. I'm not sure how the game plan is going to look like for them. There's also K9 Esports currently camping around that similar area. There's a big chance Raven Esports might just clash into K9. But is this fight really going to come into fruition, though? That's also a major concern. Ernie all by himself from Cork Team Ace. I'm not even sure what the game plan's going to be for Ernie at this point either, because he's just all by himself, trapped in a compound against the entirety of Raven Esports, and Ernie stands no chance. He just got picked off without any efforts.
Oh my goodness, the Molotov last extra spread actually knocked him as well. So unfortunate. And just like that, they are going to lose Ernie. Raven Esports actually scouts a little bit of Remnant here coming from Ace. Goes for a very, very aggressive spray from Spiley. But the confirmation comes through. Ace is going to completely back out of this fight. Meanwhile, Ray, they are going to be making a run here. Maxi also actually gives chase and actually finds Ray. What a hunt coming from Raven Esports.
Ravens out the prowl. They can taste all those tasty finishes and do not want to let them go just like that. Two elimination points earned quite early inside of the game. That's going to be the head start that Raven Esports was searching for. And look at the next zone shift right on top of the players of VST. And VST is known for those stalemates, especially after that stalemate in Yasna Poliana that they did against REVENANT X SPARK.
Yeah, agreed. But Raven Esports soaring high in this game. The problem is, will they be able to soar even higher? Because it's now a make or break situation for them, especially if they want to retain the spot being in the top 8 to qualify into the semifinals directly. But Raven Esports definitely a strong contender coming in from Group F itself.
Yeah.
But on the mini-map as well, the circle actually shifts onto a San Martin. So VST smacked it over all. Moneymakers also making a mad dash in that vicinity. But on screen, Arknights scouts out the members coming from Team Tamilas. The spray comes through. Docs not be able to find some sort of connection, but it is enough to force Team Tamilas to stay and commit to this fight.
Arknight Redcoats. At this point in time, Team Tamilas against them. Team Tamilas is a team with a lot of experience as well, so it's going to be tough to shut down a team like Team Tamilas, but still, you got to do whatever you can at this point in time. Arknights looking to find that first breaching point, the first entrance, but Team Tamilas is going to try to deny it as much as possible. They've got all the 4 players standing in the front. Even for Arknights, they do not straight up want to just barrel stuff the players of Team Tamilas down. They want to take their own sweet little time, but there's K9 Esports in the far fray. And now they're probably looking to form a bit of that off angle and third party this.
Yeah, they heard the commotions. Team Tamilas, they're forced to smoke up. They know for a fact that they heard Slug. And because of this, they're covering every single angle. And now Slug is going to be helping out Team Tamilas a little bit here as Arknight going to get their vehicles shot up. Slug and B is going for the wraparound. They are waiting for this big major fight. The stalemate from Team Tamilas, the decision to just stop that fight was a very, very good call.
Yeah. They're waiting for someone to step out in the open, and this was the exact wait that they wanted to execute. And finally, it's been executed as well. Beast able to find that first knock in confirmation. Team Tamilas realizes the exact thing. They push up close and personal, but Team Tamilas themselves are now starting to get countered. This is a massive blunder from the side of Team Tamilas, but even Arknight, they're starting to crack into that pressure. The one man behind the wall's taken down extremely low. The first shot missed. Rico, that was the opportunity that you were searching for, but he still gets the successful knock. Backs away. Needs to get the revival on his 2 fallen comrades though.
But now K9 Esports, they've heard all this commotion. They are going to come in and clean up as well. Slug goes in for the push. He knows they're stuck in the ground floor. He's looking for this confirmation. He steals one away. And now Slug gonna be going for the push as well. The Molotov's gonna zone him out, but he is gonna back off as K9 Esports knows that they've got them completely trapped inside. As Team Tamilas only Rico remains, and oh, the nade almost clipping Slug by the edges as well.
Yeah, it was so close. Slug could be knocked out with that well-placed nade actually. Team Tamilas not having the man advantage, even K9 Esports, they're just dominating through, scooping up the elimination points, just swiping the entire floor. And just like that, K9 Esports eliminating the likes of Team Tamilas. There is still a bit of that essence off the foes on the opposite side. I'm not exactly sure if K9 Esports does want to overstep the boundaries, push out, and claim those remaining elimination points as well that do linger in that field.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, but just like that, K9 cleans out 2 teams. They've got 4 points, but 2 teams out of the equation, and it completely exploded. An explosive performance coming from them. Meanwhile, Moneymakers will be playing a little bit safe this time. They were a little bit aggressive, but this time they're playing center control for a little bit more space.
And hey, something that's going to be a really nice and also quite luxurious for you guys is going to be this new Kia Ceros. I would recommend you guys to check out this vehicle as well. It comes in with quite the bold modern design and also comfortable and luxurious interior. And speaking about the design a bit more, streamlined door handles, Kia signature digital Tiger face, star map LED DRL, star map LED tail lamps. So what do you want? This vehicle looks amazing.
Exactly, with its bold and modern design as well. But you know what? Here is going to be a bold move coming from UC Gaming. The rundown comes through. They are going to be knocking onto the doors of 4TR. They get to very, very nice knock. The nade comes through, chips him down. But Pain is life, needs to be picked up. UC looking to try and stop this resurrection. But guess what? From afar, they're also getting shot from a different team. And that's going to be VST looking to try and third party this from afar. UC Gaming forced to reset. They heard all these gunshots. But the Molotovs, very, very pixel perfect, gets the confirmation, and the rush comes through for UC Gaming.
Yeah. And if God, at this point, 4TR needs to try and reposition themselves and play from a completely different angle. Still one of the men is knocked out. I'm not even sure what he was doing, crossing out in the open like that. UC heard those footsteps, instantly we're on the prowl. We're chasing the man down as well. Morty's way too in the back, so we cannot even do anything at this point. Cannot even save the day for the man who was knocked out. So for 4TR, this game, it's pretty much done and dusted, spoiled.
Yep, coming out from San Martin, they need to get out as well. Zone is not going to be in their favor. It does give them a little bit of temporary shelter to reposition, but UC Gaming finally gets a very, very successful takedown. It seems like practice, or in this case, not being able to play the game in the previous round has gave them a little bit of a spark here to kind of say, you know what, let's stop camp and start pushing. And guess what? It has paid off. Yeah. 3 easy finishes in the bag from UC Gaming. But how can they get out is going to be the question here, because if you pay attention to the zone, they're coming from the north side, and they need to push up the mountain where VST and also XE, in this case XOTIC signature, is going to be gatekeeping them as well as a circle. Going to be shifting on towards Moneymakers on the east side of Power Grid.
Oh, this is brilliant from Moneymakers, and even Raven Esports found themselves somehow in the prime spot. Even K9 is now going to be on the move, so everyone needs to be careful of K9 Esports. It's quite a deadly force. VST found themselves still on the other side, trying to duke it out against anyone that tries to breach inside the circle. They're currently beating Guardian Angels as well, constantly bursting away against the foes. Those vehicles constantly repositioning themselves as well. Even TWOB outside of the circle, going for a bit of that late game rotation. I'm not sure how that's going to be panning out though.
I do like what I'm seeing coming in from VST though. I do like what I'm seeing, to be honest. Yeah. Just because of the fact that because they are late, they are going to be able to punish a lot of teams that are late as well because of their high ground advantage. But the only downside is if they don't get any confirmation, they're in a bit of trouble here. But Morty getting a little bit of company here as the rush comes through.
There's no way.
Oh my goodness, not a single connection here. XOTIC signature, he sees him, but they manage to back out. But the confirmation has been gotten as well. The information is there. Nexus is going to be lobbing up those nades as they try to go in for a second rush attempt. Morty pretty much stuck all by himself. But the question here is, does XOTIC knows that he is all by himself? Because Morty is also busy fighting VST on the other end.
Yeah.
The solo warrior. And odd stack against him.
He actually does find a successful knock as well. So for VST, now they're taken down to a 3-man squad currently. And look at Beast, his squad exposed as well. Out in the open, he does not have any other fighting chance too. Morty has just made things real worse for VST at this point. How can you get the fallen man back up on his feet? Because they're in the back. You also do see Siraj and Pratik as well. But I'm pretty sure at this point in time, VST's given up on Beast. They know the man's done and dusted. He's a gone case. LIKITHA Esports. All the 4 players next to each other. It's not the best possible terrain you can ask yourself to play with, but it is still something that they need to work with at this point in time. But if the players of VST do push up, then LIKITHA Esports, for them, it will be complete panic on the board.
Well, in this case, ASSAM Tigers could be gatekeeping them from the sides, but LIKITHA Esports, they're getting shot from afar. Where did this shot come from? Because as of yet, they are going to lose one. ASSAM Tigers will find a little bit of confirmation, but they need some sort of backup. They've lost Smoker, one of the star players coming from LIKITHA Esports. XOTIC sees a pixel, goes for quick taps on mini 14s. Unfortunately, no connection at all.
Yeah, that connection definitely missing, as you said. You've also got Quark teammates right there, especially Hunters, just trapped in the enemy turf. Tossing out a smoke for now to try and make that cross as well. So TWOB, I'm not even sure what they exactly want to pull off with this push. Of course, they want to get rid of the foe in the front and just try and secure this entire compound for themselves. But that one foe can actually make things quite difficult if they're not utilizing the utilities properly. And they also know the surrounding lines aren't too clear either. From the top, there will be moneymakers just raining down hell.
Well, speaking of hell right now, Circle is about to shift completely. This is going to be the deciding factor on what is going to be the next game plan for most of these teams. And Myth, you can see they're on the go as the Circle shifts through. Guess what? Myth has a closer edge to the zone from the west side, but Moneymakers a widespread between Pucar, Clutch God, and Joker. Very, very greedy approach there. They need to find some place to hold on because as of yet, teams are going to be climbing up the mountain terrains, whereas whoever takes the warehouses where Moneymaker is going to be stuck looking up top with no way to push up.
Should be Moneymaker's game on paper. If they play their cards right, if all the 4 players are alive in the game, since they've also got the high ground to play with, and Moneymakers now have managed to regroup up as well. So even that's quite important.
Oh my god, Joker is all by himself on top of this mountain. There is nobody that provides any kind of cover, but Moneymakers has pretty much taken 2 of the highest points inside this zone, and they're going to oversee on everyone, looking down on them and just shutting them out.
Yeah, of course, Moneymakers will be doing good for themselves, but look at the esports. They seem like they're in a bit of a trouble. The man was knocked out, even the confirmation instantly followed up, so that's a good thing for ASSAM Tiger. They have been quite quiet so far. Now it's time to unleash the beast and show what they're capable of. ASSAM Tiger also getting shot from the back, which is not a good thing at all, as VST overlooking on those riches. A lot of shots were taken as Viper was able to find a lot of those successful connections as well. But he was not able to follow it up with a knockout, so it's just completely fine though. Still, ASSAM Tiger is doing a great job in buying more time for themselves. TWOB, they really want to push up close and personal, move inside of that house. Hunter is still trapped in there. The man's got his hands on a shotgun. Liability wants to toss out an aid, but he's not able to find that right footing. He's not able to find the proper intel on exactly where he should toss that utility as well. Now finally, the man moves. His position is now confirmed. Hunter takes a few shots around that doorway, backs away once again. Luckily enough, there is a smoke available, so Hunter can successfully keep on moving and play with the opponent's mind.
It all comes down to timings. And both these 2 teams, they do have zone in their favor somewhat. Zone still in play, but Hunter now pre-fires with the way through. Last 7 bullets on that S12K. Hunter needs to reposition. Not much option left for him as he needs to make a mad dash. Oh my goodness. He's getting slowly cleaned out, but off the finish, LIKITHA Esports gets taken out.
Eliminated from this game, and probably even Team Ace is going to follow up that same barrel. Hunter is the only man still somehow keeping himself pinned, is only playing around that staircase. He wants to hold that choke angle, but still holding that choke is too risky at this point. And Hunter can be seen with the TVP, so even that's another factor that Hunter needs to count. Now he's finally getting pushed on, even getting shot at by the Pleasant Moneymaker from the top. What can Hunter do? Since he's the only man standing, his life is extremely valuable for Team Ace. Hunter needs to stay alive. Oh my god, he pulls out the med. He wanted to patch himself up, but at the wrong time as he gets pushed and barreled stuffed to death.
Oh my goodness, life made miserable for him. Moneymakers and REVENANT Esports looking at this compound, shutting them all out. TWOB official, they get the reset, but the circle is going to be not favoring them as well because every single team is on top of this mountain and climbing up, an absolutely disgustingly hard thing to do because even Moneymakers themselves, they were there on top. But look at the terrain itself, it's so hard to push up.
Moneymakers split, I'm not a big fan of what they're doing actually. They've got a 2-2 split going on for themselves.
Actually, it's a 1-1-1-1 split.
Yeah, if you think about it, yeah, there's way too far away from Pucar. So yeah, even that's an important point.
Joker is on the other end, and Pucar is like saying hello from the other horizon.
Yeah, it's like everyone's trying to play on their own heroics. I mean, if it does work out, it will be incredible, but at this point, I'm pretty sure iQOO does not have control of all the 4 players.
The last time we saw something like this, it was done by Rider Esports, and they actually got the chicken dinner.
True that. It was on the Big Boy Mountain.
Yeah, it was on the east side of this map, but it was 4 different mountains. This is 2 mountains.
Yeah. Hold on to that
major,
thought,
major ones.
Spiritless on the move. This is going to be a tough one to pull off since they're quite desperate. It's a desperate mad dash towards a safety spot, which is going to be extremely tough to find as well. And there's two teams at the same time who try to make the pounce on this compound. XOTIC signature, utilities tossed out, but he's not going to be able to do anything as Skylar is getting pushed on, but he's still able to find one successful knock. XOTIC signature down to a 3-man squad. They have managed to do a lot of damage against the foes as well, but Skylar is now getting burnt alive with that Molotov, and he's not going to be staying alive for too long either. But even for the players of Spiritless, there's just this Pro alive. For how long can Pro keep himself and his team alive in the game? That's the real question. ASSAM Tiger as well from the far fray, tossing out the utilities, trying to stop this revival from coming through.
Fake Pro is left alone, and guess what? VST also getting cleaned out as well by Moneymakers. ASSAM Tigers looking very, very strong, playing from the north side, but even UC, he's going to get naded by ASSAM Tigers. Luffy with a very, very long toss here to try and stop them from entering inside the zone. And currently, as you can see, SLE pretty much has center control. Spiritless Esports right smack in the middle, but it is still part of the low ground.
Yeah, they have so much control, it's insane. ASSAM Tiger now looking extremely good and dandy. And everyone needs to fear, especially around this compound. But what a nade that was! Finds the exact connection that it was needed to find. And also gets the confirmation instantly. Good nade. Good combo. There is Luffy in the front. This nade might just seal the deal, but no, it's going to be the answer. Now wants to toss out a Molotov, make sure the flames are going to be spreading, but the man's already vacated that compound. But a off angle created from Walker as he finds the knock on to Rockley. And now also tosses out a U-turn, wanting to get the confirmation. He wants to at least bring the man number down to an equal.
Yeah, ASSAM Tiger holding on this stalemate for the longest of time. Spiritless Esports also very annoyed by this. They're trying to farm some finishes, but these neighbors are just very, very nosy. And it's understandable why ASSAM Tigers needs to take them out, because of the fact that if they don't take each other out right now, if they try to exit this compound and zone shifts out, it is going to be very, very difficult. So need to thin the herd right here, right now. And guess what? The circle actually does not shift out, so the compound is still part of the equation. It is going to be Moneymakers that needs to get down for the 2 highest points in this map. Or in this case, in this circle itself.
Yeah, ASSAM Tiger Esports, since they've already lost out on Viper in an awkward scuffle, still a 3-man squad can be more than enough to manhandle the team in the front, which is going to be SLE. And at this point in time for this team, they've got a decent bit of compound as well, a decent bit of stats going on. And since looking at the next zone shift, it's also going to be favoring them. Just tossed right on top of them as well. Moneymakers from the far fray going for those shots. Moneymakers is not looking too hot now. Yes, they have the high ground, but the zone is not exactly on top of them.
7 finishes in the bag. But guess what, Myth? They get picked apart. Luffy takes away a point from another team as they try to get as many as they can. Final 8 teams comes into play. ASSAM Tiger Esports playing is very, very slow as the companies are coming in, slowly colliding their way through. Moneymakers coming down from the high grounds as well. Joker left all alone from the southwest corner, pretty much getting knocked himself as Smith was able to find him and pick him apart. So no saves coming in from Moneymakers. This spread is pretty much put them in one of the most awkward positions.
Yeah, Moneymakers now down to a 2-man squad, which is horrendous. As I mentioned, the spread they had wasn't good. They've managed to rack up 8 finish points, so at least that's a good thing. They can end the day on a consistent spree, but still, I'm pretty sure Moneymakers was looking for a chicken. And now with the 2-man squad, just gets even tough to squeeze out. Raven Esports right underneath them. How does Moneymaker want to work against them? That's a major question. Moneymakers, they can probably hear a lot of footsteps too. Prakar wants to look on the opposite side of the ridge. Spots out the man of K9 Esports in the far fray. And that's going to be Ninja Boy. Look at what's going on. Luffy goes for the peek. Shots were taken, but no knocks found. ASSAM Tiger Esports getting capitalized now by the players of Myth. And for Myth, things have been working out pretty well.
Hey man, take your own sweet time, man. Circle still in the picture. But as soon as I say this, zone is about to close in. Next zone going to be in play, and it is going to be the final zone shift. It is going to shift out towards the mountain, and guess what? Senseless Esports, Spiritless Esports does have the compound still in lockdown on the north side. But eventually, when it comes down to the final stage 9 zone, they have to push up the mountain. So the biggest question here is, can they hold the fort while the rest of the world needs to push it? Because Myth, ASSAM Tigers on the north, in the south side, Raven Esports, they get completely bamboozled by Omega. What a nade from Omega.
Util's tossed out in the front. And yeah, for K9 Esports, the fact that they're still live inside of the game is quite a miracle. Since Omega and the boy, they're still cooking inside of the game. I just want to see for how long can K9 Esports keep themselves up and steady. Omega is also getting worked up from the southern side, right underneath him. And Lens, if he wants, he can actually push up the same direction Omega has. And I'm not even sure what sort of a game now Raven Esports is going to be playing.
I don't know, man, but this is a rematch, a revenge match coming from K9. They weren't too happy. They lost the fight against Raven. And this time, with that opening knock, it just might be the perfect, sweet revenge that they needed against Raven Esports from Sanok itself. But still, 6 teams remain, 4 teams left alive. Everybody has drawn blood. SPIRITLESS Esports having a very safe compound. All they need to do is just play safe. They've got 4 finishes. While Myth Official still looking to try and pick Moneymakers, who's still on top of those mountains. A very awkward position to be in, but it somewhat gave them a little bit of a solace here. Ninja Boy with the nade. Lens. He knows he's being spotted out. K9 Esports not going to play this risky move yet. They know for a fact that if they decide to push Lens, Joker is going to come down, raining on them.
Yeah, look at Lens. The man's taking too much damage upon himself at this point. Lens, you need to keep on moving. If you stay outside of the blue for too long, you won't be able to sustain the amount of damage that will be dished on top of you. And in the end, the nades will seal the TLS. K9 Esports, they claim the elimination point. Now for Moneymaker, still the high ground is with them. And they probably do want to rain a bit more of that terror and fear inside of the lobby. Moneymakers, the only thing that's currently halting them is K9 Esports. And Pokar really does want to push up close and personal and eliminate that last man of K9, which will be extremely tough. And what's going on with K9? Ninja Boy was too busy. I don't know doing what, but that should have been a knock right there.
What perfect timing coming in here, but Omega trades him off, and just like that, Moneymakers goes down for the count. But Ninja Boy, so unfortunate, he was cooking up the nade. That's why there was an animation lock there, which resulted in him not being able to pull his gun. But of course, on screen as well, we have SPIRITLESS Esports finally forced out of those compounds against ASSAM Tiger. Rocket League down, and Rex still alive, pushing his way through the smoke, but the nades clamps him off, and now SenseBoy looking to clutch the play. 1 versus 1, can he do it? Yes, he does, but his health, it's so low. We're down to his final 3 team. Another nade comes through, and it's gonna be Myth Official that takes it. Are we gonna see a back-to-back chicken dinner from Myth Official?
Seems like it for now. At the end, it's taken down to 1v1. Omega versus the man in the front. Myth looking to replicate the past, looking to replicate the history. Omega, flames in the front. They're going to be spreading soon enough, so the man needs to be extra careful. Clutcher, his name is Clutcher at the end of the day, but can he really clutch this 1v1 against the OG Omega himself? Omega being the IGL, he knows how to play the mind games as well, and even the smokes are helping him out a bit more. But no, it's going to be the answer this time as Omega gets denied, and Myth, they get a back-to-back chicken dinner. All the stars favoring Myth in this game as well. The circle taking a shift around Myth, and they end up claiming the chicken dinner. Solid stuff.
What is going on today, ladies and gentlemen? What is going on? 2 back-to-back chicken dinners once more for Myth Official. We've seen 2 from TWOB earlier in the previous group, and now for Myth, makes it look so easy. And with this 2 back-to-back, they've done one of the biggest comebacks ever, all the way from one of the bottom of the groups, now finally in towards maybe even to top 16.
They got 42 points in just the span of 2 games. This is insane from Myth. And honestly speaking, this is one of those teams that we never even saw coming, such a massive performance. And now they're just over here delivering an outstanding performance in the past 2 games. And for Myth, as you mentioned, have they really cracked inside of the top 16? I don't exactly know, but getting 42 points is definitely something that should help you crack in.
Well, you know what definitely cracks them in right now? That pretty much puts them out of elimination zone, which is a big comeback coming from Myth Official. So nicely done for them. But again, 1 more game to go. Consistency is key. But if they get a triple chicken dinner, that will be the first triple back-to-back chicken dinners in BMPS.
Yeah, I mean, this is how the action really kicked off as we have a look at the highlights as well. For TWOB, they faced off against the players of Surge, and speaking of Surge themselves, they missed a big time. Surge did manage to get it to a 2v2 in the end, but then we did see Liability just saving the day, coming in close and just ending the man's life in the end, and he was able to get a nice 3-piece out of that entire fight. Then later on, we moved on towards another fight. There was a big 3-man lock, or 3-teams lock going on, and in that lock, K9 Esports was the one to come through on top.
Yeah, that's 3-team stalemate on towards those compounds was very, very awkward as well, considering that the circle is favoring all 3 teams. So all they need to do is just play very, very patient, right? They have no reason to push out. It's just very, very awkward. But TWOB official, they had the short end of the short stick, or the draw itself, right? Like, they had no choice but to push out the zone, and they were in a position which is one of the lowest points of the circle itself. So teams at the top here, especially for Moneymakers, K9, they are going to be able to shut them out. So it's very, very unfortunate for them. But even for SPIRITLESS Esports, like, they only had 2 options: wrap up this fight as quickly as they can, or risk getting completely dumpstered in a 50-50 coin flip, which in this case actually happened because they just could not wrap it up. But Clutcher, my goodness, another massive clutch coming from him.
Yeah, I mean, he was just able to spray down the entire squad from UC Gaming, which is quite unfortunate for UC. And honestly, props should be given to the players of ASSAM Tigers as well, because the previous 2 games, even ASSAM Tiger has been doing really good themselves and just outstanding for themselves too. I mean, in the end, we did see ASSAM Tigers lock on against the players in the front, and unfortunately for ASSAM Tigers, there was a nade as well that just came through, eliminating the players. So in the end, they were not really able to squeeze in too much, and all thanks to Myth, I guess.
Yeah, Myth definitely held the ground really, really well. And their biggest threat was actually Moneymakers on top as well, and they held their ground, 3-man prone up together, and as soon as Moneymakers picked out, they immediately fired here. And because of that, taking down Aditya was one of the crucial points, especially in winning that gunfight. So very, very good decision coming from Myth. And again, Clutcher with 7 finishes in the bag. He is clutching things up. 2 back-to-back major games coming from Myth official.
I mean, look at Myth's player too, right? KSR7, at the end of the day, he's a veteran too inside of the scene. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense why Myth is now showcasing some major signs of life. 7 finishes from the side of Clutcher. You see 2 finishes from KSR7 right there. Even Sarkar is right there. So KSR and Sarkar duo just pops out into the open, getting 4 finishes combined. And then you've got Pegasus too from the side of Myth, once again, just getting that 1 finish. So in general, as a team, Myth did really good, well-coordinated plays. But as I mentioned, even luck played a bit of that factor, right? Because Myth was rotating in quite late. And luckily enough for Myth, the circle shifted up north, taking it away from Moneymakers.
Yeah, agreed. But at the same time as well, they had to have a little bit of run in with Joker as well, who's on top of the west side. Again, it was Myth that actually shut down both Moneymakers' 2 highest point players here. One Joker, or the other one was going to be Pukar on the other side. Even Aditya as well was all completely shut down by Myth official. So was it luck? Was it skill? But I wouldn't say like identifying the biggest threat and then taking them out was a very major factor. The idea coming from Moneymakers was really, really solid. But the downside is the moment they get knocked, nobody's going to be able to pick it up. It's very, very greedy of a white threat, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. If it doesn't work out, then you're going to be able to funnel in a lot of points. You can pretty much just create a vacuum in the lobby. But this is the MVP of the match. Of course, it's going to be Clutcher, too, without a doubt, getting 7 finishes all by himself. 706 damage dished out, survival time of 28:44, and even healing done is going to be 357. Let's move on towards the top 5 players of that game. Should be able to see a few more players. And then, of course, you see Moneymakers Aditya with 5 finishes. Solid stuff from Moneymakers as well.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back games here. Moneymakers has been very, very finish-oriented as well. Position is a little bit better this game. Unfortunately, to say, it got a little bit greedy. To be honest, they got a little bit greedy. We saw a little bit of misplays coming from K9 as well, because Pukar was able to get a very, very nice 180 drop shot, which is, I wouldn't call it a drop shot. It's more like a falling down shot, which somehow gave him the finish against Omega, which is against Ninja Boy, which was very, very nice. But aside from that, that was very entertaining to watch, to be honest.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Ninja Boy, I'm not even sure what he was doing in that instance. As you mentioned, his hands were too busy cooking up a nade.
Yeah, he dropped the nade and then missed and could not pull up his weapon in time.
Yeah, so that's why Ninja Boy pretty much lost that 1v1 trade right there. But still, for K9 Esports, it was not a bad of a game, right? They were able to make it in the top 2 because of Omega. So still, the consistency is maintained by K9 Esports, getting 14 points, more than enough. And as we all see, Moneymakers as well getting 14 points for themselves and 11 finish points out of that one.
Wow. Again, Moneymakers has been just making ripples and waves in this game. Every single fight they take, they will look to take finish points. And as of yet, even though they don't have decent placement points, 11 finish points, I would say that's a dub.
Yeah, of course, that's a dub. It's not even a question. Moneymakers, even they're extremely close to crack inside of that top 16, right? So Moneymakers can easily make it happen. K9 Esports have already done that. It's not even a question. Myth, they've probably done that as well since they've managed to get 42 points in the past 2 games, which is extremely impressive. Raven Esports, even they have cracked inside of the top 16. It's not a question. Team Tamilas, though, now that's where the real concerns do start to begin. Team Tamilas is one of the teams packed with veterans. Performance not there. VST as well, pretty much the same thing can be said for these guys as well.
I think Team Tamilas has had a little bit of a rundown since BGIS until now. It's very, very unfortunate to see, but this is not the Team Tamilas that we know them for.
Look, generally speaking, in the officials, Team Tamilas has always been struggling. Not just in the officials, even in the third-party circuit, this banner has not been able to perform at all. I do understand I'm a little bit harsh, but hey, at the end of the day, I hate to break it to you, but this is what the reality is. Team Tamilas as a banner has been struggling.
Something is wrong. Something needs to be fixed.
Yeah.
Could it be training? Could it be mental pressure? Could it be, I don't know what's going on, but something needs to be changed because this is not working out.
Yeah, exactly. Clearly, inside of this circuit, it's not working out. Even in the overall T3 tournaments that we see, even it's not been working out for these guys. So something needs to be done, man. And once again, back towards the main conversation that we're having, right? Revolving around the top performers. Now, for VST as well, they pretty much need to match those stats. I do understand they're not in the bottom 16, neither close to the bottom 16. But since VST holds such a strong aura, we really do want them to be there in the top 8 as well. Before now, it's time for us to take a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this one.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो क्या? रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो 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 आगे। रन
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. And Johnny, Myth getting back-to-back chicken dinner. Now I'm just wondering, can they really get a hat trick?
I mean, we are all hoping to see that happen, right? This could be the thing that actually propels them inside of the top 8 as well, because they started in the middle of the pack today, and after that, 2 amazing wins, 20 points on both the matches. It is looking quite good from the perspective of Myth, but again, I mean, they have to get the third one as well to move inside of the top 8, or
and
at least get close to the top 8.
Johnny, look, but something the audience need to get their hands on is also going to be the Realme GT7, because that's extremely important. Stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours, tested by the Realme and the crafting guys themselves, and to back it up, it's also got 7,000 mAh battery. Also comes in with an ultra-fast charger, which is 120 watts. So what else do you want? Just get it right now.
Exactly. That's all you need for yourselves in order to move forward in the competitive circuit, ladies and gentlemen. While you guys are grinding BGMI on the Realme GT7, all you can do is go to the Discovery Island as well. Check it out. Get some free skins for yourselves. No need to spend any UC.
Yeah, and elaborating a little bit more on the Discovery Island, the more you keep on playing the normal classic mode, you will be earning those exploration points. And of course, the more the exploration points you earn, if after completing those milestones, you can also convert those exploration points into in-game rewards. All of that for absolutely free. And as you mentioned, while doing all of that, you're also going to be contributing towards the prize pool of this Realme BMPS 2025.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of opportunity for everyone to be happy, just like the players of Myth. But again, I mean, Myth walking away with all of these points is going to create a little bit of panic for teams like REVENANT Esports, for K9, for Moneymakers, teams that had a great start but now find themselves just scrambling for points. I mean, at least Moneymakers are being very consistent, K9 as well, having good games in both Sanok and Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, for K9 Esports, they're just aiming for consistency. We're not really seeing the flashy K9 Esports that we all love to see, right? Because knowing Beast, Ninja Boy, Slug, these guys just wants to push up close and personal, get the squad wipes after squad wipes. But we're not seeing that same K9 Esports, or we're not really seeing the same boys that we saw in the past. We're seeing a much more controlled and much more passive K9 Esports, which can be a good thing for the future. But for now, I want to see that aggression. As we move on towards the last game of the day, and even the plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Stalber towards the southern side, which is going to be Primorx.
I mean, you have to love this flight path, though. I mean, it is diagonal. I mean, all of the major important drop locations are going to be accessible, whether you want to head towards that military island. Options are available for that, or whether you want to play from the northern Georgia Pole City. You will have some few vehicle spawns close to Severny that you can take, and then pick up those vehicles, move towards the northern Georgia, or even Zarki for that matter. But right off the bat, we see the players of LIKITHA Esports drop towards Talbot Kamishki, and then you have K9 who are going to look to have a start from that Severny, but it seems like it's again going to be that 1-3 split coming in from K9.
Yeah, just Omega dropping all the way from Stalber, and then the remaining 3 players actually moving from that southern side of Stalber, which is quite interesting. I'm not even sure why K9 Esports does that, but whatever works for you guys. You've also got VST dropping towards ASSAM Poliana. Raven Esports as well will be dropping around that Fairpier Quarry vicinity, so that's not going to be a problem for them either. You've also got SLE moving towards the Gatka vicinity. For Raven Esports, we haven't seen a lot of flashy plays from them either.
True.
First game, Raven got 9 points. Second game, Raven got 6 points. So at least they're maintaining that average. But Raven Esports, knowing them, they can easily crack inside of the top 8. They're doing so good in the overall standings. So in my opinion, just get a chicken dinner on the last game.
I mean, hopefully. And the opportunity is going to be there as well, considering they are the only ones there on the military island where we've circled towards the eastern side of the map. Shelter is going to be the smack center.
Yeah.
And with the circle like this, from Raven Esports' perspective, it should be a little bit easier for them to cross over using that Novorupnoy bridge, or maybe a water rotation as well from Novorupnoy to Milta Power. But let's see how things are going to turn out. In the meanwhile, Myth, early start of the game, smack center. Are we really about to see the hat-trick?
Don't curse it, Johnny, please. Just don't jinx it.
I didn't say they were going to get it. I just said, are we going to see it? Question mark.
Yeah, but even getting our hopes high might just jinx it. So you know what? Let the flow take over, and just trust the process, I guess. K9 Esports, as usual, like to drop in towards Severny. They've got a massive split going on for themselves, getting their hands on the vehicles too. So one thing is for sure, K9 Esports is going to be looking forward to loot as soon as possible, and then move on the southern side. Same thing can be said for LIKITHA Esports too. Myth moving all the way on the southern side towards Milta, since the plane fly path was a little bit far away from their designated drop location. So Myth now will be quite okay.
Yeah, they're going to be quite okay, quite happy. They find the vehicles. They're going to go look for those weapons. And that's all they need for themselves. But on the other side of thing, I mean, in a few short moments, if the circle is again moving towards Milta, then Myth has to be prepared for the onslaught of teams that will just head in their direction. And also quite surprising, we do not have any early fights brewing up. It seems like all of the drop clashes that happened for those vehicle spawns, the teams have just settled their differences and walked their separate ways.
Yeah, even Moneymakers is on their way towards Georgia Pool Containers. And even Georgia Pool Containers 4 now is completely vacant. There is one team closer to Georgia Pool, though, and that's going to be UC Gaming, but they're all the way towards the apartments. So it's all good and dandy for now in the containers, and even in the city itself. So Moneymakers can take their sweet little time, loot up, and then try and move inside of the circle. But since the circle is on the opposite side of the Georgia Pool, that's going to require a bit more of that quick pace. But speaking of quick pace, we've got an early fight brewing up finally. One man on the prowl gets caught, which is quite unfortunate, and the exact start Team Ace needed to.
Yeah, the first finish of the game secured by Team Ace. They will be quite happy with that, but Exotic Signature, what is their reaction going to be? It seems like they're just going to go on their merry way, avoid any sort of conflict. But 40R, very quick to move out of Pachinki. And now this two-way fight between Exotic Signature and the side of Ace might just turn into a three-way conflict between the three teams. But I believe as soon as the commotion is heard, 40R, they just hit the brakes instantly.
Yeah, Exotic Signature, since they know they've lost out on a man, now they've finally found a bit of that pit stop. They're not going to try to make things a little bit too quick. And since it's quite early inside of the game as well, of course, everyone's going to be suffocating for that loot. You can see Exotic lacking a bit on the meds, on the utilities as well. So Exotic, they need to keep on moving, get their hands on a better spot, get the loot up as well. Raven Esports pretty much doing the same thing as well, looting up that Nova deploy quite quick, then moving up as well. So for Raven Esports, I'm pretty sure they're just going to be staying around this vicinity till the end.
I mean, that would be ideal unless Myth has something to say about it or someone else actually goes for wide rotation. But here they come, the players of Ace. They want to finish off Exotic as quickly as possible. The nade looks good but finds no contact as the players move away. And Nexus, what is that confidence, man? Just goes for the peaks and gets the knock. But still gets raided out instantly. His team is lacking numbers. Aim God does find the trade though.
I love that from Nexus, the way he just pushed up, straight up, just barrel stuffed the opponent down. But that's also going to leave Team Ace with two more players in the front. Exotic Signature as well, trying to break down the man number. And what a knock that was. Ernie messes up big time. Ernie knocked out for now. And luckily enough, his teammate as well wants to go for the revival, but from the sidelines, it will be Aim God to put that nail in the coffin and eliminate Team Ace off the rip.
Nice 3v4 execution coming in from Exotic Signature. They were the first ones to lose a player in this fight, and yet with Nexus finding the opener and Aim God being in perfect position to find the instantaneous trade as soon as Nexus went down, they were able to reduce the fight to a 2v2. And then Ernie getting caught off guard by Skylar just completely ruined the day there for Ace.
And I'm pretty sure this is the same Ernie that we've been looking at since 2023. He's been a part of LOC as well. And a lot more great banners like that. And speaking of something great, we've also got the Realme GT7 available on the Amazon. It's quite a lovely device, in my opinion. Just buy it if you have the money. And of course, long play without overheating as well. Comes in with the Icene's graphene rear cover. So what else do you want? Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs.
Right now, all the teams seem to be moving towards the center of the circle. Look at that, 40 yards. Just a few moments ago, we saw them in Pachinki. TWOB official also closing in from the northern side. And then Raven and Myth. I think they should be able to avoid any conflict because those compounds that these two teams occupy are strongholds. Very difficult to breach in.
True that.
But Ark, I'm actually worried about them. They will have a very awkward fight moving in from that western edge.
Look at Myth around that Milta side once again. Raven Esports too around that similar vicinity. So pretty much in the center, we've only got 4 teams, 2 OP included, but they're a bit on the off-centric side. K9 Esports still haven't moved out, by the way. Still towards Severny, getting their loot up, which is quite long. And in my opinion, K9 Esports, they should be quick enough on their loot, quick enough on the move as well. And now finally, they're going to get back inside of the vehicle on the move towards the centric part. There are so many teams towards Quarry and pretty much on the left side of the map still. There are 5 teams still all the way outside in the blue, Johnny.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see which one of these 5 teams actually, which 2 of them end up fighting, because K9 Esports, I think the intention is clear. They want to move from that Yasna Poliana side might have a clash against the players of LIKITHA Esports. And even the teams playing from the western side, none of them are still moving out. SLE still holding in Gatka. Assam Tigers playing the western edge. Moneymakers still in Georgiapol. UC Gaming have just moved out of northern Georgia, so they should be able to breach in from the roadways just north of school. Team Tamilas still stuck in Promosk.
Indeed, the next zone shift's going to be extremely important. And K9 Esports pretty much just banking upon that. And it's going to move on towards Milta Power. Oh, catching everyone off guard. Still, we can't pretty much say just the playable surface is going to be about 45% to 50%, while the remaining surface is all the way in the water. So it's unplayable.
Yeah, pretty much. But it's more fun for us, right? I mean, that means now when the wave pours in from the western and the northern edges, there's going to be a lot of conflict, yeah?
Yeah. And everyone's going to be suffocating to find that good spot. K9 Esports should collide against LIKITHA soon. Both the teams pretty much moving in that same direction. One of the men from LIKITHA actually does get spotted. Does spotted out the vehicle. Does K9 want to stop and go for the shots, though? If they do so, there's a big chance they might just end up in a stalemate. So this call needs to be made pretty precisely by the IGL.
VST, they're also on the move, moving in and breaching in from the northern edge of the circle. Have managed to avoid any conflict, but could have a run-in against the players of Surge in the next few moments. Have to be careful. Riven Esports looking for a better spot. Do find a warehouse for themselves. It's quite decent, to be honest. I mean, playing the southern edge of the map, the main island, majority of the fights that will be headed towards them, or teams looking to force fight against Raven, will be either coming in from the western side or the north. And those are both open positions where you can have the information before you actually get into a conflict. But Myth, Surge looking to slam in, and Myth instantly shut their plans down. One player knocked and finished, and Surge are going to be forced to back off.
Yeah, Myth is on the move. And Myth is actually going to start to hunt down a few teams as well. Surge, unfortunately, for them, losing out a man in that process of rotation. And Myth is not someone that's just going to let him go like that. Myth, of course, want to press upon the charge, get the confirmations down as well. And Myth does exactly that. Still one man's exposed out in the open. Myth does want to get the confirmation on him too. So it will be 2 players down for Surge soon. K9 Esports, even they're going to be on the move around that prison area. But they first need to breach through the players of TWOB officials, which is going to be extremely tough. The moment K9 Esports engages in a fight, there's going to be a confirmed third party from LIKITHA.
Oh, of course, and this one's going to be interesting. Because K9 Esports, again, that late breach is going to cause a lot of trouble for them. Even they knew it. So they are prepared to take this fight, but they have to be cautious. As you mentioned, LIKITHA Esports. I believe players and vehicles have been spotted out, but that is not going to make anything in the future easy from the perspective of K9. They're stuck on that edge.
Yeah, he tries to get the vehicle out of commission, trying to bust the tires, but it's going to be tough that far away. Just a pixel shot. Yeah, so he's not really able to get rid of the tire, but definitely weakens it up quite a bit. Next zone shift is once again going to start to pop up soon, and if it's still going to be on the edge, then it will be even more interesting. And yeah, still kind of around the edge. You've got K9 Esports finding themselves a bit lucky since the zone is not too far away from them. They can just edge in.
Oh, but look at this. Team Tamilas, Assam Tigers still outside the zone. Even Moneymakers are struggling to make a move towards the western edge. They know for a fact that there's going to be someone waiting for them on the western edge of the zone. It is going to be the side of 40R. Now, that is a fight that I'm very excited to see. How does Moneymakers find a way in?
There's too many teams in such less of a surface.
Yeah, this seems like stage 4 already.
Yeah, and everyone's going to suffocate soon, trust me. It's going to be tough to even keep a foot in that circle. XOTIC signature getting shot at all the way in the blue, actually. And those shots do prove out to be quite deadly. XOTIC did lose out on one of the man Sinco quite early in the game, so now down to a 3-man squad. XOTIC, I'm pretty sure, just want to execute a peaceful rotation. Make it inside of the circle, survive for as long as possible, squeeze in as much value as you can with just a 3-man squad. The Blues on the move once again. XOTIC finding a bit of that pit stop around the prison area, which is not safe at all since there is 2 OP officials around that vicinity.
What do you see? Oh man, they're stuck in this watchtower.
400 bullets.
I mean, they have a lot of ammunition, but how do you move out of here with LIKITHA Esports just completely zoned in and tunnel visioned on your faces.
I guess they just want to play a tower defense. Just keep on shooting out the bullets. That's
True.
it.
I mean, smack center of the circle, you have the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, they can pretty much just do that. Keep yourself smoked out. Make sure you're blocking all those windows so that the opponents won't be able to squeeze in a nade. Liability from TWOB official wanting to create a bit of that space inside of the circle. There is 4TR in the front, and you can never underestimate a team like 4TR. Yes, they have been getting bullied so far today, but 4TR isn't doing too bad in the overall standings either. Liability, that spray definitely missed since he was just utilizing a red dot on that range. K9 Esports able to find that crucial knock against the players of ASSAM Tiger Esports. ASSAM Tiger now starting to get dismantled, losing out on 2 crucial men. In the process, K9 Esports still somehow alive. They're also catching a lot of bullets upon themselves from Milta Power.
Let's see though. Beast. He knows exactly where the opponents are, and his teammates are doing a brilliant job watching his back. There's absolutely no one apart from K9 Esports controlling the northern edge of the circle. An exotic signature now. This straight line formation, because of that, they are going to be stuck. AimGod, it's going to be very difficult for him to regroup with Skylar. But Beast has to be careful as well. If he gets distracted by AimGod a little too much, then Skylar might just be able to find an angle for the opener here.
Yeah, even the zone's now starting to close in. So Johnny,
more pressure.
Let's not forget, yeah, exactly, more pressure. And at this point, it's turning out to be a pressure cooker. The longer it keeps on cooking, the pressure will just keep on jamming up even more. And let's not forget, not a lot of playing surface once again. Teams are way too close to each other. Even that surface, even the playing terrain that's there, it's not something that the teams are accustomed to too much. So they will need to try and adapt on the fly now.
Oh, just barely managing to stay alive. XOTIC make it through. That's the luckiest escape I've ever seen, but oh no. Unfortunately for them. Alright, even ASSAM Tigers whip their shots. XOTIC is still alive. Not anymore though. 2 players caught out in the open as the vehicle goes out of commission. Who gets those finishes? It's gonna go into the hands of the players of UC Gaming.
They were the one taking those shots, and they will claim the elimination points as well. As I mentioned, just play tower defense, and that's exactly what the boys are doing. Just peeping outside of the windows, going for those shots, burning through anyone that tries to take a rotation. So mad dash is not allowed now.
No more mad dashes available. No more position to move freely available.
Oh no, K9 Esports, such a risky rotation, but they still do pull it off. They've got an edge to play with. This edge is not going to be helping them a lot, but it is still something to work with.
I mean, at least because of how distracted the teams up front are, K9 Esports will have an opportunity to third party and get at least a few elimination points in their bag.
But Johnny, here's the bad news. Ninja Boy stuck in the back since two OP officials have now moved up as well. So Ninja Boy cannot make any drastic movements. And speaking of making drastic movements, 4TR, they get punished to do so. One man knocked out. The second man as well gets confirmed. Now 4TR down to just this one last glimmer of hope. And that player as well is taken down extremely low, softened up. Elimination feed is starting to pop off on a different level. Even Raven Esports is on the receiving side of the spectrum. 4TR pretty much on the verge of being eliminated.
Again, this lost man, he's on a run for his life, trying to avoid moneymakers at all cost. It's not going to be easy though. And moneymakers, I mean, commendable effort, but now since you've lost numbers, surviving is going to be a big challenge. They have to win every single fight in those compounds, but 2 OP official eliminated from the game.
Funny. K9 Esports, they easily eliminated a major threat that could have put a halt to their entire strategy. And for 2 OP officials, they should have played that placement a bit better. Surge, though, just the 2 players standing, and that nade's actually going to find a return knock as well. But Team Tamilas, they've got the man advantage, and Team Tamilas want to constantly press up onto that as well. Things could have been worse, but Team Tamilas, they still make it work.
Yeah, they lost 2 players, though, in that push. That kamikaze nade was absolutely brilliant. He lined it up for the knock, but also got shot in the face. But now Team Tamilas, they have at least some control, some area to work with inside of the zone. But moving out from here is going to be a big challenge. LIKITHA Esports has a line of fire, and from the southern side, even the players of SLE will have a line of fire to take out Team Tamilas. Oh, and K9, they have to drop down the cliff. Yeah, that's the challenge, although they do find the knock.
That is extremely sneaky, though. Able to squeeze in a knock. Magic for him. That was definitely magic the way he got knocked out. Team Tamilas now want to extend the boundaries a bit more since the compound in the front's contested by the foes. And now for SLE, since they've got all the 4 players standing, it's that default advantage that they're going to be working with. And Team Tamilas once again, what am I watching? Why were the players not ready? But Mr. Erangel finds a nice spray out, getting the 2 players knocked out. Now it's taken down to 1v2 in the end. Mr. Erangel can still save the day for Team Tamilas, in my opinion. Press up. Do not fall back anymore. Mr. Erangel, this is the moment you've been waiting for. You can eliminate all the 4 players by yourself. The moment Mr. Erangel let loose, that's where the reset's going to come through for the players of SLE. And Mr. Erangel should push up right now.
He's trying to make sure that even if the players are up, they can't really push up. As you mentioned, he is outnumbered, so the best option is going to be to go aggressive, to just try and take the fight head on. But he just throws utility and none of them find contact. And now, with the players of SLE recovered, I think it might be the end for Team Tamilas. Look at that, Rockley lobs a nade. Okay. It's going to be completely off, though.
Generally speaking, from Mr. Erangel, I did not expect such a bad decision.
Yeah.
In my opinion, he should have pushed up, since the 2 players as well, they were in big panic. They wanted to get the fallen comrades back upon their feet as well. So yeah, for Mr. Erangel, he had all the rights to make that pounce, and now since the opponents, all the 4 players back up, what are the odds that he's going to be able to squeeze in those 2 lucky knocks once again?
I have no idea. I mean, he gets 1 again as Rockley falls, but now still it is a 3v1. Oh, gets the 2nd, looking for the 3rd. Let's see. If he clutches this fight out right now, we're going to take back our statement. I mean, the 2 players from SLE do manage to make an escape. Peek behind the smoke. They know where he is. 1 more man falls as the 3rd party comes through from UC.
I mean, at this point, yeah, he's managed to stay alive for a bit longer than what he was supposed to, but for SLE, they're just getting worked by the players of UC Gaming from the back, and since they're playing tower defense, for them, it's quite easy to scrape off those elimination points, which are just lying out in the open. So UC Gaming at this point, they're the ones just dominating through this entire open ground.
Look at the esports as well. I mean, brilliantly done. They're using UC Gaming as a turret for themselves. Since UC is able to gatekeep the teams on the eastern side, they aren't really going to try and put pressure on LIKITHA as well, and LIKITHA has been cleaning up the western side of the circle.
Yeah, and even Mr. Erangel gets cleaned up. Team Tamilas struggles continue, just 5 points out of this one. And 0 placement points, mind you, that got eliminated on the 10th, so no placement points will be counted. Myth official, 6 elimination points gathered so far, somehow find themselves in a solid spot once again. But the next zone shift is going to be really crucial. If it does shift around the court of Myth, then K9 Esports will be messed up. 4TR will be messed up as well. But if it's not going to be shifting around the court of Myth, then Myth themselves will be messed up.
Now we have K9. They've been doing quite decent for themselves. 3 eliminations, all 4 players still alive, still controlling the northern edge.
Oh my god.
And spotting out the man from 4TR, Utkarsh. Instant knock and finish handed to the IGL of K9 Esports. But now the 3 players from the backlines make the move.
This is just disgusting. Honestly, yeah, I'm mad for K9 Esports for that to happen.
Yeah.
This is dirty.
He just waited and waited for the longest time and finally found the extra point for his team.
Oh my god. Imagine dying that way.
That's why people get frustrated, man. That's why.
Omega's got all the rights to be mad at this point. I can just read his mind.
Hey, but, I mean, you know the history. Whenever Omega goes out first, his team does well.
Yeah, but they're also not able to squeeze in a chicken dinner, so... Yeah, and this time around, they're extremely close to get one. Top 8, in my opinion, they needed Omega. But yeah, since that dirty play came into an execution, that's why now Omega is not in the game anymore. And the zone does move away from Myth. Now I want to see what sort of rotation they're actually going to pull off. Because Myth is known to find good positions somehow every time. And Myth is actually going to make that mad dash as well towards Milton Power. They do in that first duel as well. Myth getting rid of the foes without any problem, but Myth themselves are now getting rid by the players of REVENANT Esports.
Well, let's see. The nade looks good, and in fact, they won't even need it. Myth, we were hoping to see them pull it off, but now the dream is going to get shattered as Raven finds 2. And Myth are going to be struggling on that southern edge till the end of the game. I think in the next few moments they might get eliminated. But look at that. They are getting pushed by the players of UC Gaming. 2 players left, XOXO and Starboy. And Starboy hasn't been spotted, but he watches his teammates get picked apart right in front of his eyes.
Oh my god.
And all 4 players from the side of UC Gaming are staring him in the face. The shotgun goes off. finds the opener, looking for the second, and he fails. Valiant effort, but it amounts to nothing, basically.
Yeah, he just baited his own teammate. Simple.
Yeah.
He could have actually helped them out when they were alive. He could have actually struck the players in the front when his teammates were alive, but instead he baited both of them to make a trigger discipline play and got nothing out of it. So honestly, that was a flop from that one individual who baited his own teammates. Never do that, guys.
But anyways, we're down to the top 7 of this match. And out of nowhere, it seems like VST, holding the center of the circle right now, might just have the highest probability of walking away with the chicken dinner this time. Majority of the teams are focused in towards the southeastern side of this Milta Power. Northern side, just K9. Towards the east, it's just UC Gaming Center, completely in control of VST. So all of these teams playing the southeastern quadrant, they're going to end up fighting each other.
Yeah, Myth is already making that bounce now towards the warehouse. They've got the control as well. Looking okay. Myth, since there are 2 players up and standing, and the knocked man is still crawling, by the way. Keep in mind, there is still one knocked man from Myth. If they utilize the smoke grenades and try and close up towards that knocked player, he can actually be revived.
I mean, probability is there, but I think they're a little bit more focused on taking the fight against the players of Park Knights.
Too low.
Oh, and a Molotov, yeah, he's just going to get knocked out as well. Pegasus, he's the last man alive. Is he looking to fall back? Yes, he is.
Smart decision, in my opinion, going for the revival instead. And just counting on a 1-on-2 for Myth. Sarkar still knocked out, by the way. Still, it can be clutched. Oh my god, he needs to win this duel no matter what. That's the only way Myth can actually save the day for themselves, but they're also getting shot at from somewhere completely else. It's also UC Gaming now starting to move in from the back. Once again, Pegasus taking that revival. Sarkar eventually getting confirmed. Finally, the man's eliminated.
Well, fight between Myth and Arc Knights, it's going to go on, but K9 finally spot out the players of UC Gaming in the distance, and the line of fire working in the favor of K9 Esports. They've managed to secure a knock. Yash has no escape. 2 players, though, they've managed to make it towards the southwestern edge of the circle, and if they manage to sneak in, then they can survive and play for placement.
How about these K9? They've just got a little pixel off the circle every time, and the circle just keeps on shifting in their yard.
And this silo in front of them actually gives them a lot of space to take these fights up front.
Yeah. K9 Esports have been extremely lucky around this zone. They're just always able to find that little pixel inside of the circle, and luckily enough, the circle is just getting shifted in their direction. So for K9 Esports, yes, the stars definitely do seem aligned, but there's just too many teams alive to say anything yet.
But again, the biggest problem and the biggest hurdle between K9 and the chicken dinner is going to be VST. And VST, I think, again, can be distracted by the teams closing in from the southern side relative to their position, like Raven Esports, who try to move in, but fall to the players of Myth. Clutcher knocked out again. Pegasus, I think Myth has to accept that there is no escape, or maybe not. Forget what I said. Pegasus clutches out the 1v2. Even though he's going to be the last man alive for his team, he still gets those 9 points. The 9 finishes on the board for Myth, 5 finishes for Pegasus alone, and finally they get wiped out as well as VST get his position.
They still managed to squeeze out 11 points from this game. So Myth, today's day has been insane. They got 53 points in 3 games, Johnny. Insane stuff from Myth. Exactly what you need if you're currently sitting in the bottom 16. But for moneymakers, these 2 players, they've also got a Herculean task that they want to try and overcome. K9 Esports, they've shifted themselves outside of these boundaries, but they also realize they need a break inside of the zone itself, which now seems extremely tough. K9 Esports needs to leave this cover and move in the front, and VST might just have the advantage now.
Yeah, they might have the edge, but let's see how things turn out. But again, everyone is outside the zone. Raven, they are going to get backstabbed by the players of Moneymakers, but K9 Esports Slug, the pressure will be on him. He needs to find the break inside of the zone. UC Gaming on our screens now. 3 players still left alive. It seems like if they make the pounce on Moneymakers, they might just get them and Raven out of the way.
But Johnny, K9 is actually playing a 200 IQ game right there. They've left Slug on the opposite side of the compound wall, while the remaining two players now will try to be exposed and move inside of the circle. That means VST will pop outside of those warehouses and try to shoot them down, and that's when Slug's role comes into play to try and stop those players.
They got to make it to the northern edge of the circle. Between the two silos is where they can sneak in from. But VST, one player already knocked out, the nade came through. And now this might be the opening for the players of K9 Esports to make the pounce, but they're falling back, and Beast actually moves in between the silos. This is brilliant. K9 can actually walk away with the chicken dinner or everything just works out for them.
Yeah, they've actually got so much control, it's insane.
Yeah.
K9 Esports, the map control has been established, and that one play on the back of Slug was brilliant. I just want to know who made that call. That was a 200 IQ play.
Hey man, it's the IGL who has been sitting there watching all three POVs, Omega.
And look at K9 Esports now. They know the only team that's going to be a big threat is in the name of VST, but luckily enough for them, VST is also getting pounded by the players of UC. And for UC Gaming, they just need to try and keep themselves alive and cooking inside the game for as long as possible. There is Raven in the front, Moneymakers as well in the sidelines for UC Gaming. Yes, the pathway is filled with a lot of thick and thins, but they just need to make it work no matter what.
VST as well, still stuck in the top 5. They're just waiting for everyone to fight each other so that they can have the opportunity to close out the match. But stage 9 now, it's going to be the collapse of the blue and everyone on the edge under pressure. K9, they've taken the center. Necro, this has to be their win because even VST is going to be pushed to the sidelines.
Oh my
Slug
God,
finds
massive.
the opener, and that might be the moment that gets the chicken dinner in the favor of K9 Esports. But Shiraj somehow finds a trade, and Beast has just drawn the attention of the players of Moneymakers.
K9 is just pulling off big brain moves after big brain moves, spotting out the players of Moneymakers too, handing out the death blow as well. Now K9 Esports in the prime spot, the best possible position you can ask anyone to be in, but unfortunately for K9, they've also lost out on one crucial man. And look at Beast, just constantly moving around, getting those finish confirmed as well. Beast now needs to eye out against the players of UC and also Moneymakers, which are right next to him. And look at the other man, he's taking a fight all by himself. Slug tossing out the utilities against the players of VST. A Molotov tossed out as well, and that's going to be doing a lot of serious damage. And VST, they will need to leave this warehouse and move out in the open, and that's where Beast will be eliminated. But instead, Beast decides to give his elimination point away to the gods themselves. And now it's taken down to a 2v1 in the end. K9 Esports, no one's going to be stopping this team because they're brimming with confidence. And in the end, they claim the chicken dinner as well.
I mean, a valiant effort in the first 2 maps, and in the third time, they secure the win. Third time's the charm, right? A big win for K9 Esports, and from a position where they had no business even making it into the top 5 of this match.
I mean, for K9 Esports, yes, a bit of that luck as well has been involved since they were always finding themselves on the pixel, and then the zone was constantly shifting on the northern side around the players of K9 Esports, but still being able to pull off a chicken dinner in given that spot is extremely tough. It's unthinkable of, but K9 Esports, that one 200 IQ move pulled by the IGL or by the players themselves. I don't exactly know who was behind that, but positioning Slug on such a spot to try and eliminate the players of VST when they take the pop shots, when K9 is moving inside of the circle, it was brilliant.
Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant, but let's see how things turn out. I mean, it is the performance that we expected from K9, and they have delivered as well. They already had a great start. But I want to talk about the other teams. Moneymakers, this was a good bounce back, and considering they've built the momentum from the map of Miramar, that was absolutely phenomenal. UC Gaming, now this is the best performance we have seen from the UC Gaming squad since the start of their journey in the realme BMPS.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, UC has definitely risen up to the occasion, which is a good thing. And this is how the action really kicked off, Johnny. Having a look at the highlights, unfortunately, Quark teammates eliminated quite early inside of the game. UC later on just pretty much just played turret straight up. There was just tower defense going on from UC Gaming for a moment. I thought I was watching Metal Esports in their prime.
Yeah, I mean, that was very impressive. But again, a lot of teams. Over here, we have the highlights. And again, Mr. IGL, in this one moment, we wanted him to make the pounce. We wanted him to commit to the fight because he was up in HP as well against the 2 surviving players from the side of SLE. But then again, he did outlast SLE in the end, so good for him.
Yeah, I guess. And this is one of the most disgusting ways to get taken down. Marsh from 4TR just playing a dirty game. It was patiently waiting for someone to actually move out from the side of K9 Esports, and the moment Omega was exposed, he just went for those shots. Omega got taken down as well. Later on, we did see, of course, the players of UC Gaming pretty much just clearing the outskirts, claiming those elimination points. We did see Starboy as well, just baiting his teammates out, which is quite dirty as well. He should not have been doing that, since his teammates could have actually been saved if Starboy was able to find those 2 knocks at the right time.
Yeah, if he picked off the initial 2 players, because they did not see him and the other 2 teammates were still alive behind the vehicle, he could have actually turned the advantage into the favor of his team. And even if he got 1, the other 2 players would have traded him out. They would have been, they would have been fighting on an even footing. But again, that was just unfortunate. But K9 Esports, I mean, brilliant cleanup in the end, and patience displayed to perfection by K9 and the players of VST. Although VST, I believe, they could have walked away with a lot more eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, VST could have done a lot better, only if Slug wasn't positioned in that spot.
Yeah.
Because the moment Slug was positioned in that spot, he was able to find a crucial knock, because VST peeked outside of those warehouses to take the shots against K9, and that's where Slug came into fruition. So Slug's position was, as I mentioned, and I've been constantly saying this as well, it was a 200 IQ move. Now moving towards K9's stats, of course, in that previous game, 4 finishes from the man himself, which was Beast. You've also got Slug with 2, and Omega as well getting 2 finishes.
Yeah, and I mean, as we see, 18 points secured by K9 Esports in the end, finishes and the chicken dinner combined. Even VST had not a lot of finishes, but a top 3 finish inside of the game. So they do balance out the finish and placement in the end, but the reason for that is not a lot of teams were present towards the northern half of that Milta Power. Majority of the teams were down south, and the team that took full advantage of it was actually UC Gaming. They got like 11 eliminations.
Yeah, UC was actually just cleaning up the open grounds. They were like the kings of the open at that point. They had the perfect wizard tower to play with, and even the surrounding lines of that towers were extremely closed. So if you do want to move on up close, you need to move through an open ground, and UC would just eliminate you the moment you're out in the open. So for UC, they had all the advantage stacked with them. It's unfortunate that the zone moved away from them, and later on they needed to leave that cover and then move inside of the circle. But yeah, still decent stuff from UC. The MVP of the previous match is going to be Viper from UC Gaming himself. 7 finishes and 5 knocks.
I mean, impressive performance coming in. And again, I mean, it was bound to happen based on the position that UC had for a long time, especially from the start of the game. That watchtower that they had was absolutely phenomenal, cleaned up the entire western side of the circle for a long time. But we have the top 5 players as well, and Viper is the MVP of the game. Pegasus from Myth was also quite impressive. Beast from K9, I think getting between that silos was the most important play of the game. Mr. IGL, he makes it into the list of top 5 players with 3 finishes, and then there's Slug from K9 Esports as well. 2 finishes, but a lot of damage dished out in this match.
Honestly, K9 just played that entire game like a big brain move.
Yeah.
Simple. That's the only way you can try and summarize it, because yes, I do understand positioning Slug as well on that off angle was one of the big brain moves as well, but then letting go one of the man towards the opposite silo as well, thinking that on the fly in such a heat of a moment, it's really tough.
And right now we are just talking about the end game. Think about where they start from, all the way from Severny. That was the toughest rotation. This was the last team to breach the northern edge of the circle.
And still managing to squeeze in a chicken dinner. It is brilliant. And as I mentioned, at the heat of the moment, been able to pull off decisions so fluidly. Only experience can bring you that. And, well, I guess thanks to the IGL at the end. You've also got UC Gaming right there with 17 points. Honestly, did not win the game, but still got pretty much the similar amount of points.
Yeah, but as we move towards the other squads, Myth, consistent performance, 11 points. VST with 11. We have Raven with 11 as well. Team Tamilas, no opposition points with 5 eliminations to their name. Moneymakers, I actually expected a lot more from Moneymakers. Once they were able to get themselves into the Milta Power, I thought they would start racking up those eliminations, but I guess they were down in numbers and they were scared to run into those fights.
I expected a lot more from Raven Esports as well, since their position in the overall standings was quite impressive, but Raven Esports too, they were just not going for any sort of flashy plays, instead just playing for the bare minimum. They did not really want to do anything good. They did not really want to get any sort of chicken dinners, but just get the bare minimum, keep themselves pinned around the top 16, that's it.
Hey man, no risk taken for the big reward, but they do maintain the consistency. And sometimes being consistent is all it takes.
Yeah, I mean, they've still got 3 more games to go right in the future, and they can deliver that final finishing blow in those remaining 3 games, and they can directly squeeze themselves in the top 8.
I mean, I think, again, from the perspective of Raven Esports, they were already doing well. If by the end of today they even finish on the 9th position, then it's all good, right?
More than good enough. Yeah. For K9 Esports, though, they have probably breached in that top 8. It's not even a question, because K9 Esports was Yes?
Yeah, and I was saying, what about Myth? Do they get themselves into the top 16?
That's a really good question. Myth is already in the top 16, but are they in the top 8?
Ooh.
That's the main question now. Myth should be on the 9th spot, extremely close, but I just want to have a look at the overall standings once again. I'm pretty sure it's going to be extremely fragile.
It's not just you, man. It's me, too.
Yeah.
I also want to have a look at the overall ranking, because with how Myth has played, it's going to change the fate for a lot of these teams. And also, maybe for the last 3 days of round 1, it's going to inspire the teams on the last page, on the second last page, to actually make that leap and have those big plays, because Myth, I mean, they didn't start off on a great note, to be honest. The first 6 games were extremely mid, but today was incredible.
Yeah, and time to break the ice now. Have a look at the top 8. K9 Esports, wow! In the top 4 with 105 points, extremely impressive. Now the second half of the board, Raven Esports is on the 9th. What else do you want? Best possible spot.
Yeah.
Myth actually are on the 15th. So, yes, they have squeezed themselves in the top 16 on the 15th spot. But once again, Myth needs to play the same way they have played today in the upcoming 3 games if they want to squeeze inside of the top 8.
And also, we can't ignore the recovery from Moneymakers today, because they slipped out outside of the top 16. That is where they started the day from, but they end the day on the 13th position. Now, the last 3 games, if Moneymakers, they get at least 2 chicken dinners, they should be able to get themselves inside of the top 8 with the safety cushion as well.
A big question.
Yeah.
Godlike and everyone at this point just got 3 more games standing. Do you think Godlike can end their journey of round 1 in the top 8?
I think they can. They need 16 points, man. 3 games, 16 points.
But let's not forget, even the other teams do not really need a lot of
That is true.
points from 9th till 16th. So Godlike can be kicked out the moment they enter. So Godlike does need a lot of points if they want to directly qualify to week 1.
One big chicken dinner at the start of their journey in the last 3 days, right? One big chicken dinner when they play their first game, get in the top 8, and then just be consistent with like 7 to 8 points per match to get a safety cushion going as well.
So easy to say, right, Johnny? So easy to say. We're over here just crafting a lot of theories. But for Hero Extreme Godlike to squeeze out that chicken dinner, it's going to take
tough,
everything. It's going to take pretty much everything. We've got the second page as well over here. Definitely a few surprises, right? Watching Godsgiven choke their games was definitely not a good sight. Expected a lot more from the side of Godsgiven today, but shadowblitz have been quite impressive as well.
Yeah, I mean, shadowblitz today, extremely, extremely well played. Consistent as well, got a lot of finishes, were very confident in how they made the moves inside of the matches. They've gotten themselves very close to the top 16, but let's see how the last 3 days goes. As we move on to the next page, Team Cosmic, kind of a decent performance today in their matches. Team Tamilas, I think this last game was the game where they did their best. And again, playing for survival, had the opportunity to get those finishes, and they got those finishes very nicely.
Even Team Tamilas is currently sitting on the 44th. At least they're not close to the bottom 16.
Yeah, I mean, they are in a safer position, but also getting themselves to a safe haven is going to be Godsgiven, man. Godsgiven today in the first 3 matches was quite a sight to watch.
Yeah, of course. Godsgiven has been quite brilliant today.
Yeah.
Getting 48 points, and I'm pretty sure a majority of the points just came through in today's day itself.
Yeah.
Somewhere around 20 points, which is really impressive from the side of Godsgiven. But still, the task is not done. If they want to at least move on directly towards the round 3, then we all know they need to place themselves in the top 16. That's it. But one thing that's even more important is that a lot of these teams aren't even aiming for the top 16 or direct qualification towards the semifinals.
I mean, right now, we saw the top 48 teams, maybe teams over here in the top 48, the first half of this round 1 segment. Maybe they have an opportunity to still contest the top 16. Top 8 is going to be too far away, but you can move and fight for the top 16. But the teams from here on out, I think especially those last 2 pages, those 2 teams are just dreaming for survival. They know for a fact that if we make it to round 2, it was a successful mission.
Actually, one of the Hindi commentators as well, he was saying this thing that someone, I don't exactly remember the name, but someone on his live stream was saying that he does not want to directly qualify to the semifinals week 1. Instead, use this longer route so that he can build up the synergy with his team better.
Were you saying commentator or a player?
Commentator.
What? They're not playing, though.
Commentator told me that someone on the live stream.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, that makes a little bit more sense. I was like, you are supposed to do round 2 anyways. What are you talking about? But yeah, I mean, that sounds like a good plan, but what if you get kicked out in round 2, right? That's an extra layer of competition that you have to go through.
Unless you're so confident that this lobby does not mean a lot to you, then that's a whole different story.
Yeah, but if you are so confident, then you have to be very careful not to slip on the side of being overconfident.
True that. I mean, there's 2 ways to look at it, right? If you are someone who is a completely strong team, a T1 team, and you know you can easily dominate through till the semifinals, then yeah, definitely you can go for the longer route. If you're someone who is having shaky thoughts, then try to just directly end it on the first go itself. You place yourself in the top 8, a direct qualification towards the semifinals. We've got another page of the overall standings. We do see a few known names, solid names as well. Inferno Rising, Genesis Esports, LIKITHA Esports that we saw a while ago. BotArmy Esports as well on this page.
Yeah, and again, I mean, a lot of big names, as you mentioned. Inferno Rising, surprise. Genesis as well, sitting on that 61st position, only because they have only 6 placement points in the 9 games that they played. They've been going after those finishes. But I think if you have managed to cross that 40-point marker, you are safe. Pretty much, yeah. And that's why Genesis, in the last 3 matches, if they manage an average of like 5 points per game, they're going to be safe as well. So not a lot of concern, but again, as we move to the next page of the ranking, that is where things will get extremely intense, because teams on the last page will be eyeing to eliminate teams on the second last page.
Yeah, I mean, even Honeybee Esports have been quite a surprise, right? Since we're seeing this team for the first time inside of the circuit, and Honeybee Esports have been quite impressive. And I'm just happy that Rider Esports somehow, they have managed to at least pull themselves outside of the bottom 16 and now are in the safer shoes. Not too safe, though. Still, Rider Esports needs to get at least 10, 20 points to keep themselves on the safer spectrum.
But look at the 76th position UC Gaming. As I said, this was the best performance we saw from UC Gaming in this game of Erangel. And this one match has gotten them in a position from where they can just take a sigh of relief until they have to play their last 3 matches. If they manage to squeeze in 15 points, 5 points per game in those last 3 games, UC Gaming, welcome to round 2.
Johnny, look at these surprising names, right? New Version is right there. We also did see Diesel Esports. Who would have thought Diesel Esports will be really close in the round 1 itself, pretty much on the verge of being eliminated. Pretty much the same thing can be said for GenXFM too.
And Troy Tamilin Esports, 88th position. What is going on over there?
Yeah.
And of course, right now, 28 points, LHS. The teams in the 20s can still fight back. One chicken dinner can change their fate. But do we say that Arc Knights, Anti-Furious, 4 Barriers, Fearless 4, GenXFM, and Mysterious are pretty much done for?
I mean, I guess, unless in the remaining 3 games they get one massive chicken dinner, somewhere around 25 points, and instantly they can't swing themselves outside of the bottom 16. But they also need to hope that the teams on the second last page end up choking.
Yeah, I mean, that is... And whenever you have to rely on others to fail for you to succeed, yeah, it's not a good position that you have found yourself in, huh?
Yeah, it's not something that you're supposed to do. I mean, sabotaging someone is pretty much impossible. So, yeah, at this point in time, all you can do is just pray to your God, hope for the best, and cross your fingers, and just try and do anything that is in your hands. Simple.
Yeah, get that 20-point chicken dinner, and the other 2 games just somehow manage to get those 10 points per match. But we do have the summary for the day. Both TWOB and Myth having epic performances, both the sides securing 2 chicken dinners. And then shadowblitz, impressive comeback. The first game was very, very impressive with how they managed the chicken dinner, even consistent on the map of Miramar as well. And then we have K9 Esports, who were consistent throughout all 3 matches that they played.
Yeah, K9 Esports was doing really good. First game, they got 9 points. Second game as well, they had double digits, around 14 points.
Yeah.
And now the third game, getting that chicken dinner with 18 points, which is extremely solid from K9 Esports. And that's one of the main reasons why they're currently sitting inside of the top 4 as well, as expected too, right? So for K9 Esports, it is a team with a lot of caliber, once again showcasing why they're supposed to be one of the best teams inside of the region too. Unfortunately, in BJs, they'll fail to qualify to the LAN finals, but that's also given them enough time and room to practice with each other and build up that synergy. Now they're looking solid.
That is true, and again, I mean, they are looking quite solid, but after this, after round 1 comes to an end, how do you take on the challenge of, I mean, K9 Esports, I'm just assuming that they're going to directly qualify for semifinals week 1. How do you take on a challenge there? Because the other teams, they're going to switch things up by the time they get to the semifinals.
Of course, and everyone's going to try to research on the teams that directly qualify towards the semifinals week 1, right? Because there's automatically going to be a major target on their back.
Less teams means less research.
Exactly, and it's quite easy as well. And since you've got the hot target on your back as well, your strategies will be read by book. So, in my opinion, the teams that directly move on towards semifinals week 1, do something unexpected, do something completely new, just bring something outside of the box.
Exactly, but that brings us to an end of today, ladies and gentlemen. That is Necro, this Super Johnny. We'll be back again tomorrow, but with new groups for you guys to bring in new excitement. Until then, take care. Good night.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Wow.
until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain